Hey guys, this is God Harry. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry chose Ginny and broke every heart. Here is short summary. When Harry Potter chooses Ginny as his bride, it's a decision that sends shockwaves through everyone who ever loved him. In the wake of secrecy, heartbreak, and hidden affections, can love still feel like victory, or will it tear friendships apart? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Christmas Day approached with no snow in the city. Ginny awoke with the excited hooting of her owl. Must be her Christmas presents, Ginny thought wryly. She dragged herself off the bed and away from the warmth under the covers. She had a hyper owl on her hands, and it's Christmas after all. It turns out Mimi had taken the precedence of ripping apart the wrapping paper of her own presents, as well as some gifts to Ginny from her more associate-like friends. All of the presents from Ginny's family and friends were sent to the burrow. The ball of fluff sat in the middle of the pile of presents and wrapping paper. Suddenly, an unknown owl dropped the Daily Prophet into Ginny's lap, causing Mimi to become indignant and hostile, making the poor delivery bird fly away. Opening up the newspaper, the Witches Weekly had their gun pointed at Harry, like what they do every time. The front page was dedicated to holiday recipes and decorations. Though one column was for Harry Potter, the boy who lived has tied the knot. Ginny ignored the story and proceeded to look for new recipes she should collect. However, right next to the section on festive desserts, a large picture of Harry, a girl, and Malfoy that signaled the beginning of the Harry Potter story. The caption said the girl in the between Harry and Draco would be the next Mrs. Potter. Aurora Klassen, oh my. It seems like the Witches Weekly is attacking the Ministry trio again. Just because Aurora is 1/3 of the best defense against dark arts team for the Ministry of Magic doesn't mean she is engaged to every single bachelor in the Ministry. Ginny immediately felt sorry for the girl. A while ago, the Witches magazine had announced Aurora was engaged to Draco Malfoy. The response was quite destructive. The girl had to be escorted by her fellow Aurors so she would be able to get to work without getting a scratch. Also, Mrs. Malfoy had sent a howler, which was published, to the Witches Weekly on the journal's bad conduct. One quote Ginny liked was, "These people are world-famous Aurors. You do not publish their private life like those mindless shows the Muggles watch." Also, Aurora had threatened the editor-in-chief, but that wasn't the glorious part people liked to remember. Seeing a usually happy-go-lucky girl, who is an Auror as well, mind you, that is terribly rare, become a terrorizing monster was not a good picture. The editor had gotten howlers and odd packages dropped to his mailbox every day until no Draco lovers attacked Aurora. Ginny had first seen Aurora on by Hagrid's hut in her 6th year at Hogwarts. The new girl was waiting for Headmaster Dumbledore. It was strange since the term was half finished. Aurora joined the students at Hogwarts in mid-January, when the war with the Dark Lord was at its peak. Her admittance to the Slytherin house didn't make it easy for her to friends. 1. The students of the other houses tried to stay away from Slytherins, and 2. Aurora didn't get along with Draco Malfoy. The reason Ginny actually gave Aurora a chance was because both girls happened to be mad at Malfoy on the same day, at the same time, and in the same location. Ginny was drawing pictures of the bee-owned boy's face and contorting them while Aurora was marking the dates of PMSY Malfoy days. Gryffindors were initially skeptical of the friendship, but at the time when the Order of Phoenix was busy finding the weak points about the Death Eaters, the new girl that barely anyone knew immediately plunged herself in the crisis. She joined the Medowitch training program, one that Ginny participated in as well. Then when Aurora noticed just being a Medowitch wasn't enough, she barged into an Order of Phoenix meeting, dragging Ginny along, demanding to be of more help. No one really knew what help Aurora meant, but weeks after her private talk with Professor Dumbledore, the Malfoys released critical information on the Death Eaters to Professor Snape, bringing a quick end to the war. At the end of the term, which happened to be Aurora's last year, she and 4 other graduates of Hogwarts, Ron, Hermione, Harry, Draco, were invited to the Auror camp. After the camp, Ginny noticed the 5 graduates became closer friends, though the connection with Malfoy was always a teeter-totter, Draco had found out about the calendar Aurora made of the dates he was to be PMSY. He had gotten mad at the accuracy. A happy hoot from Mimi disturbed Ginny's memories. The girl looked at her bird companion and noticed it was happily snacking on the owl biscuits Aurora had bought all the way from South America. Oh bother, I should tell Aurora to stop spoiling Mimi. At 11 a.m. sharp, Mrs. Weasley called for Ginny via the Flow network. It's time, Ginny. We have to make everything. Hermione won't be able to come since Ron said she wasn't feeling well. It is going to be only us baking today. Ginny nodded and apparated to the burrow right away. Hello Mum, Ginny greeted as she entered the house through the kitchen. Mrs. Weasley was frantically summoning every possible ingredients and placing them on the counter. Mum, calm down. The guests are coming at 4:30. We still have 5 hours. You already have the chicken in the oven, and the main pies. Don't worry, Mrs. Weasley had calmed down. During every holiday season since every Weasley had graduated from Hogwarts, Mrs. Weasley had been nervous. The thought of feeding her 7 children and their family, her husband, and Harry, and occasionally other Hogwarts graduates was enough to make every strand of her hair stick up. That was quite big number of mouth to feed with only one cook. That is why Ginny is always present to help. Hi Ginny, I see you have come straight over. That's good. Why don't you start on the cookies? We will make the side dishes once I get all the ingredients. Ginny nodded and worked on mixing the cookie dough. 5 hours later, the burrow smelled of baked goods and marinated meats, as well as all the side dishes. At 15 minutes until 4:30, the guests started to arrive. First was Bill's family. He married Fleur a little before Ron married Hermione. And they brought their twin girls, both with red hair and silvery highlights. Then came Charlie, by himself. Mrs. Weasley was about to escort him to St. Mungo's when he said he wanted to remain single. And Charlie brought a dragon egg that he was incubating. Yes, very odd. Another reason Mrs. Weasley thought he needed to see a doctor. At exactly 4:30, Ron and Hermione came out of the fireplace. Followed closely by Harry Potter. Nearly 15 minutes after, Percy and Penelope with their boy and girl was dragged out of the fireplace by Fred and George, who were also a candidate of being sent to St. Mungo's. The greetings had taken quite a long time. The line formed was similar to a factory product line. Everyone would hug Mrs. Weasley, then Mr. Weasley, then Ginny, and whoever followed. Even though the greetings took a long time, getting everyone seated at the table was a piece of cake. The delicious aroma that filled the house made everyone's stomach grumble. Once everyone was seated, food wasn't served right away, to the dislike of Ron and the original Weasley twins, not Bill's children. There was an empty seat between Harry and Ginny. We don't have to wait, Harry announced. Aurora had an emergency assignment that she had to attend to, so she cannot be here this afternoon. The females let out a simultaneous, "Ah." Although the food was delicious and there were many happy announcements, Ron and Hermione are going to have a baby, and George might have a girlfriend, Ginny was feeling melancholy. Perhaps the Witches Weekly had been correct about Harry's engagement to Aurora. After all, we were going to discuss the wedding after dinner. The feeling betrayal also filled Ginny. Her best friend was engaged to the person she had liked since forever. To make things worse, she has told Aurora that she liked Harry, a lot, and many times too. Dinner conversation composed of many different subjects. Besides the happy news, the exciting lives of families and Charlie's baby dragon hatching during dinner kept Ginny's mind off of Harry and the wedding she has agreed to plan. To Ginny's utmost surprise and to her liking, Harry didn't mention anything about his upcoming wedding. In fact, there were no hints of Harry being anywhere near the tie the knot stage. Harry was still the same Harry at the Halloween dinner. Ginny wasn't about to announce this happy event if Harry wasn't going to say anything about it. Right after dinner, the children begged for permission to open their presents. Within 1 minute of getting their permission to open their presents, all the boxes were opened. It didn't take long for Percy's children and Bill's twins to be settled down. Soon it was the adults' turn to go through their presents since the young ones were sent to the bed. Dinner lasted a few hours. Everyone said when he or she noticed his or her present piles. Their usual number of presents was increased by 1. From Draco Malfoy. The Slytherin had sent everyone present a gift for the festive season. That had given everyone but Harry a big surprise. Harry, what was the point of this? Ron asked, poking at his present from Malfoy as if it might explode. Harry couldn't help but laugh at the expression on everyone's faces. He had lost a dare-bet-ish thing against Aurora and I. If he lost, he would need to buy presents for any person Aurora and I wanted him to, Harry answered. Hearing Aurora's name with any pronouns that associated with Harry was painful. The dinner ended at 9:30. As the tired and full Ginny extended her hand to open the door to her flat, a strong arm stopped her. "Miss Weasley, you have forgotten our appointment," Harry said with a smile. Ginny would have snapped at him for being so inconsiderate, but the smile made her go soft. "Right, why don't we let me get my notebook and go somewhere to plan?" Harry nodded in agreement. Ginny opened the door to let Harry in, but he held the door open only to let her enter first. She asked Harry to sit on the couch to wait while she went to look for a folder suitable for all the information of Harry's wedding. Ginny took as long as she could to get everything together. It didn't take too much effort since a letter from Aurora was lying on her desk. Maybe the letter will have some answers about this wedding of Harry, Ginny thought happily. All the suspense was annoying her. During the entire dinner, the subject of who the lucky girl was kept on popping into her head. Perhaps it wasn't Aurora. The magazine's accuracy in its predictions was not believable and it just wasn't like Aurora to be engaged to Harry. They were never too close. Maybe it's some other girl Harry met at the ministry. After all, he was a heartthrob. Which probably explains why female workers at the ministry had increased by 20%. Dear Ginny, first of all, Merry Christmas if this letter arrives on time, though it might be late since this owl looks dubious. Ginny looked at the owl that had carried the letter and had agreed with her friend completely. It resembled how Errol looked like. I am currently on an assignment with Draco in the worst yet best place possible. We are currently below the equator and there is absolutely no chance of snow. But I suppose the beaches and other sunny activities are nice. As far as I know, I probably will spend Christmas swimming at the beach will Mr. PMSY instead of building snowmans and snow angels with you and the rest of the Weasleys. I was supposed to join you for dinner but that blasted ministry just had to send me on an assignment in a place whose residents have never built a snowman. Now I am here with a bee-owned and pale man that attracts too much attention. The minute he walked out of our hotel and headed for his morning swim, I could hear high-pitched squealing emitting from the pool. Honestly, why was I sent on this trip with him? Be sure to hurt Harry for me, even a light smack is fine. The excuse he made was 100% O2. Harry cannot lie for the life of him. Enough about my complaining. I don't know when I will be back, so you have to write back and tell me all about the snow that you have seen. I miss it already. Hugs and K.S. Aurora. P.S. Did Mimi like her present? Did you like yours? And tell me soon since I already have my eyes on another gift for you. Ginny closed the letter and smiled to herself about the oddness of her friend. No information about any wedding was included. A crash in her living room made Ginny rush down the stair. It seems Mimi had finally noticed Harry's presence. The ball of feathers had given the man a shock and he fell backwards in his chair. Oh my goodness, are you all right, Harry? Ginny asked, unsure of what to expect. The chair Harry was sitting in empty and the person that was using was a hump on the floor. There were no moans of pain. Actually, Harry made no sound. Moments later, Harry Potter finally showed signs of being alive. OWW. Ginny had taken a seat right next to Harry and she was flipping through the folder arranging the paper. When Harry made the complaint, the redhead merely looked at with a smirk. The Dark Lord couldn't even touch a hair on Harry Potter, but a wimpy oak chair was able to make the boy who lived faint for oh let me see. Ginny pushed the sleeve of her right arm back and looked at the watch. Wow, a whole half an hour. Harry looked indignant. With his mouth wide open and a bruise was forming on the left part of his forehead, where he landed. Excuse me, but you owl could be the next Voldemort if she can hold a wand. He joked back. I could arrest you for harboring a potential Dark Lord. I am not going to argue with you about my owl. First of all, a half an hour has passed and we did nothing. That doesn't mean the service charge is free, Ginny retorted. She really wasn't in such a good mood about Harry or the wedding. Couldn't he see that I like him? You'd think the genius Harry Potter would notice these things when he had ended so many dangerous dark arts groups, Ginny muttered under her breath. What? Harry asked, finally standing up. He swayed a little, but quickly recovered when he extended his hand to help Ginny up. Without looking up, Ginny continued to grumble. Maybe it was Malfoy and Aurora that planned their missions. The expression on Harry's face when Ginny looked at him was confusing. He had looked like he was confused beyond comprehension, and Ginny was confused since it looked like he had actually heard what she had mumbled. Now we plan, Ginny announced, ridding the air of discomfort. And now for the actual planning part of the wedding, in which Ginny doesn't get any answer. Now we plan, Ginny announced, ridding the air of discomfort. Okay, Harry said in agreement. It was the type of answer that does not help the previous statement ease the tension in the air. Harry is clueless. How did I ever think I liked him? Ginny let out a sigh of resignation and resentment. Okay, first things first. We get the guest list ready. Ginny opened her folder and charmed the nearest quill to write the names of the people down. Air, was the only reaction from Harry. Ginny looked for him to continue while the quill was suspended in midair in suspense. The list has not been worked out yet. Ginny nodded slowly, unsure of what to do. There was the romantic thought of Harry asking her to plan a wedding exactly the way she wanted her wedding to be, only to reveal she was his bride in the last minute. But that isn't something Harry would do. Malfoy would, since he's such an arrogant prat, but Harry? No, he would never do that. Why don't we work on the decorations then? I'll get the numbers calculated once we get it done. This was something Harry could answer since he was nodding in relief. Ginny looked at the messy-haired man sitting next to her. Why does he seem nervous? Okay. Flowers. What type are types and color? Lilies. A bouquet of different types. Calla lilies. Day lilies. Those tropical lilies that's supposed to look like star. Harry, when is this wedding going to take place? Ginny asked. All the flowers he mentioned are not very beautiful during the winter. Late July or early August, Harry answered. That made things earlier. The flowers would be in full bloom and the wedding would have a tropical look. The planning session was easy, to an extent. In the end, Harry decided it would be better to select the tablecloths and napkins and such when he actually saw the product. So a few days later, Ginny and Harry went shopping. The tablecloths should be white with gold embroidery on the edges, Harry directed the man when no available tablecloths had the design he wanted. Ginny was shocked to find how much money this wedding is going to cost. The place of the wedding will at a Romanesque Gothic church and the reception is to be held at Joie de Vie Hotel Resort. The hotel didn't have a large vicinity, but it was spacious yet small enough for it to be reserved for 4 days and 3 nights, with 2 balls. One on the first night and one on the last. The whole ordeal was giving Ginny a headache. Not because of Harry, well, it does include him. She still doesn't know who is bride, and there were just a few things that need to be taken care of by the bride. Quote. Ginny, should the napkins be green or silver? Ginny snapped out of her revelry. That depends on the centerpiece. It will have lilies. Then green. It would match better. Green is the foundation for plates and plants. Harry grinned at her response. Yeah, the napkins will be green. Besides, having a silver-colored napkin would be funny. The man was furiously jotting down all the custom-made items that Harry was ordering. The clerk didn't know if he should be happy that someone was going to spend so much money, or if he should be stressed out. Finally, Ginny and Harry was finished with the store. And 50 more to go, both thought unhappily. Harry, who is the bride? Ginny asked finally. She was sick of rattling her head for guesses. As of right now, every single female might be the bride, which is not better from where she first began. The man that had been a hero since he was an infant looked like the end of his life was near. Why do you want to know? Harry asked. Ginny didn't know how to respond to that. Say she was purely curious would ruin the client relationship. But telling him some issues need to be taken care of by the bride wouldn't work since he had everything planned so well himself. Ginny was merely there to guide him through, making sure he didn't forget anything. I was just wondering where she might be, Ginny said quietly. As she said it, Remorse filled her heart and made so heavy that she felt like she was crumbled so she could fit under a rock. The statement didn't sound as innocent as what Ginny meant. For one, it suspected Harry of whether or not he had a bride to begin with. After all, she did question it in her reply to Harry, although it was teasing him. Let's hope he doesn't think too deeply about what I said. Really, the meaning is as it is said. There were no secret messages or meanings concealed. Well, there is, but it doesn't matter. I mean, I am planning his wedding, so why would I tell him I love, no, love, bah. Why would I tell him that? She is on assignment, Harry answered softly. That was all Harry said before he entered the next store. Ah shucks, I think he did think too much on what I had said. That's why it took him so long to answer. Now this is going to be a very long shopping trip. And the next 3 months is going to be the 7th circle of Dante's Inferno. Wait, did he say on assignment? But that could mean Aurora. She is on assignment. Or it could be Malfoy. No wait. Harry said she, and I know he isn't homos **ual, why did I even think that? Now it shouldn't be Aurora since she wouldn't do this to me. She better not do this to me, so who is she? Ginny. Hello. Harry Potter has been trying to get Ginny's attention for the past minute and a half. She had to have been concentrating on something, otherwise she would be alert. Yes, Ginny said, finally back to reality. Where do we go next? That's all. Ginny thought, surprised. That was all he wanted to ask me about. Hey, didn't he just go into the store? Harry had guessed what Ginny had thought when he saw the look on her face. Not to mention her mouth was slightly agape, but it was quickly pursed together in confusion. That store didn't have what we need. Ginny looked at the name of the store. An apothecary. No wonder. All the reservations were made. Oh. We need a band or some type of music at the reception. Ginny shouted as she flipped through her portfolio. Where do you reserve a band? Harry asked with the knitted brows. Well, you don't reserve bands. More like invite them. Oh. So which band should we invite? We. Ginny. Get a grip. Not. We, as in Harry and Ginny. We, as in Harry and his bride. Oh, I really need help. By the end of this wedding, I will be speaking to myself, and heaven forbid me to act like those odd professional event planners that are just plain crazy. I don't know, the Clementine sisters would be good. Harry nodded softly at Ginny's suggestion. Will you invite them for me? Ginny nodded. Of course she will. It is her job. She was supposed to negotiate and reserve and buy and plan. Not Harry, although he is doing the first few steps of buying and planning. Anything else? Harry asked. Ginny returned to her portfolio. Shouldn't be anything besides the wedding dress, bridesmaids' dresses, clothing for the groom and his entourage. Ginny said, though you might want to consult your fiancé about that. Upon mentioning his future wife, Harry turned bright red. And maybe it was Ginny's ear, but it sounded like Harry muttered, you are going to pay Malfoy. This wedding of Harry was quite difficult for Ginny to plan. The decisions made were always changes many times. Even the ones that were put into action, Ginny had to make many apologies. Quite frankly, our wedding planner was beyond stressed out. Harry has been begging for her to take care of things since he somehow landed himself in a desk job. It was New Year's Eve when Harry found time away from his desk job so they could continue plan the wedding. Usually Ginny had a year to make sure everything, but now she had 6 months at most, leaving the rest of the time for fixing problems. Harry had owled her the day before. They were to meet in at some restaurant whose location Ginny has no clue of. All she knew was touch the portkey at exactly 4 o'clock sharp. It was 5 minutes until 4. Ginny gathered the portfolio and a stack of paper to note any changes that might occur again. I hate portkeys, Ginny thought, not liking the aspect of taking touch the letter Harry had sent. 'Twas the portkey. At least it isn't a dirty sock or used band-aid. It is nearly 4. Okay Ginny, take a deep breath, and brace your stomach for weightlessness. When the second hand stuck and the clock had said 4 o'clock, Ginny felt a lurch and immediately following it, weightlessness. Let's hope I don't fall on anyone. For a few more seconds, Ginny felt like she was suspended in air, until she finally felt her weight again. I am going to land on my feet. I am going to land on my feet. Ginny had muttered that as she waited for the contact of the ground. However, there were no contact, not yet anyway. Oomph. Ah. Now I am on the ground, sort of. Wait, there is something under me. Jin, are you okay? Hey, that voice sounds like Harry's. Realization finally dawned on Ginny. She looked at the source of the voice and the face definitely belonged to Harry. Yeah, I am fine, Ginny said, slowing, wondering how to get herself out of this mess. You can put me down now. A blush crept on both faces. From a person walking on the other side of the street, Ginny and Harry looked like two lovebirds. But if you looked carefully, you might have difficulty telling which is more embarrassed. Harry gently put Ginny down on the ground and led her to a restaurant. Was this a date? Yeah, right, Ginny. That's hopeful thinking. As if Harry would ask you on a date when he asked you to plan his wedding. Well, maybe the wedding isn't his. As the many voices in Ginny's head argued amongst each other, Harry had already led the youngest Weasley, well, not really but in Harry's generation, into the eatery. It is too nice to be called an eatery, Ginny snapped at her descriptive mind. That had ended the internal battle of date or not date, but the snapping had also given Ginny a funny expression on her face. Gin, do you not like here? Harry asked worriedly. Ginny blushed and vigorously shook her head, meaning no. Her client crush just laughed at her discomfort, or at least what Ginny thought the reason was. No, I was afraid I left something at home, Ginny lied smoothly. Before the two could talk, or actually, before Ginny could even get her folders out, the waiter asked for their orders. That had gotten Ginny annoyed since it would mean this meeting would take longer than usual. Longer being Ginny has to put up with her internal battles for at least an extra 2 hours, make that 3 since it just happens to be dinner time. Hey, it might even be 5 hours since the restaurant seemed to serve multiple course meals. So, Ginny began, do your bride know what color dress she wants for herself and the bridesmaids, and the color coordination of everything else? Your bride made the well-meaning seem snobbish, not to mention somewhat mocking. It was driving Ginny bananas not knowing the name of the bride. Actually yes, I called, and the dress will be the traditional white color, but with a slight touch of cream. The design will be as number A264 on this catalog. Here, Harry brought out a thick volume of different styles of dresses with colored tabs sticking out from the side. Well, the blue ones are the bridesmaid dresses. The yellow tabs are dress choices for the flower girl. As for the clothing for the groom and his company, they are in this big thing. Harry dragged out another large volume of clothing. My, you have done a lot, Ginny said in awe. Shouldn't she be the wedding planner? If she was, then did Harry do all this? Maybe, Harry answered without hesitation, or looking up. But you are the wedding planner. You must be doing more. Ginny blushed crimson. She wasn't embarrassed because it was a compliment. She turned red because she actually didn't do much besides making phone calls for ordering, canceling and apologizing. Before the planning could continue, the food had arrived. It had been uncomfortable eating since conversation was non-existent. Pass the salt, and, hand me an extra napkin, were the type of phrase murmured between the two. You would think Harry would say something since this was his wedding Ginny was planning, but nothing was said. It was when dessert came did the conversation become livelier and involved the upcoming wedding. We must have these pastry cakes in the dessert section, Harry declared as he savored the tangy yet creamy taste of the tartlet. Ginny looked up in surprise. She was too engrossed in smacking her pudding with her spoon. These cakes are very good. Now if we had the vanilla flavor and a speckle of coconut, it would be perfect, Harry continued. He then offered one to Ginny, which was odd. That was the only word to describe the action. The dessert was ordered for 2, so of course Ginny had a share. Offering one to Ginny would be odd since, well, it was not practical. That's right. The tension between the two friends, acquaintances, was thick enough to break a batter, think mixing ingredients, and it lacked water and butter. Okay, I'll note that, and when I tell the order the food from the catering company, I'll add that to the conventional list. The red-headed wedding planner opened her folder and jotted the name of the dessert down. She was about to ask more information on the food since they were on the subject, but Harry was in a world of his own. At least that is what it seemed like. He was staring at some corner of the restaurant. Did I ever tell you about the bridesmaids? Harry asked with his eyes still focused on the corner. It was disconcerting to see Harry Potter acting in such a strange way, but commitment tends to change people, right? Ginny turned to look in whatever direction Harry was looking. There was a male waiter gathering the dirty dishes. Huh, what about the bridesmaids, Harry? Ginny asked, trying to be normal. Normal meaning she was perfectly fine having dinner with a man whose wedding she is planning and they happen to be eating by themselves in a secluded corner. You know, the ones that usually become the ideal romantic setting. You are the maid of honor. Hermione is one of the bridesmaids. Lavender and Parvati are also bridesmaids, but I'll have to ask them first. Harry trailed off, as well as Ginny's mind. I am the maid of honor. Now which female is close to her and Harry? Aurora and Hermione and Lavender and Parvati are the only possibilities that I can think of right now. But it can't be any of them. Hermione is married to Ron. They are definitely far from divorce since Herm is pregnant again. It can't be Aurora, because it can't. She would never do something like that. And the major reason is that all of them are bridesmaids. Hey wait, Aurora isn't one. Oh, I think I need to write a letter. But it doesn't seem like something Aurora would do. After all, I usually know who Aurora has her attention on. It was Malfoy for a bit, until her called him a brat and a male suffering from PMS. Harry was called exotic, not something a girl like Aurora would look for. She seems to have more chances of falling in love with a dragon than with Harry. As Ginny's mind combated with itself on whether or not Harry's bride is Aurora, Harry's was busy waving his hand in front of Ginny's face to gain her attention. Earth of Ginny, Harry called out. Hello, are you all right? I mean, if you really don't want to be the maid of honor, I am sure I can find someone else. No, Ginny nearly shrieked. She was tired of her mind speculating who the bride is, and just as she finally stopped thinking about it, Harry would bring the subject back up again. The color coordination of the tablecloths and the napkins seemed like a better topic right now. No, it is fine. I was just somewhat shocked. I mean, well, Ginny didn't want to bring up not knowing the bride again since she seemed to have offended Harry the last time she did it. Okay, well, since you are the maid of honor, would you like to choose your dress right now? Ginny nodded mutely. At least choosing her own dress would be a piece of cake compared to finding out who was the lucky lady. When the dinner was over, it was around 9:45 p.m. Harry had decided to spend the rest of the time enjoying the eve of New Year's. Street performers provided unlimited entertainment and lovesick couples were dancing under the moonlight. Ginny had wanted to dance, but there weren't anyone near that she could dance with. Come Mr. and Mrs. Join the party. 'Tis no romantic night if there isn't dancing. One of the performers said, ushering Ginny and Harry to the makeshift dance floor. Gah, another moment of discomfort. Here I am, in the arms of Harry Potter. Not the Harry that was single, nope. He has a fiancée and they are getting married in a few months. Ginny quickly pulled away, half regretting her action and half content that she didn't fall any harder for Harry. For a millisecond, sadness flashed across his green-as-toad eyes. As fate would have it that night, the fireworks decided to go off at that moment. This is a badly choreographed soap opera. Normally, fireworks have couples keying under them, not the girl pulling away, albeit begrudgingly, and was that sadness I see in Harry's eyes. Oh boy, I really need a vacation. Even my hallucinations are being extremely hopeful. This is definitely beyond wishful thinking. Harry, Ginny started bravely, although she felt like the ultimate chicken underneath. I need to make all these corrections, so I need to wake up early, and so I need to go home. Ginny felt dumb, to simply put it. She was making excuses to leave and the excuses seemed to go on and on and on and. Call me if there are any questions and changes. Ginny finally said goodbye with a semi-professional tone. She walked a few steps before stopping to look back. Harry hadn't said anything, and to her utmost surprise, he was still in the same position looking at her directions. When Harry did notice Ginny had stopped moving, that had taken 5 long seconds, he had blushed and bowed his head before going off to his supposed direction. Wait, how do I get back? Apparate, Harry answered with uncertainty. It was a common thing for wizards to apparate to their destination. Oh right, Ginny mumbled, embarrassed before continuing off again. She had decided to continue walking for about 500 yards before getting her wand out to apparate. The night had given Ginny no rest. The tension and stress of this wedding probably will drive the poor girl insane. It had taken her 500 yards to remember how to apparate, and she woke up in the middle of the night with one tugging thought. Tomorrow's New Year's Day. None of the people I need to call will be open. A few hours later, Ginny was awoken by another disturbing thought. Hey, Harry was sure Hermione was going to be one of the bridesmaids. This means he must have asked her. Now the next question is when, and maybe I can ask Hermione about who the bride is. And after Harry asks Parvati and Lavender, I can ask them too. Besides, Parvati and Lavender probably would want to help. Okay Ginny, back to sleep now. You need the rest. You have been talking to yourself for most of the night. This is not a sign of good mental health. New Year's Day did not feel special for Ginny. She had woken up feeling hungover due to the lack of sleep. The day didn't feel like a day of new beginnings either. Ginny's brain was still battering Ginny by sending too many curiosity neurons. Gah, I need to stop thinking about the wedding. I really need a break. This is not good. You'd think I would not fall for Harry so hard, but here I am, still pinning for the guy when he is obviously taken. I mean, this is his wedding I am planning, for goodness sakes. I need someone to talk to calm my mind, preferably some strange with no knowledge of this wedding, Harry, or me. As Ginny was busy talking to herself, a cockatiel flew through Ginny's window and expertly knocked Mimi off her perch. The disgruntled hoots from Mimi drew Ginny out of her reverie and brought her attention to the bird that carried a letter from Aurora. The birds the Aurora used as messengers are diverse enough to give Ginny a lesson on birds. Hi Ginny. As you can tell, I am hyper beyond recognition and I have been driving Mr. Malfoy utterly insane. Did you like the presents he gave you and the rest of the Weasley crew? If you have any objections, feel free to ask for new ones. Draco was too chicken to tell those secretaries to bugger off. Kind of funny, since when did Mr. Evil PMSY man become afraid of intelligent bee-owned ditzes? That was oxymoronic, but I think that juice thingy Draco bought me had alcohol. Remind me to hurt him when I get back. So how are you? Yep, I am asking you now that I am done with my complaints. How are you going with a certain green-eyed hero? Nope, not the brunette that saved us from walking in a rainstorm, the one currently sitting behind a desk. I think you might need to save poor Harry from those new secretaries. I would much prefer those old ladies that can have mother hen on their resumes if they ever write on again. Well, have to go Gin. I think the drink did contain alcohol, now that I rechecked the menu. I see you soon, and do write back a real letter. Not a hurried scribble of thank you for the presents. And yes, I am pouting. Love, Aurora. Ginny chuckled at her friend's letter. It was true, Aurora cannot handle any alcohol. They were at one party and Aurora had taken a few sips of wine and the sky almost collapsed. Everyone present was surprised at the range of Aurora's personalities. Ginny could have said her best friend could rival Malfoy's PMSY days. A little peck on the window brought Ginny back in reality. A barn owl entered Ginny's house. Oh, Hermione wrote me a note. Ginny exclaimed for absolutely no reason. The cockatiel gave the barn owl a condescending look. Ginny felt bad for Hermione's owl. The problem with exotic birds is they seem to be very arrogant of their unusual qualities. Thank you. Ginny spoke to the tropical bird with respect. You can go back now. I'll write to Aurora later. The cockatiel gave Mimi an evaluating look as if the normal owl was not classy enough to bring a letter back to the correct recipient. Ginny turned her attention back to Hermione's owl. It seems all the bridesmaids will be meeting at Hermione and Ron's house for a bridal meeting. The ladies would be discussing the dress and the like. Perhaps I might even know who the mysterious bride is. Oh, this is not a good sign, Ginny. You are subconsciously obsessed with Harry's bride, not to mention you are talking to yourself. After beating her head with an imaginary hammer, Ginny scribbled a quick reply to Hermione in confirmation of her attendance. Ginny, come in, Hermione exclaimed when she opened the door. The healthy aura of a pregnant lady was clear around the former Hogwarts know-it-all. Lavender and Parvati are here already. Get yourself settled in the living room. I am going to get some tea and cookies for snacking. Ginny nodded and went to the living room. When Hermione is pregnant, arguing with her is pointless. She has her mind set on something and there is nothing anyone can do to change. Ron has a tendency to start an unwanted argument and Harry and Ginny have to patch up the drift between the couple. Now that the discussion is going to be on the design of the dresses of bridesmaids, this is going to be an interesting meeting. Hi Gin. Parvati and Lavender greeted. There were already some wedding magazines open to bridesmaid dresses and the girls were flipping through the catalog. Ginny plopped on the nearby seat and got out her portfolio for planning the wedding. Wow Gin, Lavender teased, are you going professional? Who is going professional? Hermione asked as she carried the tray of food towards the other girls. No one is, Herm. Ginny let out a dramatic sign. Don't get too happy. You are not getting the lovely chance of smacking me. After Ginny had planned the first wedding of a stranger, the redhead had suffered psychologically and physically. Being busy with her studies and making the special occasion able to happen had taken a toll on the total number of hours of sleep. And consequently, Ginny became quite snappy. All of her friends were on the receiving end of the temper and it took a large gathering of family and friends to get Ginny back to normal. Temporarily hurtful words were shared, but the money saved from hiring a psychoanalyst was worth it. Besides, everything that was said at the meeting may have been cruel at the time, but a few hours later, everyone laughed over what's said. That had been memorable, since Aurora had discovered her sensitivity to alcohol at that gathering. Darn, but at least only special people get you to be their wedding planner, Hermione answered with a smile. A smile that suddenly had an evil edge to it. So how much is Harry paying you? I don't know, the fee was never discussed. Ginny stumbled through the answer. It was true, they never did discuss her payment. We will give poor Ginny a break now. She is probably already stressed about the wedding. Why don't we decide on the dresses to make her job easier? Lavender said offhandedly. Decide on the dress to make my job easier. Huh, I'd like to see the day shopping with you guy will make anything simple for me, Ginny replied bitterly, though with humor. Two of the bridesmaids are fashion freaks. Their closets are filled with the latest trends. Hermione doesn't care much of the trendiness of her clothing, but they have to fit her fashion style, but that changes every month. At least all three ladies are good at altering the outfits, unlike Ginny. The discussion was already difficult enough when Lavender, Parvati, and Hermione had already chosen a dress from the catalog they had. Convincing the three to look at the catalog in which Harry chose the dresses was a task to be afraid of. No offense Ginny, but Harry's choices. Are you sure you trust him? He is a male for goodness sake. Parvati exclaimed when she realized there was even a higher potential of not getting what she wanted. Will you look before you make hasty judgments? Ginny pleaded. Listening to three friends argue about styles was giving her a migraine. She took out the catalogs and threw the female one at Parvati. It didn't take long for the fashion experts, namely Lavender and Parvati, to be gapping at the dresses found on the catalog. Oh my, I must say I am impressed. That was all Parvati could say. She was too busy looking at all the dresses. What catalog is it? Lavender asked, tilting her head. Her partner in fashion was still flipping through the catalog with gentle fingers like it was a treasured photo album. Finally, Lavender was annoyed with not being able to see, so she snatched the book away only to drop it immediately. So, Parvati asked, rather annoyed as well. When her eyes landed on the title, her face was a mask of shock as well. It just says Dernier Cri. Hermione looked at Ginny, who only shrugged as well. Are you kidding? First of all, these dresses cost a fortune. Second of all the designers had won various awards in both Muggle and Wizardry society, hence the high cost. I must say the bride is a very lucky girl. Lavender finished her rant with a dreamy sigh. Now I wish my husband would do that for me. Right, that is if you are not switching favorites every day. Parvati teased. Ginny didn't participate in the repartee. The word, bride, had gotten her attention again. Damn, I really need to get a grip on myself. Who is the bride? Ginny blurted out, since the bridesmaids were happily talking about her. Upon hearing the question, all three stopped their conversation immediately. It just says Dernier Cri. Hermione looked at Ginny, who only shrugged as well. Are you kidding? First of all, these dresses cost a fortune. Second of all the designers had won various awards in both Muggle and Wizardry society, hence the high cost. I must say the bride is a very lucky girl, Lavender finished her rant with a dreamy sigh. Now I wish my husband would do that for me. Right, that is if you are not switching favorites every day. Parvati teased. Ginny didn't participate in the repartee. The word, bride, had gotten her attention again. Damn, I really need to get a grip on myself. Who is the bride? Ginny blurted out since the bridesmaids were happily talking about her. Upon hearing the question all three stopped their conversation immediately. Well, Ginny encouraged. Don't tell me you accepted the offer without knowing who the bride is. The redhead rolled her eyes. Usually, she would stop at this point, but the nagging mystery was driving her insane. Or are you not going to tell me as well? Ginny asked with a mix of cynicism and impatience. The other girls looked at each other uncomfortably. No one knew what to say. It was obvious at this point that Ginny still had an emotional attachment to Harry, no matter what the redhead would say. For the longest time, Harry had always been by Ginny. The desire of being Ginny Weasley, not Ron's little sister, was fulfilled. Only the relationship was just friends. It seemed impossible for friend stage to girlfriend-boyfriend stage. Now that Ginny is planning a wedding for Harry and his anonymous bride, that had struck a tight chord. For one, as a friend, Ginny has the right to know who the bride is. After all, isn't that what peer approval is? Harry is marrying someone that Ginny, who can be his best friend, doesn't even know. What hurts even more is that Ginny didn't even know he was dating or even considering a long-term involvement with someone until the letter to ask for Ginny's assistance. Another point, the more obvious one, is the emotional pain of knowing someone you have felt deeply be with another person. It isn't even jealousy anymore. There is not really a person to be jealous of. There are guesses, but who is to judge the female in question is indeed the bride? I am sorry, Jin, Parvati said in a small voice. It was obvious to everyone Ginny was hurting, and Harry probably can sense it too. If he doesn't, then he has spent too much time with Malfoy. Being an insensible git can be contagious. No, it is fine, croaked Ginny. She cleared her voice and straightened herself out mentally and physically, an action not missed by her friends. Hermione, being the moderator her job and her friendship with Harry and Ron demanded of her, knew the perfect change of subject. Not to sound superficial or anything, but Hermione paused dramatically while trying to speak with her hands. The motions were circles presenting her abdomen. Oh, congratulations on your pregnancy, Lavender said with a bright smile that was shared by Ginny and Parvati. Other murmurs of best wishes were voiced, but that wasn't the effect Hermione wanted. You'd think speaking with girls they would know the problem right under their noses, but no. Two fashion experts and a wedding planner cannot decipher Hermione's dilemma with her very subtle hints. Hello, girls. I am pregnant. Wedding happens to be in my 3rd trimester. Not a good thing. With a huff, Hermione collapsed on her chair. You are sounding superficial, Ginny pointed out bluntly. The absence of tact was needed. You shouldn't care what you look like. I am sure the bride would be happy just knowing you are there to support her. Besides, don't add more stress to yourself. The ministry gave you a long sick leave just so this pregnancy will be successful. Mentioning the bride made Ginny flinch, but Hermione needed to be stress-free. In Herm's previous pregnancy, she had a miscarriage due to stress from work. The repercussions from the Dark Lord were still affecting society, and the new ministry members had to work overtime to gain stability. Don't worry, Herm, the other girls chimed in. Ron and Hermione had been devastated after the first pregnancy, and now they were able to overcome the emotion barriers to try again. Besides, it is no use being so worried. If appearance is important, the aura during the pregnancy tends to bring loads of compliments. Lavender added. All the comforting statements directed to Hermione had succeeded in convincing the future mother to forget about the balloon she would have during the wedding. Now the next question is deciding which dress, Hermione announced when the previous topic was over. We need one that is flattering for a pregnant woman in her last trimester too. The latter comment earned Hermione 3 slaps on the arm. Hey, be nice. Yeah, when Ron hears we have been abusing my sister-in-law, he is going to strangle us, Ginny added. But Hermie is right. We need to decide on the dress. The three girls had a lovely time flipping through the catalogs. Upon hearing the bride will be wearing a white dress with light touches of purple, blue, and green, it was decided that the bridesmaid dresses should be blue and the maid of honor dress will be green. A compromise had to be made, but everyone acquiesced after a few nudges, more like bribes. I am going to look like a Christmas tree with my red hair and the green dress, Ginny declared. You won't be getting forest green. That will deter the attention from the bride. She is wearing light colors, so you will get a pale green or something. See, color 0956. Then it was the bridesmaids' turn to complain, or more like argue. I like this shade of blue. Lavender pointed at a baby blue-ish color. No, it is too milky and pastel. Why? My complexion is tanned and this will make me even darker, Parvati complained. This was one moment she didn't like her son Ki-Ed's skin color. How about this one? Hermione was looking at a pattern that was light blue with the color getting darker as the dress drapes down. No, this is too different from Ginny's. The coordination will be funny, Lavender said, still eyeing her favorite color. Knowing the tug-of-war of colors was not going to end soon, Ginny had to take charge. I'll change my dress to that pattern. Besides, this one matches the bride's dress better. Their waterfall type of color change will be a nice theme. I think Harry is subconsciously making the theme of the wedding tropical. We have lilies as centerpieces and other odd exotic flowers that I need to have anti-allergy charms cast on them. He did mention something about the bride being allergic to African violets, but that is off the bouquet list. Jin, stop it, Parvati exclaimed. Ginny turned to look at the older girl in confusion. Stop what? You need to stop calling the bride, the bride. I can hear the capital letters you are putting on, the, and, bride. This is a girl Harry is marrying. You can at least use some pronouns. You never know, the bride could be male, or an it, Lavender pointed out. She had too much tea snacks and the sugar was making her brain do odd things. Hermione rolled the nearest catalog, rolled it up, and hit the hyper girl in the head. This is Harry, my best friend of too many years, we are talking about. I think I would know his say-UAL preferences. Lavender shrugged. You never know. As the sugared girl said the sentence, she gathered all the catalogs together to make sure there was nothing to hit her head with. As interesting as this conversation might be, this is Harry. It might be funny with Malfoy, but the groom isn't the ferret. You have to admit, Jin, the ferret does look handsome, Lavender commented while giving Ginny the catalogs. Ginny took the stack and proceeded to hit Lavender in the head with it. Hey what? You asked for it. How did I ask for it? I don't believe I said, Ginny, will you please hit me? But you still have to admit Malfoy does look good. Otherwise poor Aurora would not have been attacked by rabid possible Malfoy fiancés. Ginny shook her head. Anyway, you handed me the stack of catalogs right after you made that comment about Malfoy. Any normal person would have hit you for saying that. Before Lavender could defend herself, Ginny gathered everything and bid everyone farewell. She needed to take care of the new decisions and schedule another meeting with Harry. That was the end of the girl talk. No answers on the bride were gotten, only speculations on Harry's preferences, which only posed more questions. But the meeting was productive. Decisions were made and Ginny's friends had succeeded in getting her mind off of the mysterious identity of the bride. Though thinking about how her friends had succeeded in doing that doesn't really get her mind off of the identity of Harry's fiancé. On Ginny's footstep, a patient Aurora was waiting on the stairs. She could use her wand to enter Ginny's house, but that would scare Ginny to death since she wasn't supposed to back until July. But it seems the people she and Malfoy were looking for found them first. Now the funny thing is why Draco needed to speak with Harry, desperately, too. Since Aurora's home wasn't really in London, she thought going to Ginny's house would be a good idea. After all, she still hasn't got a reply. Maybe she got another wedding to plan. Now I wonder why she didn't tell me. Aurora. The dark-haired girl looked up. Ginny, it is so good to be back. Wow, aren't you supposed to be back until July? Ginny asked happily. Aurora brushed off the questions with a shrug. Long story. One that I will explain after I get used to the wintry climate and the time zone. The Auror looked at the think folder Ginny was holding. I see you have got another wedding to plan. Yep. Good ol' Harry's. Ginny nodded vigorously, mixed with a comical expression of wagging eyebrows and pursed lips. Well, I guess I will have to congratulate him when I see him tomorrow. So who is the bride? Aurora asked casually. Though Ginny's reactions was everything but casual. The Weasley jumped about 3 feet. Aurora looked at Ginny with a worried expression. Ginny didn't respond. She quickly got out her keys and opened the door. When both women were comfortably settled in the living room, that was when Aurora finally asked her questions. Gin, what is wrong? The worried expression was still on Aurora's face. Her eyebrows were in a V over the wire-framed glasses that the Auror quickly took off. Nothing. Aurora gave Ginny a hard look. After knowing you for so long, there is practically nothing you can hide from me. And even if you decide to be secretive, I always have ways of finding out. Still seeing no response from the younger redhead, the Auror decided to try a different approach. She sat next to Ginny and went into mother mode. Please Ginny, tell me what is wrong, Aurora began as she rubbed comforting circles on Ginny's back, much like how mothers comfort a crying child. You know, I am not going to sleep unless you tell me. The motherly attitude snapped back to friendly informalities. And you know how irritable I get. Ginny couldn't help but laugh at her best friend. You are impossible, you that. But the scary thing is, you actually will refrain from sleeping until you get what you wanted. Aurora replied with a wide grin. Now spill. I am not sure how long I can stay awake. The Caribbean time zone is too different, not to mention the climate too. Okay, where should I begin? Ginny asked. There was too much wrong. Everything is driving her insane. The little conversations inside her head about the identity of Harry's fiancé, the many apology notes and speeches she had to make, and enduring the emotional ups and downs that comes with spending time with Harry. How about the reason why you jumped when I asked the identity of Harry's bride? Aurora suggested. I know I sound highly insensitive, but I am curious myself. I don't think anyone was that involved with Harry. If it wasn't you who told me this, I would have thought you were the bride. Ginny looked at her friend in surprise. Oh, don't tell me you didn't notice Ginny. He always flirts with you, though I suppose he is much more subtle than Draco, but I digress. Aurora, what you are saying isn't helping me at all. Ginny complained, though it sounded more like a whine. Aurora nodded her head silently while patting Ginny's head gingerly. Sorry. It was odd for an Auror to squeak, but this was Aurora. Apologies and thanks come out of her mouth every 5 seconds, and they are always squeaked out. That prank Harry and Ron played on her had rubbed off. Now the Slytherin graduate apologizes like crazy. At least this time, Aurora didn't go on and on and on. Anyway, back on that nasty, horrid, annoying, icky subject. Aurora looked at Ginny in surprise. Some must have struck Ginny's nerve repeatedly for the redhead to have such a big reaction to it. This would be the time a redhead temper is even outdone, though Ginny is a redhead. Well, it was Christmas Eve when I got a letter from Harry asking me to plan his wedding. It was also the day that you left too. Ginny paused as she struggled mentally. Should she tell her best friend that she was suspicious, or should she skip over? The look on Aurora's face gave a quick answer. After taking interrogation lessons, Aurora is pretty familiar with how to question a person. Go on Ginny, tell me everything. Every little detail, even the little conversations with your subconscious. I know you get them quite often, Aurora coaxed, showing she wouldn't mind what Ginny said, even if it meant accusing her of murder. Well, not really, but Ginny would never do that. My initial reaction when I found out you weren't there was, oh my. Don't tell me it was Aurora. I had saw an article earlier about you being engaged to Harry. Aurora nodded slowly, making Ginny nervous. Is her best friend mad at her assumption? When she saw the dark-haired girl shrugged while trying to hide a smile of utter surprise, Ginny continued. I knew that was outrageous since you said yourself you will never marry a Gryffindor. But anyway, all sorts of assumptions popped in my head. Though I have to say you popped out a lot. It's just your letters were not so deep. Ginny looked up expectantly at her friend, hoping to get a better word for the feeling. I am sorry about that. Oh, you have something to hide. Ginny teased, feeling more at ease. The red coloring on the usually composed Auror's face was enough to send Ginny into giggles. It usually takes a lot to send the Slytherin into mental unbalance, although only small amounts of caffeine and sugar are needed. Nope, nothing, Aurora answered too quickly. Ginny gave her the Weasley version of a Slytherin questioning look. Oh right, it might have to do with the fact that the stupid ministry reserved a honeymoon suite for Draco and I, and that I has to change my image into an auburn bimbo hanging on the arm of a new Malfoy. Brown hair does not suit him. Eck, this is the last time I am actually unbelievably flirtatious and somehow keep my IQ at the same level while gazing at Mr. PMS through my too long eyelashes. Ginny could already imagine the scenario, and Aurora would definitely be squirming in discomfort. It had taken her 3 years to get Aurora to confess she didn't hate Malfoy as much as she acted like she did. This mission probably was just as uneasy as planning Harry's wedding. At least Ginny was 100% sure her best friend was engaged to her crushed male best friend. But back to you. I seriously didn't know Harry was engaged. The last time I checked, the bimbos at the front desk flirted with Harry and Draco shamelessly. Seeing them makes me want to gag. But then again, those observations did help me with my role, which I believe helped shorten the mission by half a year. Aurora continued. It was a sure thing she liked to talk. That's why Ginny and her got along. Ginny listen, Aurora talks. Aurora listen, Ginny talks. Okay, but Harry won't tell me who his bride is and I happen to be the maid of honor, Ginny mumbled as calmly as possible. The frustration was enough to increase her voice to allow people in China to hear her. He what? Aurora exclaimed, jumping out of her seat. Somehow this had made Aurora frustrated as well. Her hair now resembled a bird nest and Ginny was positive there would be a hole in the carpet if she had any carpet. But to make matters worse, Hermione, Lavender, and Parvati are bridesmaids. And they won't even tell me who the freaking bride is. Ginny had lost control of her emotions. It actually felt good to be able to blow up like that. The cathartic complaining had released all her tension, and with a small smile, Ginny added, "Did you know that Harry is about as indecisive as a person can be?" Aurora blinked twice, then 3 more times. You know what? This is giving me a headache. I am going to take a nap and clear my jet-lagged brain. Besides, I have to report to the ministry soon anyway. I'll yell at Potter later. And if I am lucky, or unlucky as the case may be, I will find some secretaries to take my anger out on. A certain Platinum B-owned Auror is a good source of venting out frustration too. He didn't even help me with my luggage. Ginny looked at her friend, unsure of what to do. She watched idly as Aurora settled on the couch and arrived in dreamland. Well, that's Aurora, acting on whims. The definition of randomness should be, see class in Aurora. Knowing watching a person sleep was not very productive and smart for a wedding planner to do, Ginny opened her portfolio and began working on her arrangements. Halfway through, Mimi came back from her flying adventure. It seems the owl thought her next stunt was to show how much she likes the sleeping Aurora. This usually consisted of owlish shrieking, snuggling, and tickling the person's nose with wing feathers. That had been quite a task for Ginny since Mimi had extraordinary strength and energy for one so small. Thump. Ginny had been chasing Mimi and keeping her from Aurora for 15 minutes already. The living room looked like it had barely survived an earthquake. It was surprising how Aurora was able to sleep through all the ruckus. Suddenly, a high-pitched beep sounded from nowhere. The noise surprised both the owl and its owner, causing the two to fall over a wooden chair. Obviously, another loud noise was made. That didn't matter since the Auror was already awake. Darn the socks, Aurora cursed. She looked attentive and was ready for another assignment from the ministry. Ginny was tried to keep herself from laughing. Sure, Aurora looked attentive, but somehow she didn't notice the odd sight of Ginny tangled in a chair with Mimi caught between Ginny and the chair. I have to leave, Gin. The ministry just called. Ginny. This was when Aurora finally did look up. She saw the mess and the tangled bodies and object with unfazed expressions. Would you like to join me to a trip to the lovely Ministry of Magic? Apparating is much better than using portkeys, Ginny thought. At least then, I don't have to worry about touching grotesque portkeys and landing on someone. Thank goodness I feel embarrassment now. I don't know how I would have handled the dinner if my face decided to stay beet red. Ginny, Aurora asked, making Ginny jump mentally. When the redhead realized she didn't appear on someone, she relaxed visibly. Your face is red. What happened? Oh, nothing, Ginny muttered, feeling her cheeks get hotter no matter how hard she tried. Aurora gave Ginny her famous, if that was true, I am a mountain troll, look. I'm just not very keen on popping out of nowhere. Ginny trailed off, hoping Aurora would understand and let the subject drop. You are a horrible actress, Aurora said with a laugh. I know you always loved to apparate and disapparate. The only means of popping out of nowhere that you do not like that much is portkeys. And that is because you didn't like the trash that was used to make one. Relax, Ginny. Seeing Harry shouldn't be that hard. You have to plan his wedding, so better gather your wits together and march in there like a stuck-up professional. And if he bothers you, I will be there in a second to throw his a punch or hex, whatever is easiest. How am I supposed to gather my wits when the last time we were together, I landed on him due to the stupid portkeys, then those street musicians made me dance with him on New Year's Eve with fireworks going off. Ginny explained with trying to keep her voice in check. It wasn't loud, but the fierce stage whisper was enough to show how tense she felt. Then I stomp off without apparating. Harry probably think I am stupid or something. Ginny knew she was being childish, but a person is allowed a break once in a while. She noticed Aurora's mouth was in a not so well-mannered O. I am ready to go in now, Ginny announced. Without waiting for Aurora's reaction, Ginny walked confidently like a stuck-up professional to the front door of the elegant building also known as the Ministry of Magic headquarters. May I see your ID please? The doorman questioned Ginny. Hi Jack, don't worry about her ID. You have seen Miss Weasley many times, Aurora's voice came from behind. Sorry Miss Klassen, but Minister orders. Security must be increased. We can't let non-ministry workers enter, Jack the doorman answered. Uh-oh, thinking on feet is needed. Miss Weasley is planning a very important event for Mr. Potter. She has an appointment with him. Aurora looked at watch and continued, and she is already 10 minutes late. I am very sorry Miss Klassen. It isn't that I don't believe you, but we have a policy. Then he turned to Ginny. Miss Weasley, do you have your temporary pass? Ginny looked at Aurora completely confused. Seeing Aurora's signal to lie, Ginny muttered, I forgot the pass. I am sorry Miss Weasley. Let me get Mr. Potter, he needs to grant you admission. Out of the corner of Ginny's vision, she could see Aurora being childish, stamping the ground silently and pouting. Miss Klassen, you may enter now. Ginny struggled to maintain her professional exterior when Jack turned to speak to Aurora. The Auror was still pouting. Deciding it was better for her image to just walk off, Aurora left Ginny at the entrance. Should I just wait here? Ginny asked. Have a seat Miss Weasley. Wait while I find Mr. Potter. Jack brought Ginny into his mini office and he went to his makeshift fireplace. A head popped to the small opening of the door. It was Aurora. I'll fetch Harry, she mouthed. I am sorry Miss Weasley, Jack the doorman said after a few minutes. I cannot find Mr. Potter. Just as Jack said that, a nicely dressed Harry Potter landed in the middle of the small office. Ow, I think my tailbone is going to be bruised. Harry, Ginny asked, jumping to her feet. Are you all right? What happened? Nothing is hurt besides your tailbone, right? Hi Ginny, Harry replied, unnaturally calm for someone who just landed on his behind. The next time Aurora is mad at me, please give me a warning. She decided to use the hurling hex on me the first thing in the morning. The next time Aurora is mad at me, please give me a warning. She decided to use the hurling hex on me the first thing in the morning, Harry explained calmly. Ginny didn't know how to react. Now why would Aurora be mad? Oh. That was all Ginny could get her dry mouth to say. The dried vocal cords in her mental blank couldn't have come at a more inopportune time. Would you by any chance know why she is mad enough to send you a hurling hex that sent you down to this office? Harry blinked owlishly before shrugging. I was hoping you could answer that for me. This time, it was Ginny's turn to look clueless. Nothing was said between the two for a while. Jack was the one that broke the silence. Well, Miss Weasley, I guess you could enter now. Jack trailed off. Before Ginny or Harry could get to the door, Jack walked out to continue his job. Ginny helped Harry up, though the help was standing by him worrying endlessly and apologizing for Aurora's actions. "Stop it, Gin," Harry declared, somehow very embarrassed. "If you are going to apologize for Aurora for everything she did to me, save your breath. I may get along with her better than Malfoy, but she is still a Slytherin, ambitious and disliked your Finders." Ginny opened her mouth this time to defend her other best friend. Before she could utter out, "But," Harry added, "Gryffindors like me." "Be the more reasonable person, Harry. If she really dislike you that much, why is she still working with you?" Ginny reasoned. She was about to say, "Be reasonable," but since Aurora probably didn't have a good reason for hexing Harry, Ginny changed it to, "the more reasonable person." "Whatever, Gin." As I was falling through the building, Harry looked up at the ceiling. Miraculously, there were no evidences of him falling through it. "Aurora yelled for me to get you up as well. So come on. I really don't want to displease her at this point." "Probably right. She just got back today and had only slept for 2 hours," Ginny said in agreement. It was much easier to have a conversation with Harry now since the topic wasn't closely related to the wedding as well. Harry had increased the length and speed of his strides when he as Ginny had answered. Walking from the first floor to the Auror's office takes much longer than the speed access only for people of top positions. Walking past the general lobby had been quite a task since the room contains too many people for Ginny's liking. Just seeing all the young females giving extra looks to Harry then her was disturbing enough. Knowing Aurora, she would have smuggled Ginny to the speed access rather than taking the long way round. Harry had been following the rules far too much to fit his Hogwarts year. But I guess the disobedience at school was caused by the constant threat on his life, as well as the well-being of the rest of the Wizarding Society. Soon, Harry led Ginny around a corner, where everything was suddenly more quiet. Noises of people talking was replaced by scratches of the quill, quiet mutterings of conferences, and muffled cries of, "Help." Everyone in the smaller office looked up from his or her work. One secretary put a quieting charm on one of the doors marked, "Classin Malfoy Potter." Ginny looked expectantly at Harry, who chose to ignore everything and casually opened that door when they reached it. A thump was heard as Harry's hand touched the doorknob. Harry, what exactly is going on in there?" Ginny asked in a small voice. The volume didn't need to be lowered, but just being in a professional environment was enough to cause Ginny to be timid. "I have absolutely no clue." Harry slowly opened the door, which revealed a large chamber resembling a sitting room, and 3 doors each marked with the 3 last names on the initial door. In the door marked, "Malfoy," a rather loud thud was heard. "Malfoy, what is going on in there?" Harry called out. When he heard no response, Harry used a powerful unlocking spell to open the door, blasting the opening clear of obstacles. Inside Draco Malfoy's office, everything was neatly in place. The only sight that was an aberration was the fact that the user of the room was bound to the tube in which message can be quickly transported to the minister. The Auror looked pathetic as his mouth was covered in Muggle duct tape, and other than that, he greatly resembled an Egyptian mummy from the neck down. "Hello, Harry," Ginny, a feminine voice said. The sound came from the corner of the room where the work desk was located. Aurora sat behind the desk with a satisfactory smile on her face. "And hello, Minister." Harry and Ginny turned back sharply. A man dressed in a prim suit had a companion by his side. The minister struggled to find words. He gestured towards Aurora and the currently invalid Malfoy, trying to explain the situation. And these 2 people would be Aurora Classin and Draco Malfoy. The other man raised his eyebrow in respect. Aurora smiled a greeting while Malfoy grunted. Ginny looked at the 2 of the best Aurors in Europe, unsure of what to expect. Aurora certainly has a very odd way of treating the guy of her dreams. I highly doubt beating Harry up will get him to like me, though let's not get on that subject. He is engaged, for goodness sake. What does Ginny need to happen to her before finally getting that hint? Oh no, please not this route of conversation again. While Ginny was busy with her own thoughts, Aurora had given Malfoy a hard kick in what seems like where his shin would be. Ow, damn it, geez. I am going to have a permanent bruise there now. Malfoy shouted through his nearly mummified lips. Ginny broke away from her thoughts to witness the lovely event. How many times do you see Draco Malfoy? the son of an ex-Death Eater, heir of the Malfoy fortune and half of the Slytherin fortune. Yep, Lucius was on the very good side of the Dark Lord, and Witches Weekly's one of the handsomest bachelors being treated like a mere servant. Aurora waved her wand at Malfoy, threatening him to be quiet. Since Mr. Malfoy was raised under the impression of, "I am the prince of the world," he made the wise decision of not obeying. A loud thwack was heard and Ginny noticed there was a large hole in the floor. "Whoa!" Malfoy shouted as he made his way down to somewhere. The minister, his guest, Harry, and Ginny walked to the side of the hole. To everyone but Harry's surprise, the view they saw was Jack the doorman's office. The fallen Auror's moan of pain could not be heard, but the aggrieved expression on his face was quite visible 5 stories up. The minister coughed to bring everyone's attention back to him. "As you can see, Senor Castillo, Miss Classen is one of our best Aurors. She and Mr. Malfoy had just finished their last mission in record time. The deadline was in July." It took a moment for the minister to notice Ginny in the room. "And why are you here, miss?" Ginny opened and closed her mouth a couple of times, unsure of how to explain. She actually didn't know herself why Aurora dragged her along. "Ginny is my maid of honor in my upcoming wedding, Minister," Aurora explained casually. The minister shrugged and continued singing praises to the Aurors in the room. Ginny noticed both Harry and Aurora rolling their eyes every 5 seconds. How mature. After 10 minutes of compliments and the egos of the 2 Aurors currently in the room fighting for space in the atmosphere, a very skinny secretary walked in, helping Malfoy. The fall he had experienced apparently was much more painful than Harry's. The secretary gingerly supported the Slytherin's arms since he was too vain to admit he needed help. Though that was strange when he showed no apprehension for complaining like a baby. Fiery wand. "Aurora, you really need attend an anger management class," the blonde Auror cried out. Seeing as Aurora wasn't about to give up her place in Malfoy's chair, there was an interesting sort of battle going on. Nothing unusual could be seen, but the tension in the air was quite noticeable. "Aurora, why don't you let Mr. Malfoy sit down? He has gotten quite a fall," the secretary, fashion model, chided. Ginny knew Aurora wasn't a person to be chided, not to mention the familiarities the other female used for Aurora and the tone of respect heard when she said, "Mr. Malfoy," does not help put the girl in Aurora's list of tolerables. "I am sure Mr. Malfoy is able to transform another chair for him to sit on," Aurora answered back, mocking the secretary's sweet tone. Since the minister and his guest had left as Malfoy came back to his office, the already low maturity and professionalism in the room had dropped even more. What exactly is Aurora doing? Transfiguration is not her strong point and she wants Malfoy to change something into a chair. Exclamation mark. He could easily change her into a chair. Ginny cringed at the thought of having Malfoy sitting on her friend all day long. She looked at Harry, hoping he might be able to stop to whatever might happen. Knowing Aurora, the girl has a tendency to speak before thinking. Sometime Ginny wonders who is mature one in her friendship of Aurora. Are all Slytherins as immature and stubborn like Malfoy and my dear best friend? Harry actually had an amused expression of his face. This was the first thing that shocked Ginny. The second was the fact that Malfoy transfigured the coat hanger into a chair instead. Ginny was certain that Malfoy would have taken his anger and frustration out on Aurora due to the murderous look he was sending to just about anyone making eye contact. The leggy secretary had decided to treat Malfoy with gentle care, cautiously helping him into his chair. Just seeing the sycophantic actions of the other female make Ginny gag, and she has noticed Aurora's look of pure disgust as well. The room was silent as everyone watched the secretary carefully get back to her full 5 featuring 10 in height with heels. Flashing a bright and flirty smile at Harry, she sauntered back to the main lobby. Harry had coughed to break whatever tension was in the room. Since no one really reacted, he inconspicuously gestured for Ginny to follow. That didn't work very well since Aurora had began speaking again, and this time, she was talking to Harry. "Harry," Aurora began sweetly. "Oh," the same sweetness that signals the beginning of another Aurora Classen outburst of anger, or in this case, annoyance. "So why did you say you wanted Ginny to plan your wedding when you were asking her to plan Draco's and mine?" Ginny audibly gulped. She couldn't have been any more blunt. "Merlin, Aurora could have given me some sort of warning about her engagement with Malfoy. I know the newspapers had made an announcement of some sort about her being engaged to Malfoy, one that Aurora didn't openly oppose, but still. Harry flinched. The eye contact he made with Malfoy erased any sign of he and Malfoy's innocence, so much for being inconspicuous. Yep, shifting his weight, stalling the answer, definitely the typical signs of a nervous Harry trying to hide something. Ooh, and there is Malfoy playing with his hair, there goes the stylist's hard work. Well, Harry dragged on. He had been repeating words of the same sort for what felt like 5 minutes, though it was only 30 seconds. Looking at his male mate in the room, Malfoy had nodded. Harry began with another, well, sort of phrase. Since this last mission you and Draco were assigned was supposed to take nearly half of a year, Draco decided to surprise you once the assignment was completed with a wedding. I happen to remember you and Ginny having this conversation about dream weddings, so I had offered to help Malfoy with his attempt of wooing his future wife. Noticing Harry had nothing further to explain, Malfoy looked like he was trying to shrink to disappear, and Aurora had gotten out of her seat. Ginny chose to blink and look confused. What else is better than looking frazzled in a conversation of this sort? Oh, I am getting a migraine, Aurora declared and exited the room. Ginny stood her ground looking at the two full-grown men in the room that looked like defeated Pee Wee League soccer players. Couldn't you have just told me the wedding was for Aurora? Ginny asked finally. The question was one of those obvious ones where people's responses are sarcastic. Great observations, Watson, or, way to go Captain Obvious. Besides, Ginny added, the floral arrangements are somewhat off. She was about to continue pointing out the differences in what Aurora's dream wedding was, but a dark-haired head popped out motioning for Ginny to follow. The boys' plans for a secret wedding were foiled, and that was a good thing. The floral arrangements did not match what Aurora wanted. Working with a female had been much easier for Ginny. Not to mention it meant working with her best female friend. Maybe there was a slight difference in the language a guy uses and the words chosen by girls. Planning with Aurora had made some things easier to take care of. Aside from sharing same tastes, which best friends usually do, there weren't side comments about some things being too feminine, or worry about it at least. Since Malfoy did want the wedding to be perfect for his fiancée, the two girls had permission to do whatever they wanted. Also with the Malfoy budget for things, it was easy to say money was never an issue. Now the problems that arise with Aurora being present is the fact that the dresses that were chosen needed to be looked over. I really don't trust the men's tastes in wedding dresses. Last time I had asked Draco for his opinion, he chose a lime green top with bright yellow bottom. And his excuse was, we are in the Caribbean, flashy clothing is the trend. Then when I asked him to look like a beacon as well, his snooty reply was, Malfoys must keep their dignity in all situations. That's hypocritical of him. After all, you are going to be a Malfoy in a bit, Ginny comforted. I am keeping my last name, Aurora replied with a smile. There is absolutely no way I am going to be Aurora Malfoy. Somehow it seems oxymoronic. Ginny nodded with a smile. It was true that Aurora Malfoy is an oxymoron. The Malfoy family is associated with the dark and as snobby aristocrats. Now on the other hand, Aurora is the happy Slytherin that decided to befriend the enemy house, Gryffindor. Your whole union is an oxymoron, Ginny said jokingly. I never thought you two would be together. No one thought it, which was why it was such a secret in the first place, Aurora replied, mistaking Ginny's joke for seriousness. I hope you are not mad at me. No, why would you think that? I mean, the rumor of your engagement with Malfoy had caused a big problem. What would it be like if it were true? I am not about to lose a great friend because some crazed girls or who are in love with Malfoy decided to hunt you down. Ah, Ginny, you are so sweet. Harry really is missing out if he doesn't notice you. Ginny glared at Aurora. The moment she is back, she teases me about Harry. Well, at least she doesn't do that right in front of Harry. Well, back to clothing. The magazine that we chose the dresses from were from top designers, Ginny pointed out, defending Harry and Malfoy's choice of clothing for the occasion. They are fashionable, but that's are the catalogs that Draco's mother looks at. Personally, I do not like their wedding dress. I know for certain your dress was not chosen out of a catalog or anything. Harry only gave me a picture of the design. Ginny dug through her portfolio that was renamed Aurora's Wedding, and fetched the picture out. I think Harry mentioned something about getting it custom made. Aurora looked at the picture in awe for a few moments before breaking into a laugh. This feels so weird. Draco and I are getting married, yet the name commonly heard is Harry's. Well, when you get married, Gin, Draco and I will plan it so what Harry did for us will be repaid. Ginny had to laugh along as well. Yes, it is weird. Oh well, I know I am not going to plan my own wedding so you and Hermione can battle out the right to plan Harry and. Ginny choked when she discovered Aurora's insinuation. Hey, wait a minute, who said I would be marrying Harry? Aurora merely shrugged, though when she turned her back, a well-aimed pillow hit her head. Oh, you did not just send a pillow at my head, Ginny. Aurora threatened with a smile. The numerous pillow fights the two friends had were famous for the duration. On an average day, the fight can last a half an hour, but today was not an ordinary day. The joy of planning a wedding without any more mysteries was a cathartic effect, but the stored-up energy must be exercised somewhere. After fighting for nearly 2 hours, a ruffled owl, many flying feathers, and a few friendly curses and hexes, Ginny and Aurora had decided to continue their wedding planning. This meant going to the various shops again. First stop was to check on the bridesmaids' dresses, which were finished the day before, and then Aurora must help Ginny choose the maid of honor dress. To top off that, the two ladies still needed to get something for the men in the ceremony. This proved to be difficult since neither Ginny nor Aurora knew who would be the groomsman and best man. But Harry seemed to be the best candidate in Aurora's mind and secretly in Ginny's as well. Then she wouldn't have to dance with someone she didn't know well. Come on, Aurora, we have to meet the guys in a bit. Ginny rushed when the girls had finished their furious wand-waving efforts to clean the room. Meanwhile in the Malfoy mansion. What? Shouted the mistress of the Malfoy manor. The paper she held in her hand was thrown across the drawing room. The headline was, Malfoy heir to marry the youngest Weasley. Being the current queen-like figure in the Malfoy clan, Narcissa Malfoy must keep up the current news and rumors circling about featuring her family. The newest edition of this certain tabloid didn't settle well with the older Malfoy. The picture inside wasn't one with Draco and Ginny getting cozy, thank goodness, but it was one of Aurora putting a wedding dress in front of Ginny. Oh, why are you doing this to me? Narcissa grumbled. It was valid to say Narcissa chose Aurora as her successor. The Malfoys needed an independent girl to brighten up the usually boring aristocratic life. However, the excitement Narcissa expected was not an uncomfortable encounter with the tabloids, not to mention raging Weasleys. To make matters worse, the article decided to make the presumption that Narcissa's dear successor was to marry the Wizarding Society's golden boy, Harry Potter. This is another sign of bad news since the sources say Ginny Weasley fancies Harry Potter. Not to mention this was confirmed by Draco's endless taunts about Ginny and Harry while at Hogwarts and Aurora's shouts of frustration about her clueless friends. Oh bother, this is not good, Narcissa Malfoy said, massaging her temple. Another crisis to take care of. Her previous outburst for the unauthorized announcement of the engagement of Draco and Aurora had earned the Malfoy queen respect among the media. Merlin's beard. The last news about Aurora and Draco had meant bad consequences for Aurora. What is going to happen to the poor Weasley girl? Oh, please don't let them get hurt. Please don't let them get hurt. Ginny prayed silently for the makers of the bridesmaids' dresses. The color of the dress was wrong. Instead of a light-colored green, the color was a dark forest green. The wedding is in the summer, not during the winter. Dark colors make the event forlorn. Sheesh. Getting married should be happy. The lighter colors show happiness. Ginny looked at her friend wondering when the explosion would happen. It was more unnerving to have Aurora rambling like a constant monologue than just one powerful hex direction at someone or some object. I am sorry, Miss Klassen. We will have the dresses fixed by tomorrow, the shopkeeper mumbled with a shaking voice. He at least has enough sense to act inferior. And look, Aurora is calming down already, but she still looks skeptical. Grr. Come on, Aurora, I want some snacks and a rest. We have been walking around for the better half of the day. Good move, Ginny. Now you have just saved the shopkeeper's life and perhaps his business too. Aurora paused to do what Ginny calls the distress exercise, and silently nodded without acknowledging the shopkeeper. Ginny didn't have to drag Aurora out, but the need to treat Aurora like a child was apparent when the supposed grown-up won't eat. Ginny, if the dresses had problem, something else must be wrong too. Aurora, get a grip. Your wedding is still months away, problems are bound to happen. But you have time, come on. I did mean it when I said I wanted some snacks. Aurora shrugged and followed Ginny to the ice cream stand. A mint chocolate chip with a scoop of strawberry please, Ginny ordered. She looked at Aurora who nodded, and another one with mint chocolate chip, only no strawberry. After waiting a few moments, Ginny had 2 waffle bowls with ice cream piled beyond the top in her hand. Eat, Ginny ordered. In a situation like this, the best way to get Aurora to comply is being motherly and bossy. Scooping up a large chunk of ice cream, Ginny jammed it in front of Aurora's face. You'd make a good mother, Aurora said sarcastically. What a great way of feeding you, kid. Ginny rolled her eyes. My child would not be in her early 20s with the ability to feed herself. Aurora took the spoon from Ginny's hand and proceeded to eat her ice cream. The joy of having the creamy dessert melt on the tongue was the perfect way for Ginny to get relaxed and Aurora to forget about the stress of her wedding. The 2 best friends had long finished their ice cream and were just sitting at the table chatting happily about just about anything that can be the topic of conversation. Aurora, why are those girls giving me harsh looks? Ginny asked after she noticed the third group of girls glaring at her within 5 minutes. Aurora turned to look around and the girls scuttled off acting as if nothing happened, or they had just played a prank. I don't know. Did any tabloid feature anything about you? Aurora asked. Taking you to the office and me causing a scene probably wasn't such a good idea. Some of the people that work in the lobby are nosy and can't keep their mouths shut. Ginny searched her head about anything that might lead to her being in trouble with the media. Nope, nothing that I can remember. And I haven't read any sort of paper like those in a while. Aurora was about to respond, but a formally dressed man walked up to the 2 friends relaxing. Miss Classen, Miss Weasley, the man bowed in respect. Mrs. Malfoy wishes to speak with you. Ginny rose her eyebrows silently inquiring what was wrong. Aurora shrugged mentally back. Thank you, Jeffrey. Is it urgent? Yes, I believe Mrs. Malfoy said immediately. Aurora nodded and began cleaning her mess from the ice cream. Give me 5 minutes. Jeffrey nodded and dissipated, probably back to the Malfoy manor. Ginny was confused during the entire conversation. What did the Narcissa Malfoy want with her? She may be friends with a future Malfoy, but the Weasleys and Malfoys still did not get along, especially for the generations prior to hers. A flutter of a wing distracted Ginny from her jumbled thoughts. Isn't that your parents' owl? Aurora asked. Ginny nodded and took the note off the little owl's claws. Reading the note rapidly, Ginny's eyebrows formed into a V. What is wrong? My parents want to talk to me immediately as well. Just as Ginny muttered this, an ordinary owl dropped a tabloid-like magazine onto the table. The headline was in bold letters and animated by magic to flash. Both ladies glanced at the cover, and simultaneously cursed. Oh poop. Gin, I really need to go to the Malfoy manor. You send a reply to your parents that you will meet them there. Also tell them that I will be there as well. This way, there will be no more assumptions that will make the problem worse, Aurora directed, which Ginny complied. With a pop, both ladies disappeared and found moments later on the outskirts of the Malfoy territory. Ginny was in awe with the environment around her. Tall trees and green grass with little patches of wild flowers surrounded her. The resemblance to her dream location to be was uncanny. Great, the one sort of place I like happens to be situated on the outskirts of the Malfoy manor. Aurora seemed undisturbed by the scenery though. She marched to Ginny and pulled Ginny towards somewhere. The place the 2 girls had landed could easily be passed for the center of a forest. Aurora, are you sure we are at the right place? Ginny asked. The situation was ideal for being lost. Apparate somewhere that looks like the middle of nowhere. Aurora merely nodded and held out her wand. She muttered some incantation that Ginny couldn't hear, and a door appeared. Aurora turned the knob and motioned for Ginny to enter. Just looking through the door looked like you were about to walk into oblivion. But once you stepped through, momentary darkness and a large gate appeared. Jeffrey was right by the gate and ushered Aurora and Ginny in. "Welcome to the Malfoy Manor," Jeffrey greeted. "Mrs. Malfoy is waiting for them in the drawing room." Ginny followed Aurora to the long path to enter the actual building. "Wait," Ginny stopped suddenly. "If we went through this difficult task of getting to the house, wouldn't my parents have a hard time?" "They shouldn't," Aurora answered. "Your father had many raids to the manor, he should know the way." Ginny shrugged. The answer didn't settle her doubts. But he had ministry permission then. They must have had some special spell or whatever to penetrate the security system. Aurora nodded thoughtfully and forced Ginny to continue again. "Come on. I know Mrs. Malfoy does not like to be kept in waiting. We better hurry. I ask about your parents later. It will take a while for the owl to reach them anyway." "Hello Aurora, Miss Weasley," Narcissa Malfoy said in greeting. A table set for 5 people were in the middle of the room. "Please take a seat. Our discussion will begin once your parent arrive, Ginny." "Well, that solves the problem of them getting here," Aurora announced. Ginny winced at Aurora's actions. Wouldn't it offend the older Malfoy? Bracing for a denouncement, Ginny tensed. However, Mrs. Malfoy's reaction was a twinkling laugh. "I had thought Molly and Arthur Weasley would want to speak to their only daughter about this situation," Narcissa answered. "You do know the situation, right?" Aurora nodded. "Good. The owl reached you on time then." "I didn't get to read the article," Aurora began. "What did they say exactly?" Narcissa began to paraphrase the article. Once her story was done, Ginny's parents still have not arrived. I think they might have gotten lost," Narcissa guessed. "Jeffrey." The man quickly appeared. "Yes, madam. Please go make sure the Weasleys are not lost." The man bowed and went off to complete his task, in whichever way. "Now you have been very quiet, Ginny," Narcissa observed. "You needn't be so stressed about meeting me. After all, I am certain we will be seeing more of each other. I don't mean for Aurora to end all contact with you once she gets married." Ginny blushed at the older woman's clairvoyance. "I know the Malfoys and Weasleys have had a long grudge, however, with Draco and Aurora's union, I hope to end this silly animosity. Though I didn't expect for it to be you and Draco." Ginny's only response was a redder face. It was then Aurora chose to save Ginny's dignity. "Mrs. Malfoy, did you send for Harry and Draco as well? I think they need to be present too. Call me anything but that, dear. After all, you are going to be my daughter in a few months," the older woman chided with a smile. Her fondness for Aurora was quite evident in her behavior. "I did send for them, but Draco said they will be late. It seems the ministry wants him and Harry to question some person." "Please excuse me," Aurora declared. Ginny looked at her friend with widened eyes. "What is she pulling? She is not supposed to leave me with Narcissa Malfoy. This is Narcissa Malfoy of all people." To Ginny's awful luck, she was indeed left alone with Narcissa Malfoy. Ginny's took advantage of her having 2 hands to calm her nerves. If she thought waiting for her Hogwarts letter was nerve-wracking, this was infinitively worse. Having a demanding aristocratic housewife swirling her tea while pursing her lips was not easy on thoughts of impending doom. "So Miss Weasley, I heard you were planning Draco and Aurora's wedding," the older woman said, perhaps making conversation. "That are giving me time to feel relaxed then take a strike." "Yes, Mrs. Malfoy. Please don't call me that. It makes me feel old." Narcissa would be fine. The smile that accompanied the comment made Ginny flinch inwardly. "Why do I feel like I am meeting my in-laws? One secret test after another, waiting for you to mess up, and before you know it, you are kicked out." Ginny could hear footsteps approaching her. Though for a few moments, Ginny had thought it was her imagination, and for a flutter in her stomach, Ginny sincerely wished the noise belonged to her parents. To Ginny's relief, the footsteps had belonged to a maid, who brought more tea. Silence had endured. Mrs. Malfoy was still stirring her tea with pursed lips, and Ginny was a nervous wreck inside. The 2 ladies sat quietly with their mind immersed in their own thoughts. While Ginny had random phrases popping in her otherwise blank mind, Mrs. Malfoy was busy planning Project Fix-Up for the media proclamation. Aurora's absence felt like eternity for the 2 ladies. For one, Silence has always been a sign of weakness in the Malfoy code of conduct. And 2. Both ladies were from opposite ends of the poles. "Hi, I am back," announced Aurora, stating the obvious. Normally Ginny would have replied with a sarcastic remark, but the daunting presence of Narcissa Malfoy rendered the usually fiery redhead speechless. Ginny had noticed Aurora's subtle movements of the head, observing both herself and Mrs. Malfoy. It seems Aurora had noticed the please written across Ginny's brow and made an excuse for an escape. "I had my odd vibes about Draco's presence, so I went to check," Aurora explained. Ginny had raised an inquisitive eyebrow. "I am her best friend, yet I didn't know she had this supernatural superstition about her fiancé. Alrighty, first she leaves me for the dogs by making sit through a long time with Mrs. Malfoy, and now she decides to tell me about her unhealthy obsession with Malfoy. Grr. Next question. Will she elaborate?" And Mrs. Malfoy's expression seemed to declare. Though unbeknownst to Ginny, both her and Mrs. Malfoy had the identical delicate eyebrow raise. Aurora hadn't taken any notice, or if she did, her expressions did not betray her actual feelings. However, this was noted by the entering Draco Malfoy with a horrified gasp followed by a confused Harry. Aurora turned to face her fiancé. "What now? The eyebrow thing," Malfoy stuttered while pointing at the now confused expressions on both Ginny and his mother's face. That, however, did not change the whole eyebrow thing, as Draco named it. The confusion had made the similarity of facial expressions more obvious. "Oh, I see it," Harry declared. Both he and his partner had burst out laughing. "This must be a good trait, Potter," Draco teased. Still, Ginny was confused. On the other hand, Mrs. Malfoy had finally understood the humor. "She would be quite the wife, Harry," Mrs. Malfoy added before sipping her tea to hide a smile. Ginny slowly looked at each laughing face, only to turn to Aurora for some sort of an explanation. Her friend only shrugged and mouthed, "I'll explain later." The somehow humorous situation had definitely relieved the tension that previously filled the room, but Ginny felt like she was the butt of a joke that she did not understand. This didn't bode well for her self-confidence and in turn, her ego. And to make things worse, was the joke another jab at Harry and herself. "Are you certain Mr. and Mrs. Weasley are not lost?" Aurora asked, trying to bring the situation back to the issue at hand. Oh, wrong question to ask. This is bound to stir up awful reminder of the raids on the Malfoy Manor. Oh shoot, I really don't feel mentally apt to prepare myself for being kicked out after being made fun of. "I don't know," Mrs. Malfoy replied to Ginny's surprise. The older woman showed no hostility to the family name, and if memories were brought up, she had definitely concealed it with expertise. "Jeffrey, please go check for Arthur and Molly Weasley. They have been delayed for too long." The servant entered the room, bowed, and exited. All of their were done in a span of 5 seconds. Ginny found her thoughts wander to how it is possible for Jeffrey to do these actions with dignity. Although his social position was low, his composure held more confidence and pride than what Ginny thought her aura proclaimed. Aurora and Mrs. Malfoy had begun their whispered conversation on the subject of something. That something must have irked a particular member of the conversation, and Ginny now needed to be the referee. "Ginny, you are the expert at this," Mrs. Malfoy began. "How long will it take for the tailors to fix the dresses?" "What dresses?" were the replies from the males in the room. They were too busy with gossip from their office. It had something to do with a certain secretary that was interested in a certain aura, Harry. Mrs. Malfoy had given a quick briefing to the men about the current situation of the wedding, as well as a debriefing on the tabloid issue. The reactions were unexpected. Harry tensed only to relax when Draco laughed and politely insulted Ginny. "As much as all the compliments given to you by our colleagues, I don't think you will bode well as the wife of a Malfoy. Besides, if my sources are correct, your heart is already leaning towards someone." The subtle eye contact Malfoy made to Aurora was not missed by Ginny. The redhead glared at her best friend and wondered how many other secrets were divulged to the intruder. Maybe marriage does change people and come between friendships. Aurora is marrying into a family that does not get along with my very well. That is an understatement. It is valid to say our families have had a long-held grudge over I don't know what. I suppose the tabloids are going to have fun with the dramatics, a union of Malfoy and I will bring. Yep, like the Romeo and Juliet stories, two feuding families with a young couple whose love is doomed to fail. Note to self. Heard Aurora after this tea party. Mrs. Malfoy, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. Geoffrey bowed and exited the room again. A maid quickly came and helped the Weasleys to a seat and poured the tea. She quickly exited the room as well, giving all the members involved in the new scandal privacy to discuss damage control. Before we begin, Mrs. Malfoy started as soon as Molly Weasley opened her mouth. I would like to apologize to everyone on behalf of Aurora. I am sorry about the trouble and inconvenience her careless actions have caused. Ginny noticed her usually fiery best friend accept her future mother-in-law's disapproval. She didn't do anything wrong really. We were just having fun while going through the tedious job of dress hunting. Ginny was about to defend Aurora when she noticed her friend's silent hints of dropping the subject and let the dragon finish her rant. To Ginny's surprise, her parents were handling everything calmly. There were no burst of anger at the scandal. In fact, her parents seemed to be somewhat pleased that something like this had happened. Is there something I should know? Everyone else in the room didn't allow the presence of the older Weasleys to deter their thoughts on the previous topic. Right, it should take too long for the bridesmaids' dresses to be fixed. From what I can gather about the storekeeper, he seemed genuinely relieved that Aurora decided to get ice cream. The observation wasn't Ginny's bold attempt to make humor, but it did succeed. Everyone made another comment about Aurora's short temper and how it will be even worse after marrying Draco Malfoy. Mrs. Malfoy was perceptive enough to ask Molly and Arthur Weasley if they had the need to do something. Since Draco didn't actually do anything with Ginny nor vice versa, and the same for Harry and Aurora, there wasn't much for Molly and Arthur to be mad about. It was obvious to anyone that Draco and Aurora were smitten young loves caught in the midst of the media frenzy. To Ginny's surprise, her parents actually sympathized with Mrs. Malfoy and apologized on her behalf. Aurora had the audacity to smile, and Ginny's resolve to hurt her best friend was strengthened. Since the older Weasleys were quick to accepting the explanation, fixing the problem was very simple. A press conference will be held and Draco and Aurora will make an official statement about their engagement. Unfortunately, this means the logistics of the wedding need to be given as well. That means the bridesmaids, groomsmen, best man, and the maid of honor will be announced. This would more work for you, Ginny, Aurora explained with a forlorn tone. The party will most likely have a bigger guest list. Media will want to come. The leaders will most likely be invited as well, and not to mention every single acquaintance will be wishing for an invitation. Ginny merely nodded and jotted down all the new information. It will be fine, Aurora. You still have a few months, Ginny comforted her friend. The press conference will be followed by a mingling time, Mrs. Malfoy added. If you are able, Ginny, will you plan this public event as well? Ginny nodded only to regret her inability to say no right away after leaving the Malfoy manor. All the preliminary planning had been completed, and everyone now had a part to end the rumors flying around. Since damage control should be done as soon as possible, the press conference was scheduled to be 3 days from today, meaning a lovely Friday night. Great, I get to plan something without much time for reserving and such. This is going to be quite a task. Reserving something on a busy night with only 3 days. Well, since I do have a humongous budget to work with, this should be easy. If I can complete this successfully, I think I will seek a career in organizing social events rather than finishing my degree. Though I think Mum might have a fit when she realizes I actually thought that. Speaking of Mum, I really hope she will stop her grudge with Narcissa Malfoy. This won't be good since both women like Aurora. Grr. After leaving the Malfoy manor, Mrs. Weasley had complained endlessly about the condescending treatment she had thought her family and her received. It seems they did get lost in the fact that Narcissa chose to ignore them for the majority of the meeting wasn't a good thing in their books. Aurora had made the smart decision to not escort Ginny back to her house. Although a good friend was supposed to walk their friend home, especially if the latter is planning the former's wedding, Aurora probably wanted to remain physically healthy before her wedding. Being along with Ginny would mean Ginny would have her time to vent at a real live person. This would most likely end in the person being hurt due to an interesting combination of spells. The bright side of this arrangement was Ginny will now have more time with every wizard and witch's golden boy. Harry was assigned to help Ginny by Malfoy since he did not succeed in planning a secret wedding. Oh, dense do people get. The rumor seemed to have spread through the global wizarding society in only a matter of minutes. The short walk from the apparition point in the Malfoy Manor to Ginny's house was filled with periodic flashes from the cameras of reporters. So much for the promptness of ending the rumor. I don't think 3 days is quick enough. Though working for someone like Narcissa Malfoy would mean meticulous planning of a public event. Of course everything must be elegant for the Malfoy Queen, Ginny muttered sarcastically as she entered her sanctuary. The room seemed much more quaint since Ginny had witnessed the splendor of the Malfoy Manor. The memory of being looked down upon due to social status stuck Ginny as painfully as an arrow aimed for the heart. She had always wanted to be successful and prove that a person can earn respect without being from a rich family. Her goal after hearing the first insult about her family's past financial situation was to get a high-paying job and show all the aristocrats that a Weasley could earn a name in upper society, and a female Weasley to boot. Ginny laughed at the ironic situation at hand. Her apprenticeship lost its priority so she could plan a wedding for an aristocrat. Before Ginny could wallow in more dejection, the more reasonable voice in her head called out. This may be a wedding for an aristocrat, but the other half of the celebration happens to be your best friend, who happens to be the one person supporting you through most of the decisions she had made. After peeling her mind from the pool of misery, Ginny noticed the large stack of letters on her desk. Mimi was having fun bathing in the pile of paper. It was actually her hoots that took Ginny out of her revelry. Okay Mimi, enough fun for you now. I need to check my letters, Ginny ordered. Her pet owl, to Ginny's surprise, obediently fluttered to her cage and locked herself in. Giving Mimi a surprised look, Ginny returned to her mail. Within moments of Ginny touching her letters, Mimi flew out the window, for the poor owl was perceptive enough to fear for her safety. The letters on Ginny's desk had been from sources ranging from reporters asking for interviews, to inquiries from friends or acquaintances, to Ginny's professors warning her about the big step of commitment and its effects on the education process. Dear Ginny, I must say I am pleased to hear you have found someone to support you for the rest of your life, for better or worse. But to be honest, I would never have guessed Draco Malfoy in a million guesses. Though the decision is yours and I hope he makes you happy. Aside from congratulating you on your engagement, I must warn you that being a housewife will not go well with your apprenticeship with us. Your research on potions needs to be continued, otherwise the data will be transferred to someone else, and they will gain the recognition if they achieve the end result. Sincerely, Professor Morini Sabrain. Ginny felt her cheeks burn with embarrassment. Her own professor thought she was going to get married. The next few letters that Ginny read were from renowned journalists asking for permission to interview Ginny about her relationship with the Malfoy heir, and the Romeo and Juliet romance that bloomed between them. The letters from journalists had provided Ginny with the much-needed release of tension. The questions that were asked were outrageous. How would she know if Draco Malfoy liked a certain type of fabric for a lady's nightgown? The only person that would have a clue would be the women he actually had relationships with, or possibly Aurora. But the image of Aurora and Malfoy made Ginny shudder involuntarily. To Ginny's surprise, Harry's godfather had sent a not-so-friendly letter to Ginny questioning her sanity. Adding to the surprise, he ex-Defense Against Dark Arts professor had signed the letter as well. Hello Ginny, is there a reason why I didn't know you had stopped liking Harry? And in a less scratchy handwriting, a more composed body was written. What Sirius meant was he was utterly shocked by the article about your engagement with Draco Malfoy. Not to mention the fact that Harry being engaged to Miss Classen had given the poor man a heart attack. Certainly he should end this prejudice of Slytherins, but the run-ins with Snape didn't help with moderating Sirius's hatred, as he calls it, of Slytherins. The same thing goes to you as well. I have to admit I was surprised with this arrangement as well. To me, it seemed like Harry was closer to you in respect to those types of relationships than with his coworker. If you wouldn't mind meeting with good old Sirius to explain things, please let us know. Believe it or not, Sirius had sent a message of the same sort to Harry. You probably can explain along with Harry, if it pleases you. Remus Lupin. And, Sirius Black. Ginny's face returned to the dark shade of red once she had finished reading the letter. As she picked up her quill to reply, Mimi flew through the window leading another owl to Ginny's living room. When the two birds had gotten closer, Ginny was able to see that the other owl was one of Aurora's animal postmen. Hi Ginny, I know we had only spoken only moments ago, and I am certain you want to kill me at this moment, but I really need a favor from you. Somehow the news have reached my parents, and I need the presence of you, Draco, and Harry. I had gotten a howler from Sirius about marrying Harry, so perhaps we can invite him to the gathering of my family as well. I know for certain that I will be in for major hell, so please, pretty please. You know how my family is. Write back as soon as you have finished. Aurora. It was true, Ginny knew how Aurora's family reacts to surprising situations. The announcement that Aurora had been involved with the downfall of the Dark Lord had meant the Classens would be visiting Hogwarts without its glory due to the war. The reaction had been a stiff and formal meeting of Ginny and Aurora's parents. It seemed the Malfoys had already known the Classens beforehand, and among the other familiar people to Aurora's family, Professor Snape as well as Professor Dumbledore. When the formalities had ended, the news of Harry, Draco, and Aurora's acceptance to the Auror camp along with the familiarity of the three Hogwarts students had stirred something within the Classen family as well. Only the response was a lecture to Aurora on how to behave friendly to a person of the opposite gender without sending the wrong message. That had left Aurora blushing every time she faced Harry or Draco, even Ron. The other consequence was the fact that Aurora didn't have any intimate relationship with males, at least to Ginny's awareness, until the news of her engagement with Malfoy. Perhaps that was what Aurora's parents wanted. Ginny didn't need to write back since Aurora had shown up at her door. The two friends saw the stress the young rumor had caused to each other and had a silent agreement to give out a hug. The confidence Aurora usually carried didn't seem like it had ever been around the Auror, and Ginny's red hair was a contradiction to what her facial expression was. Wow, not even a day passed and we look like zombies, Aurora said, describing the obvious. Ginny waved for her friend to enter. After a cup of tea later, the two best friends had agreed to hold a private meeting with Draco, Harry, Ginny, Aurora, and any other family or close friends that need to have the information be explained. Good, I'll send a letter to Harry, Sirius, Remus, and... Ginny looked through the rest of her letters to find that all of her brothers wanted some sort of explanation from Ginny as well. They weren't happy with the information Mr. and Mrs. Weasley had given. And you will send your reply to your family and bring Draco along as well. Aurora nodded in confirmation and the girls set out to write their respective letters. The answers came back almost right away, and Ginny and Aurora had less than 15 hours to mentally prepare themselves for the interrogation of family and friends. Bracing each other for the arrival of family of friends became more of an individual thing. Draco and Harry had arrived early together looking quite harassed. As it turned out, they were mobbed by a group of desperate females who were saddened by their resolve to tie a knot. The two men found Ginny and Aurora in opposite sides of the townhouse, which belonged to both Aurora and Draco, busying themselves with something quietly. The two friends had looked like there was a fight. Draco and Harry went to their respective ladies, or rather Malfoy went to his lady and Harry went to speak with Ginny. Did you two have a fight? Harry asked quietly when Draco had dragged Aurora into the garden. Ginny shook her head. Aurora didn't get jealous because the media thought you were marrying Malfoy, did she? Ginny almost laughed at Harry's absurd guess. Why would she get jealous? Ginny asked, cocking her head sideways. Good Ginny, you have mastered the art of not blushing when Harry is at a too close proximity. There is absolutely no chance that Draco Malfoy even likes me. Besides, Mrs. Malfoy simply adores her, so there is no threat whatsoever. Harry had squirmed in response. So you didn't see the follow-up article? Ginny turned to face Harry, unsure of what he was talking about. One of the ladies that bombarded us was kind enough to show the Malfoy and IA News article about you two fighting. I guess some reporter had taken a picture of Aurora going to your house in a rather distressed state, and the media took the liberty of making a story about it. Oh, Ginny tilted her head in thought. Currently, Malfoy had his arms around Aurora's waist whispering something in her ear, probably words of comfort. Harry followed Ginny's line of sight and noticed the cute and uncharacteristic scene before him. It wasn't common to see Malfoy hug anyone or thing. Besides that mysterious pillow that Malfoy had announced its worth being higher than his life when Aurora and Harry had decided to attack him, and that obnoxious bag of feathers. Now isn't that most adorable? Harry pointed out in a teasing tone. He had shifted to see better. His head was above Ginny's, and without actually noticing, hairy arms circled Ginny's waist, much like how Malfoy was holding Aurora. Ginny relaxed subconsciously and leaned into Harry while carrying on with the conversation, to a different topic. Ginny had decided to ask Harry about the wedding and why did he agree to follow through with Malfoy's ridiculous plan. "You wound me, my lady," Harry cried in mock dramatics. "I had helped too, and personally, I thought the plan was ingenious. I had known when they were engaged since the beginning. There were no questions to whether or not Aurora was going to say yes. The actual plan was to surprise her." Ginny rolled her eyes heavenward at the stupidity of the idea, as well as Harry's response. "Yeah, sure," she replied sarcastically. "And Harry, stay away from the theatrics. They do not fit you." "Don't be sarcastic with me, Virginia Weasley," Harry teased. "You have to admit seeing Aurora thoroughly surprised would have been a once-in-a-lifetime experience." The friendly and flirtatious banter had continued, leaving the two friends oblivious to their small audience. The couple outside had stopped their little chat when the little hairs on the back of their necks indicated there were eyes watching their actions. Aurora and Draco stopped their little lovers' chat to eavesdrop on Harry and Ginny. "Took them long enough to get cozy," Draco Malfoy commented dryly. "Just because my friends happen to be your enemy doesn't mean you can be the A*S you were during school," Aurora pouted. "Besides, I think they will make a wonderful couple." "Will the aristocratic Platinum be owned?" inquired in surprise. One would believe "would" was a better word for the situation. "Definitely will. If they didn't closer sooner, I was going to play matchmaker. I actually tried, but that didn't work so well," Malfoy rebutted, referring the Valentine's Day incident back in his second year. Aurora glared at him with a childish look of disapproval and managed to drag him back to the house. "You know, if you act like this every time your parents are about to be here, I don't think this marriage is going to go over very well." "Now what do you mean by that?" Aurora asked, pulling her fiancé's arm harder. "I was hoping you would be a good mother, but that might not be the case," Draco teased. "Oh well, I suppose we must spend quite a large amount of money on governesses, tutors, and nannies." Aurora stopped in indignation. Her face was red due to the idea behind having children and the fact that her maternal skills were questioned, though with good reason. "I will not dignify your comment with a reply, but there is a reason to my madness. Not only are my family coming, but the rest of the Weasleys and Sirius and Remus are going to be here as well. Now I suggest you to be prepared for the later interrogations." The dark-haired girl humphed and continued her journey back to the house, leaving Draco Malfoy to thoroughly curse her and Potter for not informing him of all the guests to this private explanation. "Okay, lovebirds, break it up," Aurora declared as she entered the room Ginny and Harry occupied. Just then, there was a knock on the door. "Actually, keep on being attached at the hip. This will help with the explanations a lot." Both Ginny and Harry colored at the remark. Aurora had walked off to the door to let the first of the guests in, and in the meanwhile, Draco Malfoy had made his way back to the room. Harry had recovered enough to give Malfoy an evaluating look, but that was returned by a scowl. "Well, let's go help Aurora deal with the guests," Ginny said as she exhaled the breath she had been holding since Aurora had walked in upon her and Harry. The threesome quickly joined Aurora in greeting all the guests that had arrived. Unfortunately, everyone had been at the door at precisely the same time. So much for the excuse of waiting for everyone before beginning the discussion. Which one is which?" a dark-haired young man near Ginny's age asked, looking between Harry and Draco. Ginny's nerves tightened and prayed for the superiors to have mercy on her and Aurora. Things were not going to be easy. "Now first of all, explain who is the actual groom, who is the man marrying Aurora. This is going to take a while." Ginny and Aurora shared a look of reassurance, one of those private inside joke type of action that everyone noticed, but could not understand. Both ladies prepared each other for upcoming questions that would make even the most suave defense falter. Though for Ginny, the look Aurora had sent her was enough to make her falter. The secret upturn on the corner of her best friend's lips meant she had something up her sleeves. The twinkle in the dark-colored eyes didn't really comfort Ginny either. The coloring of Aurora's eyes had seemed darker in the semi-lightened room, making the twinkle somewhat threatening. During the entire explanation to Aurora's cousin, the person who had asked the ultimate question, Aurora had been giving Ginny subtle hints at a short meeting as soon as possible, perhaps when distributing drinks, as the first question was asked before anyone was even seated. "So you had a crush on Harry while you were in Hogwarts, and now you are engaged to your ex-crush's nemesis?" asked Aurora's cousin, Mike, after the long chronicle of life at Hogwarts. "Gah, no," Aurora answered. Her frustration was quite evident since she spoke with her hands. The cutting movement and the fact that her hands were hovering too close to her cousin's neck, head, or hair were as clear as a beacon in showing what the female aura felt. The rest of the guests, Sirius, Remus, Carrie, Aurora's other cousin, and of course, Harry and Malfoy, got a clear message: if they were not careful, a mistimed hex might be headed their way. "Okay, here goes again," Aurora began again. "I am getting engaged to Draco Malfoy, the boy you teamed up with at my graduation to change my hairstyle to La Creation de Medusa. I would never have liked Harry Potter, the golden boy of the wizarding world, because he was in Gryffindor. Slytherins have this humongous rivalry against Gryffindors. I like to be different, but I wasn't about to date a Gryffindor. And of course, the fact that his glittering ego and being the target of my best friend's affections helped me along." Aurora's response had shocked nearly everyone in the room. Most people were surprised at the blatant announcement of Ginny liking Harry. It was quite obvious to the world that the Weasley girl and Harry had something special, but somehow those two were completely oblivious, that or they were in major denial. The obvious hiatus of the friendly status between Aurora and Ginny was shocking as well. The two girls were close enough to be sisters, and they had kept all of each other's secrets. This breach of trust, although not very harmful, the only harm was perhaps Harry bursting a few capillaries on his cheeks and Ginny's complexion looking too ghostly, had changed the friendship between the two temporarily. The little announcement probably decreased the little amount of Ginny's patience for her friend on the subject of this crazy arrangement. Sirius and Remus were a bit shocked at the big announcement, in that their little Harry might not be so little anymore. After all, it isn't every day their godson can turn so red and receive the news that a very pretty girl's liked him. Before anyone could go on, Aurora had continued. "Got it." Mike nodded as he absorbed all the information. "Hey, wait a minute. Why didn't my parents come? I was under the impression that I only needed their consent, and they have already met Draco and became acquainted with him a long time ago." Carrie finally spoke up. "Aunt and uncle sent us to inspect your fiancé. Besides, shouldn't your cousins get to know your man better as well? After all, he will be a part of our family as much you being a part of his." "But you have already met him as well," Aurora whined uncharacteristically. "Why am I going through this interrogation process from my own family?" Ginny had to step in to make sure her buddy wouldn't lose control, since she had the funny sensation that she would later need support as well. Probably when the Weasleys decide to attack her and Sirius and Remus decide to be embarrassing. Just thinking about the letter made Ginny's cheeks burn. "Oh well, at least my skin color might be restored to its natural pinkness." "Well," Ginny began, "shouldn't we get them something to drink?" The diversion tactic didn't work as planned. The cousins had ignored her completely and were still bantering each other about something wholly different from the subject they began with, something along the lines of one person being unhappy about a really bad blind date. The conversation between cousins went on. Ginny had observed a second time the craziness of Aurora's extended family. They Classens were nutty, but they were nowhere near the eccentricity of the Weasleys. With George and Fred making mischief, the world must life in caution. "Oh Ginny, Fred and George said they will be joining us after the take care of their business. In fact, they will be here in probably a half an hour," Remus had added when the Classen guests had announced there might be more family members coming. "Right," Ron and Hermione wanted to hear firsthand as well, though I don't know why. Harry trailed off. Ginny had the sneaking suspicion that Ron and Hermione were part of the scheme of a secret meeting in the whole tabloid frenzy. Okay, Malfoy interrupted. He had been part of the amused audience. The frustration and various other emotions that were running high in the room somehow appealed to the odd Malfoy humor. We probably should get drinks so everyone will be comfortable. Ginny, Harry, and Aurora had nodded. I have a feeling this will be a long meeting. If anyone is worried, the house has 5 bedrooms. That should be enough room for people to camp here for the night. With that, the 4 Hogwarts graduates went into the kitchen to fix drinks and pastries. What was that? Ginny shouted in a whisper at Aurora. What do you mean by the whole Ginny likes Harry announcement? Out of the corner of Ginny's vision, she noticed the hurt look on Harry's face, and turned to face the hero of the wizarding world. Not that I have anything against you, Harry. The smirk on Draco Malfoy's face was annoying Ginny as well. The youngest of the 6 Weasley children could feel her Weasley temper, patented by Draco Malfoy in Ginny's 5th year of Hogwarts, trying to burst out of the mental confinement. Aurora had obviously noticed how stressed out Ginny was and gestured to have a tiny talk with her future husband about a little something. The couple returned from their secret conversation a few minutes later to help Ginny and Harry with getting the juice, tea, and pastries ready. Somehow that task of setting the pastries landed on the shoulder of Aurora and Ginny while the men had to fix all the refreshments. Sorry, Gin, Aurora said quietly. I was a little bit frustrated. I should have known Mum and Dad were going to send Mike and Carrie to annoy me. You know Mike. He finds joy in teasing me endlessly and being difficult. Besides, it isn't as if he didn't know you liked Harry. Remember how he had eavesdropped on our girl talk a year back with Gred and Fjorge? Ginny nodded and allowed for her best friend to continue. The short stroll down memory lane had calmed her frayed nerves a bit. I know I shouldn't have done that, but Harry has a brain, thank goodness. He will analyze the situation and know what I said he wouldn't take seriously. He has worked with me enough to know me well. Even though I had said something that was true, Harry probably would deemed it as me being at a loss for something to shout back at Mike. Okay, I suppose, but I guess in a way, I should be happy you said it. A sort of weight is lifted off my shoulders. If Harry was smart life-wise, he probably would get a hint and maybe I won't have to make a fool of myself in front of him. Ginny continued more to comfort herself than Aurora. Certainly there were benefits to Aurora's outburst. Harry Potter might get a hint about romance just this one time. So what are Draco and Harry talking about anyway? Ginny asked, looking at the 2 men trying to seem inconspicuous but failing miserably. If they act like that on your Auror missions, I wonder how you guys have such a high success rate. Oh, our success rate is high because those 2 can charm any dimwit female that is close to whomever we are looking for. I suppose there is an advantage of having 2 strikingly handsome men to work with, Aurora joked. But anyway, would you mind to just be cozy with Harry tonight? 1. I think we may have a seating problem, so you might end up sitting in his lap. And 2. You 2 act like that all the time. If you and Harry were across the room from each other, people will get suspicious. They might think you 2 are planning on eloping or something. Knowing Remus and Sirius, I think they'd make life miserable for you 2. The line of reasoning made sense to Ginny. It was true she and Harry were close. It wasn't unusual to find them together at parties and other large gatherings. Hey, even in their little meeting to plan a wedding ended up with Harry dancing quite close to Ginny. I don't know, Harry must agree with this as well. If one of us is uncomfortable, we will end up on opposite sides of the room anyway. Aurora didn't respond right away. She was busy looking at the 2 men trying to get the drinks together. Well, it looks like an okay from Harry, Aurora observed. Ginny turned to see both Malfoy and Harry grinning with their thumbs raised. The next sound that came was tea and coffee being splattered all over the place. That was followed by quite a rant from Aurora. Getting out of the kitchen was relatively accidentless. Aurora had kept on glaring at Harry and Draco, well, mainly Draco, since they had spilled tea and coffee all over the floor and broke some, what Ginny believed, expensive porcelain cups. Aurora had grumbled the entire walk back to the guests about klutziness and spoiled aristocratic brats who were hazards to the world. Gee, Ari, Mike teased with an evil twinkle in his eyes, you might be marrying an aristocratic brat. in a few months. Ginny winced mentally when Mike baited Aurora. What do you mean, might? Aurora declared as she clenched her teeth. Ginny chose to steer the hyperventilating woman to a seat. Okay, calm down Aurora, Ginny advised, accenting each word by shaking her finger. Okay, now what do you need me for? Ginny asked, turning to Sirius and Remus. As if on cue, Harry stepped behind Ginny and wrapped his arms around her once again for the night. Sirius was about to comment before the doorbell rang again. Aurora got up to open the door, but Ginny had got to the door quicker. Hello Ron and Hermione, and Fred and George, Ginny greeted when she opened the door. Harry was right behind her and opened the door further. Behind the twins was Ron, followed by Hermione. Bill and Charlie were a little ways back. Ginny greeted each of the newcomers with a hug while Harry shook their hands besides Ron and Hermione, which he gave hugs to. Why doesn't everyone sit down? Aurora said while she conjured a few more chairs. This is getting to have a very big audience. You'll get practice for the press conference, Ron chirped in. Seeing the surprised look on Aurora and Malfoy's faces, he added, Mum and Dad told us. If you already talked to Mum and Dad, why are you here in the first place? Ginny asked, becoming the whiny one. The earlier guests all laughed at the encore of lamentation. We just wanted to be sure, the Weasley brothers replied at the same time and took turns patting Ginny on her head. It was then did the red-headed men notice how close Harry and Ginny were. The couple in question's responses were not delayed either. Both cheeks flushed red. Ginny lost her pale coloring while Harry looked as though he might be turning purple soon. Are we getting another wedding soon? Hermione teased with a smile. Both Harry and Ginny looked as though they wanted to shake their head vigorously, but the little hairs on the back of their neck told them Aurora and Malfoy wanted them either play along, or not do anything at all. They chose the former. See, why can't you be like Ginny's relatives? Aurora complained, smacking her cousin on his head with the serving plate. Before the poor man could reply, Aurora aimed another hit at his head to shut him up. Never mind, I don't want to know. Like any good cousin for an only child, Mike chose to be the overprotective and skeptical brother. I just wanted to make sure you weren't making a mistake, you know. Remember when you said you will do anything to rid the world of evil? The comment was another tactic of annoying Aurora, but everyone in the room tensed at the reminder of the past times. Although the Dark Lord was long gone, everyone was still sensitive to the events. Each person in the room had lost something in the long war. All had lost friends, family, and a piece of their personality. The murderous look Aurora sent at her younger cousin could have killed him if Draco Malfoy didn't interrupt the period of tension. You mean you are marrying me to make sure I won't be the next bad guy? He teased. Should I take that as flattery? I mean, every single time we go on a mission, you complain about my defense against dark arts skills. Well, if I was formidable enough for you to consider me the heir of all evil things, my talents shouldn't be looked down upon. The statement changed the atmosphere completely. Everyone was either laughing or smiling until their jaws hurt. After the war, Draco Malfoy had become a more down-to-earth type of person. Although he still walked around as if he owned everything, his personality was less snobby, and if he did act snobby, 90% of the time he would have been joking. Don't flatter yourself, Malfoy, Harry cut in, she had actually complimented me on my skills. That is quite a bit better than your treatment. As uncharacteristic as it may seem, Draco Malfoy stuck his tongue out and gave his fiancée a big key in front of everyone. Aurora's color also turned bright red, looking like how Ginny had looked a few moments before. Oh shush you two, Ginny defended her momentary air-headed best friend. You all know how Aurora is about public displays of affection. You especially, Ginny added, pointing at Malfoy. The room booed in disagreement about public. Ginny rolled her head and mouthed boys. Only Aurora's female cousin nodded in return. The men were busy throwing comments to Draco Malfoy and Aurora. Okay, I suppose your fan club is right about how your keys render a girl senseless, Ginny said, joining the teasing game. This had snapped Aurora out of her reverie. You know, maybe you two should key asterisk, Aurora dared. We'll see if all the Potter fans were right about how his keys are like. The room full of people was enjoying this teasing game. The interested twinkle in everyone's eyes, even Harry and Ginny, was enough peer and elderly pressure on the boy who lived to do the dare. If you say so. With that, Harry Potter placed a gentle key on Ginny's lips. Ginny's thoughts and descriptions. Everything was better than what people had guessed. There was the customary tingling sensation, but it seemed more magnified. But that's probably since this is my first key. Yeah, I know, having a crush on Harry for that long has affected my life. Ginny's mind didn't do numb, but the wheels in her head was turning overtime. The questions, what exactly am I doing? Repeated over and over again in her head. Ginny, are you okay? Harry whispered, worry marking his tone since Ginny seemed stiff mentally. Oh right, I am not doing anything. The little reminder gave enough daring strength to bring her arms to circle Harry's neck. Just as she had done that, Ron's voice broke through. All right, okay, now break it up, the overprotective brother shouted, ending the little sweet moment. Harry, I want to know that you are my best friend, but that doesn't guarantee you safety. No man may key my little sister unless I give him permission, got it? The response from Harry was the tightening of his grip on Ginny. Don't worry Harry, Bill affirmed, I am Ginny's brother too, and the oldest mind you. I give you permission to key my little sister as much as you want. Charlie nodded in agreement as well. But if you dare to hurt our little Ginny in any way, I can't say we won't tear you apart from limb to limb, Charlie added with the rest of the Weasleys in agreement. Sorry Harry, Sirius joined in with Remus backing him. Remus and I will join with the Weasley brothers if you chose to act in any way unchivalrous. Harry saluted his godfather and other fatherly figure. Oh, that reminds me, Mike cut in. If you dare to hurt my little, I mean, older cousin in any way possible, you won't just find your limbs apart. Aurora isn't the only person who can curse. Draco Malfoy had enough sense to be the good little cornered ferret. Everyone else did an encore of the Weasley agreement. So it was official. The family members of the women involved in this madness made the men involved promise officially to protect their female charge at all costs. So what did you need to ask us? Harry asked his family members. Sirius and Remus only shrugged. It was to make sure you didn't marry some former Slytherin, though no offense intended. You were a true Gryffindor. Harry nodded, cutting off the lecture of upholding the family honor and blah. So what are you doing here? Ginny asked her brothers and sister-in-law. I don't really know. Ron wanted to come and he dragged Hermione along. Hermione owled us to join too, Bill explained. I wasn't about to participate in this, but Fleur persuaded me, something about being a responsible older brother. Sheesh, I think you are smart enough to choose a man, and Mum and Dad explained the situation quite well. I just wanted to make double sure. All the press coverage was quite convincing. I think a picture from Hogwarts was dragged out in one paper of you and Malfoy together, Ron defended his actions sulking. Besides, I don't want the world to know that my little sister can just be dragged into a scandal and we won't do anything about it. Ginny looked at her brothers and wondered how their logic could possibly go through. Hermione seemed to have noticed the thoughtful look, since she spoke up. Don't ask me. I just came because it is the job of the wife to support her husband's decision no matter how dumb. Draco Malfoy seemed to be happy about that and turned to his future wife, causing Hermione to amend herself. Her husband's generally non-harmful decision. Why do you people have absolutely no faith in me? Malfoy dramatized. I am Auror, a darn good one too. Yeah, and that's why your father had to bail himself out by offering money for reforming Hogwarts, Aurora retorted, rolling her eyes. Okay, no fighting. We want to go to a wedding. Harry called out, stopping what was the beginning of a fight. The evening had continued to be a friendly banter session, but thank goodness the women changed the conversation topic to the actual wedding, not the people involved. That began with Aurora and Ginny explaining how the press got those pictures of Aurora putting a dress over Ginny's clothes at the bridal shop. Aren't you supposed to be trying dresses on at the bridal shop? Ginny asked when Ron questioned why the two girls would do something so stupid. Yeah, sure, if they hadn't been at the store the press wouldn't have gotten the wrong interpretation of the events. Yes, but why were you looking at wedding dresses? Ron retorted. Then he had turned his deadly gaze towards Harry. You weren't planning anything funny, were you? Ginny immediately jumped to Harry's defense, and literally too. She jumped out of her seat to put some distance between her brother and her brother's best friend, her old crush current beau by forces called Aurora and Malfoy. It is called having fun while shopping, Ginny exclaimed while putting protective arms around Harry and using body language to signal Hermione to calm down her husband. Sheesh, I don't know what your problem is. Aurora and I went to look at dresses for me to wear, only we got sidetracked and decided to just look at all the pretty garments. The narrowed gaze was still shifted to Ginny, went back to Harry, and then it stopped at the Ginny's arms. That caused the redhead to drop her hands in exasperation. I really don't know what your problem is. You have known Harry since you were 11 years old. Just because we are, dating doesn't mean you have to treat your best friend like some random guy off the streets who take a look at me. Luckily, no one but the conspirators behind this whole charade noticed Ginny had stuttered. Ginny dear, Carrie began, it is called the men's intuitive senses. You know how those American people have this word called turf. Well, to your brothers you are there, turf. Everyone in the room looked at Carrie with V-shaped eyebrows. Is that what you're learned in psychology? Aurora asked, completely aghast for reasons known to everyone but Carrie. No, not quite, Aurora's cousin replied in a nonchalant manner. She had received quite a lot of weird looks from her clients, psychiatry patients, as well as looks of surprise from her mentors and coworkers. That is what I gathered in experience. Translation. Ginny asked in a meek tone. From what the explanation sounded like, Ginny wasn't sure whether she should remain in the dark or know what is going on. Aurora looked at Carrie in a hopeless fashion. She means Ron is overly possessive. Nods of agreement came from everyone, and the arrows turned directions, sort of. It was now Ron's turn to take the heat, as people say. I guess the tables turned. Even my own brothers and wife are against me. Hermione, feeling sorry for her husband, decided to bring the attention back to various dresses pertaining to the wedding from the banter session. Would you happen to have the picture of your wedding dress? Hermione asked Aurora, subtly changing the subject. Aurora looked at her event planner, namely Ginny, who handed the folder containing photos of pictures to her sister-in-law. Wow, it looks so ethereal. This began the passing around of photos in the group of women. Remus and Sirius decided to be gentlemanly and joined the round of examining dresses. I have to agree this is a nice design, Remus complimented, looking up from the picture of the wedding dress to see who should receive comment. That was relatively easy since Draco Malfoy can never hold a compliment without being noticeable. Now stop it. They need to see what the bridesmaid dresses look like, Aurora declared. Ginny laughed at the mix of envy, respect, and every emotion in the world on her girl best friend's face. Guess the marriage will eventful. Why don't we look at the other dresses? They are so pretty, Aurora squealed, but only if they fixed the coloring and the fabric of the dress. The bridesmaid present reacted to the news in shock. What happened? That was the reason why Ginny and I went to the bridal shop anyway. The manufacturers just forgot that I didn't want a certain shade of green. Honestly, my wedding is in the summer. I don't think the heavy forest green will be a good color. All the females nodded in agreement. URG, Hermione moaned. Did you say summer? This cannot be good. Aurora looked at her expectantly. Ginny's eyes widened in realization as well. Hermione wouldn't look quite so slim as she would be in her third trimester. Did Harry tell you anything along the lines of me being a mother? The dark-haired girl shook her head slowly. No, but are you? That is wonderful news. There is going to be another baby around. Yay. Everyone besides Sirius looked at Aurora with a strange look. So when is your baby due? In early September, Hermione replied, trailing off. So, what is the problem? Sirius asked. That had earned him a smack from Harry and Remus. What? And Harry, I need to teach about respecting your elders. I don't want to look like a balloon at the ceremony. It would be so embarrassing. Hermione explained to Sirius as if he was a small child. Don't worry, Mike comforted. For all we know, Aurora might be a balloon as well. The comment had caused everyone in the room to laugh, and it was the first time ever did people see how red Draco Malfoy could get. The color contrast to his fair complexion was noted by all, and therefore made fun of. What is today? Make fun of Malfoy Day? He asked when the joke finally came to a halt. or at least the laughter did. Yes, Harry replied enthusiastically. It is payback time. Now let us analyze the situation. Draco and Aurora were in the Caribbean together. I believe I remembered Aurora complaining about how the resort had given them the honeymoon suite. That insinuates quite a lot. Aurora had turned even redder than her fiancé. Okay people, that's it. I am leaving. I refuse to take this abuse. She went to grab her coat and walked towards the door. The action was ended by her fiancé summoning her with, of course, the handy-dandy summoning charm. Ginny was enjoying the show of two most unembarrassed able is that a word? Well, it is now. Person in the world beating even the sun at being bright and red. Their cheeks probably could provide enough heat to make scrambled eggs as well. Oh geez, I don't want to know. Mike teased, blocking his view of his cousin flying into her fiancé. I really don't want to know. This earned another bout of laughter and various couch decorations flying at Mike's head. I cannot believe this, Aurora declared, thoroughly embarrassed. Alrighty, we have gotten quite off the topic we were here to convene, so I take it everything is cleared. All I need to worry about is the press conference. Now everyone out. Aurora made shooing motions with her hand, forcing Mike in particular to leave. What happened to your good manners? Mike complained, thoroughly indignant. His albeit older but shorter cousin was trying to shove him through the door. He would have been laughing if he could find shelter elsewhere. Hey, I am lodging here too. While you may have a house here, and quite a few in connection to Draco, but I need a place to spend the night. Ginny noticed the change of expression on her friend's face, and a plan formed. Right, Mike will stay here while I take Aurora with me. Although I believe in Aurora's virtues, I really don't want her looking anything like a balloon for her wedding. The arrangement had been solved. It was quite obvious that Aurora was miffed at how her own best friends decided to tease her on the matter. Ginny had decided it was safer for her to invite Carrie as well. As sweet as Aurora may be sometimes, grudges are held much longer than most people. If Ginny didn't want to find unpleasant objects in her bed when she woke up, or find something odd in her bathroom, it was better to have someone else around. The reasoning was logical in that since there was only one more day until the press conference and the engagement party thing after that, the girls could have a nice day together getting dresses and such. I cannot believe you did that. Aurora whined, which surprised Ginny. Should the Aurora be waving a wand in her face by now? What? Did something like that happen? Carrie asked. Ginny suddenly wondered if it was a good idea to bring Carrie. Maybe she could pretend there was an emergency and she had to leave. Or maybe she could call Lavender and Parvati, seeing as Hermione can't just leave Ron. No, Aurora looked up, switching from being red, to pale, to red, to pale. Carrie was about to say something again, but Ginny thought maybe she should explain her plan for the coming day. Why don't we all go to sleep? I thought we might go on a shopping trip with Lavender and Parvati tomorrow. The press conference and the party afterwards are black tie events. Carrie and Aurora nodded. So where are we sleeping? Here, here, here. Yes. 3 sleeping rolls appeared out of the air, arranged in a circle. This reminds me of those sleepover we had when we were little, Carrie said, finally not so tactless and odd. Oh yes, the ones where we play truth or dare, talk about crushes, and plan weddings. Aurora giggled. Ginny only smiled and motioned for everyone fix their makeshift beds and get ready to chat until everyone falls asleep. So are you really dating Harry? Carrie asked, reverting back to her blunt self when Aurora went to the restroom. Oh bother, she noticed. You seemed quite nervous when you were defending your relationship in front of your brother. No, that was the only reply. To Ginny's prayers, Aurora came out and it was Ginny's turn to get ready for bed. Why? Carrie asked Aurora as soon as she was sure Ginny's couldn't hear. Why what? The look Carrie sent mean business. I need help. Those two have liked each other since the beginning of time. Oh, fine. I need expert advice and help from someone who got top marks in human psychology and is a renowned psychiatrist. How do I set them up? Carrie smiled in a way that resembled Aurora when she would be questioning her prisoners. I have to analyze the situation first. Since I get to spend a day with her tomorrow, that should be enough combined with what you probably know. But you do realize it will be tough since the Weasleys seem quite protective of their family, about as bad as ours. Aurora nodded. I know exactly what you mean. But the first big event that I can think of to force them together is my engagement party after the press conference. I'll be announcing the best man and the maid of honor. I think a dance is planned for them already, it's tradition. Oh good, but we still need help. I don't know Lavender and Parvati, but would they? Carrie didn't get to finish since Ginny came out in her pajamas. She asked. I was just wanting to know more about Lavender and Parvati, Carrie half lied. The little girl talk was basically about Lavender and Parvati and their personalities. That had lasted quite long since the question had spark and long stroll down memory lane, which was good. Remembering things help people calm down, for the current problems, and as a great sleep inducer. It was long before all the girls fell asleep. The thoughts plaguing each mind was different. Ginny was quite suspicious of the conversation Carrie and Aurora held when she was changing, but since she couldn't think of anything that they could do that's really devastating, she quickly went into the land of the dreams. Now Carrie, on the other hand, was planning some devastating things that she could do to Ginny to get the two clueless lovebirds together. The thoughts ringing in Aurora's head shouldn't be publicized, for she had nothing that was comprehensible. It ranged from one of her missions to a cat, and the forbidden one, Harry with some leggy secretary. While the ladies were resting in Ginny's humble abode, the men were having quite an interesting time. Had someone walked into the seemingly vacant townhouse? Yes, seemingly vacant. No one is dead, yet, they would have been shocked. 3 men were doing house cleaning. No wait, 3 men with masculine-built bodies were washing teacups, vacuuming with a wand, and putting cleaned dishes away, with the bee-owned man wearing an apron with pink frills and pastel roses. Mike was having a wonderful time vacuuming with his wand. He had forgotten the enlargement spell to increase the efficiency of vacuuming, so he had to clean the entire living room inch by inch. Oh, to add to his painfully fun enjoyment, the carpet that was in the room changes color when a sector of it is vacuumed. The original color had been a crisp, clean white, but the new color was beige. The color contrast between eye-blinding white and a creamy beige was make the owner of the house quite anal. Or rather, making the owner anal about pleasing his mother and fiancé, who were anal about home decorating. Draco Malfoy had been quite a sight fretting about the color change of his carpet. You were supposed to ask me when you were going to do something. Like clothes that have special instructions for cleaning, so does this carpet. The sight was even funnier since Draco was wearing the infamous apron made by his littlest cousin. Why couldn't Aurora get a normal-looking apron? The 2 other men were wise enough to remain silent during the whole tirade. Mike kept his complaints to himself, allowing Draco Malfoy the private joy of tearing his own sanity apart and throwing it in the trash. Does anyone know the dishwashing charm? The spoiled Mr. Malfoy inquired after he was done obsessing about the cliched quality of having a beige carpet. Harry shook his head humbly and Mike merely shrugged. Don't know. I can never remember housecleaning spells, Mike replied. Say, would you have a book like that somewhere in this house? The comment ended with Draco Malfoy walking to the kitchen with a huff and dragging an unusually silent Harry behind him. The sink was filled with water and Draco Malfoy added a generous amount of detergent while stirring the solution with his hands. Not a very good idea, since most people experienced in the kitchen would know how bubbly dishwashing detergent gets. Shall we say bubble bath? The bubbles had gotten so abundant that the entire counter was covered in bubbles. To Draco's annoyance, his coworker had not done anything to help. Harry was in a silent stupor, adding dirty teacups and such to the sink, making the bubbles flow out even more. Just as Draco was about to complain, Harry got out his wand and cleared the counter of bubbles. Potter, why don't I just take care of the washing while you dry the dishes? Draco had suggested. Harry nodded and opened his mouth to say something. Draco Malfoy waited for the reply only to see Harry quickly closing his mouth. The Slytherin shrugged and tried to finish the foreign task. After a half an hour, Harry was still silent, Draco was soaking wet and covered in bubbles, and Mike was cross-eyed temporarily. Well, let's say a night of sleep will be good for him. The 3 men cluttered to the large living room with the beige carpet and all sat on the 3 separate couches. Phew, Harry said, finally snapping out of his silent streak. The 2 other men nodded. Remind me to hire a house elf if I were to buy a house this big, Mike added, rubbing his eyes. They were still somewhat crossed. Definitely, but I think Aurora is a stickler for doing things manually around the house when she is having guests over, Draco added dejectedly. His companions groaned in sympathy. I am so sorry you will be marrying her, Mike with his crossed eyes said, causing Draco Malfoy to snap up his head, asking a silent why. She is overbearing and sweet at the same time, a walking juxtaposition. One minute she is cooing at you, the next minutes, your head is being clawed at. Oh well, you are marrying her, she makes you happy, that's the end of the story. Good night. With that, Mike changed his position so he could sleep on the couch he was occupying. Draco Malfoy was left to look at Harry Potter with a completely frazzled expression. However, the green eyes were focused on the coffee table, yet when Draco looked more carefully, Harry's eyes were actually unfocused. Harry Potter, the only 100% conscious man, questioned. Harry made no signs of stirring from his own world. As Draco Malfoy shook his own head, the voice of the other Auror broke the silence. Did she really mean it, or was it just a plot to make the engagement less of a problem? Harry asked suddenly. Draco Malfoy looked at Harry and joined the misery club. Women are confusing. I am actually having second thoughts. I agree. Does Ginny actually like me? I mean, she didn't really react. Wait, what? Exclamation mark. What second thoughts? Harry exclaimed suddenly. If it were second thoughts about marrying Aurora, that would set off World War III, if Voldemort's insanity counts. First of all, the workplace would get quite uncomfortable no matter how well the two could move on. Harry would be caught as the middle person, and quite frankly, hero training packets didn't include a section on dealing with two coworkers that were romantically involved. But then again, you'd think the packet would have how to woo the damsel in distress, but Harry never learned how to do that either. That's why he is stuck flirting with Ginny as his usual personality and being told to act as though he is dating Ginny to assure no more scandals for the Malfoy wedding. Isn't that obvious, Potter? Draco replied, reverting back to his dry, sarcastic tone of Hogwarts years. The only thing I can have second thoughts about that I haven't not had any on is my upcoming marriage. I have already questioned my choice of being an Auror. That had been solved, thank you very much. I do not want a reply of that unfortunate day. Oh right, that was the day even the Malfoy pride didn't even save you. But wasn't that also the same day you keyed Aurora for the first time? Harry asked with a wicked twinkle in his eye, all his previous worries some forgotten, and some merely placed somewhere in later in his list of worries. What did she do afterwards? I think I need a reminder. Draco Malfoy glared at his partner with extreme loathing. After all, a Malfoy does not like his mistakes pointed out. I don't think you need a reminder, Mr. Potter, Draco replied sternly. No, I think you do need a reminder. After you had keyed her, Aurora had glared at you, and then stomped off. It took you 2-3 months to reconcile. Harry trailed off as he noticed the nostalgic light in Draco's usually cold eyes. Yes, that was the first time I had ever groveled at anyone's feet, and the 10th time a Malfoy had to do that win his bride. I think that had cost me quite a lot too. Not just my old pride, also quite a lot of galleons to pull off the elaborate birthday celebration for her. And do you remember what she had said? Draco paused to look at Harry. Although the latter had nodded, Draco Malfoy continued his stroll through his memories. She had said she had forgiven me the moment I began groveling, which happened to be 3 weeks after that unfortunate event. She only waited that long to see what I would do for her birthday. And considering she is not a material girl, I got scolded for spending money on needless item. Quote. At that moment, Mike took a camera, out of nowhere, and took a picture of the sappy face that was on his future cousin-in-law's face. The apparatus was similar to a Muggle Polaroid and it instantly produced the low-quality picture. What was that about? The bee-owned man exclaimed, completely undignified. You were supposed to be asleep. I was, but I only did that long enough to make my eyes uncross, Mike explained, and proceeded to show Draco the picture. This would be a picture of your lovesick face when you talk about Aurora. And that is why she is the perfect woman for you, Harry added. You will never find another person that match you so well. She is the only person besides your mother that could keep you in line, and believe or not, you even try to make her happy. Don't even argue. Nope. Close your mouth and listen. Thank you. You do everything possible to make her happy. Even asking for permission to key her. You do realize that gets old, don't you? If you are so cowardly when it come to pleasing Aurora, you'll never get any offsprings. Harry teased. That had caused 50 pillows to be launched at the boy who lived. Hey, no fair. You have your wand. Well, so do you. Guys, shish. Unlike the manor, there are civilization that is close enough to hear us. Oh, right, but it is true that you might not get any offspring if you were that courteous of things, Mike amended Harry. I have known Aurora longer than any one of you, and I have the right to say she is as prude as a person can get without not wanting it. What, you expect me to just throw her down? Draco exclaimed, quite outraged at what his confidants are suggesting. Well, yes, both men replied with Cheshire grins. Once again, the privileged young Mr. Malfoy turned magenta at the expense of his pride and possibly even his honor. That's it. I am not talking about what I do with my wife after we have finalized our marriage. Besides, Aurora isn't that prudish. She did allow me to key her earlier this afternoon without me asking. You are just exaggerating. Don't get your knickers in a twist, Draco. We were just teasing, Harry replied. But you have to admit Aurora rarely ever lets you get close with her. After that incident when some idiot bodyguard of an even dumber criminal flirted with our dear Aurora, she did knee him quite hard. Quote, we wouldn't want that to happen to you, do we? Mike inserted, teasing Draco even more. That is quite enough of this topic. I'll deal with the problem when the time comes, if that is even a problem, the irritated and embarrassed Beone finalized. How about that question Mr. Potter was pondering? I do believe I can answer that. Harry narrowed his emerald eyes at the others. Now it was his time to have his mental health tortured merciless at the hands of Aurora's henchmen. Goodness, all her sidekicks are all so unforgiving in their verbal sparring. Yes, a certain beautiful, temperamental redhead. Of course that quality is true for most redheads, but that's what makes them intriguing, isn't it? Mike said, adding to Draco's ammunition to make Harry lose all his sleep for the night. Those descriptions of Ginny, Ron's little sister, the best friend's little sister, does not help the already battered brain of Harry Potter. There had been numerous moments when Harry had wondered why didn't he realize the girl earlier, and those nights were accompanied by lack of sleep and watching sappy 50s Muggle romance movies with a tub of Muggle Godiva ice cream. No teasing, no more. I think I have done enough of bludgeoning to myself already. All right, Harry, but that doesn't mean we forgive you for not noticing Ginny earlier, Mike stated, maintaining his position. Harry nodded, showing an aura of depression. Hey Malfoy, Harry exclaimed, poking his coworker, I need a little help. Seeing as you are the resident Mr. Irresistible, you'll be my therapist. Draco had a pained look. Okay then, what do you need help with? He asked, uncertain of what to expect from the seemingly innocent but scheming green-eyed, not jealousy, by the way, monster sitting across from him. Does she like me? Well, first of all, we need to know who this she is. Is the lucky lady, or unlucky as the case may be, the leggy Beone secretary, or the temperamental girl next door by the name of Ginny? Draco began in an analytical tone. You see, depending on the woman, there are different approaches a man should take to, shall we say, woo the girl. Gak, you sound like a crafty matchmaker, Mike declared. Now I wonder if it would be good to let Aurora marry you. Harry shot the other man a dirty look. They had just temporarily cured Draco Malfoy of the doubts about marriage, and the dork decides to bring that subject up again. Actually, Mikey, Harry began, you have never seen how crafty Aurora may be. All those men she led astray to finish a mission would testify that she is now goddess of dawn, more like the goddess of darkness. But to sound like a spoiled brat, I believe I am the one seeing the therapist. Right, Draco replied slowly. This was going to be quite a long night. How is a man supposed to deal with his coworker spilling his secrets out? It was one thing to just tease Harry about it, but to have the boy hero actually announce his feelings in a tactless manner was quite disconcerting, especially when one is afraid of what one's fiancé is planning for the supposed idiotic, not-so-official couple. Well, I am just going to assume that the she as Miss Weasley. Harry nodded to support the presupposition. It has been quite obvious to me since Ginny first year that she liked you quite a lot. The weird rhyme that was given to you by those sickening Cupid replicas was actually sent by yours truly, as a joke, the Malfoy added when Mike chose to take his defensive cousin-in-law mode. I didn't actually write the poem though, it was a sarcastic remark made by Ginny to her friends when they encouraged her to send you a Valentine gift. Anyhow, she has admired you since first year, as far as I know. She might have marveled at you since the first time she heard of the heroic tales of Baby Potter. It may seem like her feelings for you might have disappeared, perhaps that was a direct result of her maturity. Yes, and what am I supposed to do? Harry asked, unnerved by the detailed analysis of Dr. Draco and the pessimistic tone he used to deliver the speech. You expect me to know when it took me that long to get Aurora's attention? Quote. The pseudo-therapist exclaimed. I can only give you the analysis. The methods I have taken obviously do not apply to you since Aurora's regards of me are completely different from how Ginny see you. Besides, you had said she didn't respond to your key. That's different from my case in that I was lucky I didn't get slapped. Draco paused to brace himself for a lecture about Aurora by her cousin, and miraculously, remarks of any kind didn't fly at him. The pseudo-patient and pseudo-doctor looked at Mike and the younger man was dozing off on his couch. What time is it? Harry asked. It's late. 2:30 in the morning, the other replied. We should get to sleep as well. I get the queasy feeling that the women have something planned for later this morning. Help me get Mike to his bedroom. 10 minutes later, all lights were off, and the house was truly vacant. The morning came with the sun's rays fighting its way through the half-open curtains at Ginny's apartment. The ladies sleeping on the living room floor each had their own ray of sunshine illuminating their face. The extra light created by cars driving down the road added to the seemingly choreographed dance of bright beams. The sound of Peer Gynt from Ginny's alarm clock woke all three occupants from their rest. Ack, the sun, go away. Carrie complained as one of the dancing rays flashed across her face. What time is it? Ginny murmured with her voice still tinted with sleepiness. It's 7:15, a disgustingly perky voice called from the bathroom. The other two women looked at each other with sympathizing looks of disdain for Aurora. I have always hated how she could be so awake in the morning, carried Moned, trying to hide from the various lights in the room. What you go through cannot be worse than my experience. When both of us were training to be Medowitches, we shared a room. A grunt from Carrie's covers replied in deference to Ginny's misery story. Another sound of ruffling covers signaled that Ginny had tried to get back to sleep as well. Come on everyone, get ready since I am making breakfast, Aurora declared in the doorway of the bathroom. The only response was people trying to hide deeper into their sleeping bags. Shaking her head, the Auror walked to the kitchen, and metallic bangs of pots and pans made those still in bed shiver at the unwelcome noise. I guess she is actually making breakfast, Carrie said thoughtfully. Her head was out of the covers and the growling of her stomach already made the decision for her to wake up. At least the food is worth it. Ginny nodded in agreement and followed the other to the bathroom. I wonder what the men are doing, Carrie asked on her way to the kitchen. Probably still sleeping, Ginny replied, now fully awake. I haven't had Aurora's cooking since she became a full-time Auror. It's not fair. Just because her parents can cook, it doesn't mean she just has to be a good cook as well. I think the only person the culinary gene didn't skip in my generation is Aurora. It's sickening how seems to have no faults. I know, she can cook. She is marrying Draco Malfoy so money won't be a problem, not that it ever will be a problem with her job. Oh right. She is also a renowned Auror working with the boy who lived in his arch-rival. Do we have any more tallies to add to Aurora's perfection? Ginny asked. Hey, keep on doing that and you don't get any food for breakfast, Aurora's reply came from the kitchen. I believe this is my house, Ginny retorted. This had led to Aurora coming out of the kitchen with a spatula in one hand and an oven mitten in the other. It is, but I am your best friend. You granted me access your home the first day of your ownership. Besides, the food is mine anyway. Although you bought the groceries, I am changing them into food. Did that even make sense? Carrie and Ginny shook their heads simultaneously. It's too early in the morning for logic, the two sleepyheads complained. As is it's too early so you two are bashing poor Aurora. The cook asked in a motherly tone. Actually, no, we single women just needed to have some time for self-pity. Aurora merely shook her head and walked back to the kitchen. A few moments later, 3 plates of bacon, eggs, pancakes, and a large waffle floated out the door followed by Aurora. Now eat. The plate flew to the counter and placed themselves between the forks and knives that just happened to be at the right place. I was planning on getting the bridesmaids' dresses as well as getting a dress for Ginny. So should I get Parvati, Hermione, and Lavender? Sure, Ginny replied, stabbing her fork into the pancake. Hey, this is blueberry. I never bought any blueberries. The clang of a fork hitting the plate caused Aurora to look up. Ori, you didn't do that illusion spell, did you? Carrie asked, wary of the blue specks in her otherwise delicious pancake. The cook shook her head and continued eating. What? I went out and bought some blueberries. In 5 minutes. Both Ginny and Carrie asked, skeptical. If the berries were a result of the illusion spell, the two would go to the bathroom immediately. Perhaps they shouldn't have lied and told Aurora that they had liked a new recipe when the illusion spell was first introduced to food. That's what apparating is for. Aurora replied, rolling her eyes. Besides, I knew you didn't like those illusion recipes anyway. Though I must say I am miffed when you lied to me. Some poor person I was trying to get information out of had a taste of the artificial strawberry shortcake and ran away from me before I got any answers. So they are 100% natural. No magic involved to make them blueberries. The Aurora shook her head and breakfast proceeded without further interruptions, except perhaps Mimi attacking Ginny's waffles. Mimi, will you go send these note to Hermione, Parvati, and Lavender? I promise to give you owl munchies when you get back, Ginny coerced her personal messenger. I'll beg Aurora to get you more of those crunchy things that you love. The owl paused for its assault on the waffle and looked at her owner. How about anything you want? Within reason. Mimi blinked and gave a soft hoot of consideration. How could her owner be willing go that length to get her to not eat the waffles? If the owl's taste buds were correct, the waffle must be Aurora's cooking. The magic used to cook foods tends to stain the natural taste, but only a select few, mainly animals, can tell the difference. Ginny had scribbled 3 short notes to her friends requesting their presence, and in the meantime, Mimi had gotten a few more bits out of the waffle. The other 2 women looked at Ginny's plate, watchful of how Ginny would react to her half-eaten waffle. Considering the fact that the fork is no longer usable on the batter cake, why not let the owl finish it off? The rest of breakfast was considerable less odd. Mimi had returned with record speed, probably wanting to eat the rest of the waffle since Ginny would never continue to eat it. True to everyone's prediction, the owl did attack Ginny's breakfast plate to finish off what was left, the owl-packed waffle. Shortly after, Ginny's doorbell rang and 3 Hogwarts graduates waited outside. Hi Hermione, Parvati, and Lavender. Ginny exclaimed, opening her door. This is Carrie for those of you who don't know. And of course, here is poor Aurora, the future Mrs. Malfoy. 3 different responses were heard: pity, mock jealousy, and awe. Hey, Aurora shouted, giving all 3 a large group hug while managing to get soap bubbles in everyone's hair. Sorry about that, I never liked to wash dishes. The soap bubbles have hated me since the beginning of time. So when are we going on our shopping trip? Lavender asked, her smile mirrored by Parvati and Carrie. With a few quick swishes of her wand, Aurora cleaned up her mess and got her appearance to the A class and standards. We leave now, but we need to go wake up the men. They need to get their measurements as well. Speaking of measurements, how are we going to get mine? Hermione asked. My size is about to change throughout the wait for the wedding. I don't know. Maybe keep a tailor with us constantly. We can get the necessary changes done beforehand. That had seemed to satisfy Hermione. After all, it is Draco Malfoy's money that is being spent. He needs help to feel more on the average citizen side. Ready, let's get in the car and get the bag carriers. The morning was just as unwelcome to the men as it was for Ginny and Carrie. Most people would think Draco Malfoy and Harry Potter would at least be more excited about the morning than Mike would, but somehow that wasn't the case. Aurora's cousin was the first one up and made a somewhat inedible breakfast for the two resting Aurors. Happy mornings might have been a family trait, but obviously Carrie was right about the skipping culinary gene. "What is this?" Harry asked upon smelling the disturbing scent from the kitchen. "I don't know, but I think we should just forget breakfast and apparate somewhere to get brunch," Draco replied, sharing the dubious feeling of Mike's cooking. Several clangs were heard from the kitchen, but the sound was not the welcoming clash of metals when Aurora cooked. "Ouch! Hot! Help!" The cry echoed in the large kitchen. Harry and Draco looked at each other for support. "Guess we cleaned the kitchen up for nothing." Both Hogwarts graduates rushed to the kitchen to help. As though unspoken prayers were answered, the doorbell rang. "Please let it be Aurora. I want her food," Harry cried. "Hey, would you mind if I just randomly show up at your house after you get married? I don't think anyone can make scrambled eggs as good as Aurora. I don't see why everyone marvels at her culinary skills. She can cook several good dishes, and she has a knack for following instructions, therefore allowing her to make wonderful dishes." "She isn't the goddess of food, you know," Draco complained. He had too many accidents trying out Aurora's cooking experiments. "Hello, are you awake yet?" a female voice asked. "Well, you better be now," said a voice the men had decided was Ginny. Of course, the crude, practical question that came after belonged to one of the Classens. "Are you decent?" "Whatever, I'm going in. After working with them for so long, I know they don't sleep beepity." Since the second was obviously Aurora, Carrie must have been the first blunt person. "You know, I have always thought Carrie is the nice, quiet girl in the family," Draco said thoughtfully, which caused Mike to snort. "Perhaps the night with Aurora and Ginny made her part of the insane group?" Harry asked in a strangely shaky voice. Realizing the odd quality of his tone, Harry had also noticed the evil glint in Draco and Mike's eyes. "Oh, looks like I have to deal with more of last night's bashing." "You all slept on the couch?" Aurora asked, ending the silent battle between the men much to Harry's favor. "There are beds, you know." "We didn't sleep on the couch, we rested on the couch for a bit before going to bed." "I'll assume you have had a comfortable rest since we are going to get everything tailored today. We also need to pick out garments for those who haven't decided." "That means mandatory attendance from all of you," Aurora declared. "Even me?" Mike asked timidly. "What about Carrie?" The older woman looked dubiously at her cousin. "Sorry Mikey, I got out of the wedding crew. Grandma had asked me to be a bridesmaid for Cousin Frank's wedding." "This time you are going down," Carrie replied in a superior manner. "Yes, you were the backup groomsman." The clueless look on his face made Draco and Harry cower. "I take it Mr. Potter and Mr. Malfoy had forgotten to inform you of this." "Oh right, before I forget something, Harry, do you know that you'll be dancing with Ginny?" "To keep up the charade?" "Yes." "No, to actually date her, you dolt," Draco replied sarcastically. "You never even asked her." "Asked who?" Ginny asked when the other women found the action in the kitchen. "No one," Harry replied all too quickly. "Can we leave? I haven't even had breakfast," Mike complained. Two more murmurs of agreement sounded as the group made their way to the fireplace. "Is flow powder safe for you to use?" Ginny asked Hermione. "It should. If not, I'll sue Dr. Blonfontaine. He had said I should conduct business normally. If something happened, blame it all on him. Yes, with the rest of the Weasley crew chasing him to his grave." Draco remarked with Harry turning pale. "Oh, let's go to the Leaky Cauldron for brunch," Mike exclaimed enthusiastically. The entourage had arrived at Diagon Alley and the wafting scent of smoked bacon that could be smelled miles away made three stomachs grumble. "Draco didn't cook for you?" Aurora asked. "He makes the best breakfast skillet in the world." Two deadly glares were aimed at the privileged man. "You cook. Why didn't you tell us you could make random ingredients edible?" both Harry and Mike demanded. Waiting for 2 hours for a meal was definitely not on top of the two's list of favorites. "Why don't you three go get food while we go to the bridal shop?" Ginny suggested, hoping to end the idiot spar that might begin any moment. "If I told you, would it have been believable?" the Platinum Bee-owned retort. Mike spluttered indignantly and Ginny was getting quite indignant as well. "Did you even hear me? You go get brunch and we'll meet you back here in 2 hours." Got it. Harry nodded rapidly, hoping to avoid conflict coming from the female side as well. Very good, Harry. Just get them in the leaky cauldron. Bye. The women called out as they turned up the street toward the bridal shop. Looking through dresses was an interesting event. It seemed all the salespeople had heard about the Grand Malfoy wedding and wished to be a part of the activities. Commission for Malfoy weddings tended to be high as the clothing purchased had a large price. Good morning, chimed 5 sales assistants. How may I help you? Hermione and Ginny looked at Aurora, doubting the whole circumstance, while Lavender, Parvati, and Carrie had already started the question session with the clerks. Guess we joined the bandwagon. Hermione deducted, still uncertain. No more persuasion was needed as the other 2 sales clerks attacked the less enthusiastic group. Why don't you take Ginny? See some dresses suitable for the maid of honor. She also has the pictures of the other dresses, so if you have any questions ask her too, Aurora directed. She is my wedding planner as well. Oh, you must be the famous events planner. Welcome to our shop, Miss Weasley. Oh, I just love the way you had coordinated those events, the sales lady had gushed, making Ginny wince. A no-so-apologetic smile was sent to the young Weasley by both Aurora and Hermione. They had gotten the older clerk. Good morning, Miss Classen. This is Hermione Granger. Excuse me, Weasley, Aurora introduced. Oh yes, I have heard of you both. I must say I am privileged to serve 2 wonderfully sophisticated and prominent women in our society. Welcome. When the older woman had turned, Hermione and Ginny had noticed Ginny sticking her tongue at them. It seems everyone had quite an overly vigorous about serving the group. We have a small dilemma, Aurora began. Due to inopportune timing, I'll be in my 3rd trimester of pregnancy during Aurora's wedding. The bridesmaid dress will need to be changed, Hermione explained. Oh, congratulations. I am sure your babe will be beautiful and smart, and... Thank you. Could you give us some information on tailors who could change the sizes? Hermione interrupted kindly. The salesperson nodded and hurried off to the back room of the store. That should take her a while, Aurora wished out loud. This store is supposed to be one of the more prominent stores. Hermione asked, glancing around the store in distaste. The prices certainly match expectations, as does the quality of the dresses, but geez. The sales clerks will scare away half of the customers. True, but the rich and famous are treated well here, as you have seen. I suppose most of the upper class need their egos enlarged. Is there a reason why those 3 suddenly got quiet? Hermione questioned. She had known Lavender and Parvati for years, and they do not ever become silent during a shopping trip. Since Carrie seemed to have fit in with the fashion twins, sound should be heard. Oh, that reminds me. I needed to ask for your advice on something, Aurora said with a secretive smile. It is about Harry and Ginny. The same smile was mirrored on the ex-Gryffindor as well. I see, so that's why those 3 are quiet. I must say Lavender and Parvati are not great matchmakers. That's why we needed lots of help, along with the inane stubbornness of the 2 in question. Hermione nodded as well. How am I supposed to help? Not that I don't support you or anything, but their relationship is skewed. Ginny had directed the energy of her crush on Harry to flirting with him as friends. That had sent the mixed message to Harry, confusing the poor guy. Harry doesn't really know whether she truly likes him or if Ginny's past awkwardness was a childish infatuation with a celebrity that dissipates with time. I can see how he can be confused. It's funny how Ginny thinks Harry is only flirting with her as friends. She also suspects the flirting serves as a shield against men's attention directed at her by the orders of Ron, Aurora informed Hermione. I suppose that is the only reason Ron hasn't blown up at their antics. Would Ron be furious if Harry were to date Ginny? Aurora asked. I don't suppose so, Hermione replied. Ron would prefer to let Harry have Ginny than any other male, no matter how he reacted last night. The news had lit a smile on Aurora's face. Well, obstacle number 1 is solved. Now we just need to get those 2 to admit their feelings, or at least date each other. Oh, I feel another wedding coming up. Both Hermione and Aurora had giggled like schoolgirls at the conclusion. It wasn't entirely unreasonable. Both people in question had liked and cared for each other enough to call the affection love. So why not date and see if marriage will work? The joy and privacy of the two ladies was interrupted by the reappearance of the saleswoman. Good things can't last forever, especially when it comes to privacy. Hello Mrs. Weasley and Miss Classen, soon to be Mrs. Malfoy, the woman exclaimed in an extremely eager voice. I did find some tailors who would be willing to alter the dress, but we have a lovely selection for pregnant ladies. The dress can be custom made to match the style of the other bridesmaid dresses. The only difference will be the fabric and the magic stitches used. The size change will be automatically adjusted. Good plan, answered Hermione, blatantly expressing her feelings about the store. She wanted to get out, at least before her hormones cut her temper shorter and blow up at the sycophantic woman trying to get hordes of money of the society's prominent. That's great. You have the design for the dresses, right? The clerk nodded. Thank you for your service, Aurora finished stiffly yet politely. Seems neither woman wanted to remain the store any longer. However, actually get out of the store would be more of an obstacle in that Carrie and the fashion twins are now buddy-buddy with their sales clerk. Lavender, Parvati, Carrie, did you get the dresses that you need/want? Hermione asked. The three shop-aholics terminated their giggling and nodded. How about you, Ginny? Miss Weasley is not quite done, ma'am, the Ginny's fashion consultant replied instead. She cannot decide which dress she wants. That has set off the three giggling sister. Carrie, Lavender, and Parvati dashed to Ginny's rescue along with their giggly clerk. Ooh, how about this one? All three, four if the clerk should be included, cooed at the cream dress with a sheer outer layer that was emerald green with little green gems scattered around. It will look so nice on you. The sales clerk was nodding her head rigorously. Isn't it a bit too elaborate? Ginny asked skeptically. Everyone else's dress is elegant in the they style of simplicity. This dress would stand out too much. The audience merely shrugged at her comment. She was the event's planner anyway. It was Ginny's responsibility to make sure everything goes smoothly and coordinated. Then turning to the clerk, the younger Weasley asked, can you suggest other dresses that are simple like the rest? Searching for a suitable dress that matched Ginny's guidelines was impossible. Sometime around the 8th dress, the rest of the girl group had decided to buy the green dress anyway, and make Ginny wear it for the parties after the wedding. For one, green is a favorable color to Harry, and that shade of green complements the red hair in a way that doesn't make Ginny look like the Christmas in July fairy. The search for Ginny's maid of honor dress was hopeless. There was not one dress Ginny had liked or the clerk was willing to support. The annoyance of failure had annoyed the entire shopping crew, and the time to get the men was welcomed by a mad dash out of the store. Thank goodness, Hermione exclaimed happily whilst dancing across the street. I was about to strangle every single one of them. The other women followed her module and happily pranced down the street. I wonder what's going on with the men, Parvati asked thoughtfully. This had caused Carrie to raise her professional psychologist's analytical eyebrow, which in turn caused Aurora to stop her skip and ponder as well. The question just led a chain reaction that ended with Hermione stopping and eyeing the rest suspiciously. Well, the 1-month pregnant woman asked impatiently. The other ladies just shook their heads and continued toward the leaky cauldron with Hermione leading. Isn't moodiness supposed to come in a few more months? Aurora asked Ginny in a small whisper, but casual enough to not cause any suspicions from Hermione. Not really. I think Fleur was quite erratic since she found out she was pregnant. Bill was certain that it was only due to her Vela blood. But then in Penny's case, she was even-tempered throughout most of her pregnancy, Ginny observed. We all know Hermione is strange. Ron had warned us of that. I think he took a few seconds before the Christmas dinner to tell us to not push any of Hermione's buttons or she'll blow up on us. Aurora nodded. It was definitely a good thing she proposed the matchmaking plan before Hermione got too annoyed. The walk to Leaky Cauldron was breezy. No one stopped to look at the shop windows in case Hermione got to be quite edgy again. However, the awareness was heightened to new levels when Mike ran outside giggling at abnormally high pitches. Mike's appearance was followed by Draco Malfoy helping Harry Potter steady himself. What happened? Hermione asked, taking the authoritative position Aurora usually held when dealing with the three hoodlums. Neither answered. The only response from the group was Mike's high-pitched squeals of delight. I can't believe it, Aurora murmured. What did he order? she asked, turning to Draco and Harry. Eggs sunny side up, some bacon, I believe a sausage, Draco answered. And also orange juice, Harry added. The comment was followed by a pink steam appearing near Harry's face, which made the man sneeze so hard that he fell to the ground. Are you all right? Ginny asked with a worried expression of her face. What happened? The colored gas was gone, but Harry's face was in an unhealthily shade of red. He should be fine. Mike had put this little curse on him when he got to be a bit hyper, Draco replied. Let me guess, Aurora answered, narrowing her eyes. You let him sprinkle the pepper on his eggs while drinking orange juice. Looks of horror dawned on Ginny and Carrie's faces. What's wrong? Hermione asked. He is allergic to the special combination of magically made orange juice and pepper. Normal homemade or Muggle store-bought orange juice doesn't affect him that way. No one really knows why he is allergic to just that combination, Carrie explained. The clarification of the situation gave Parvati a dubious expression. The reaction is just insanity, not like killing a person, but more of a syndrome that like the epitome of Fred and George's pranking tactics. So how do we undo the curse? Ginny asked. The caused Harry to blanch and another round of the irritating gas be around him while Draco Malfoy turned red. Mike on the other hand, although being restrained by Aurora, was giggling hysterically once again. He has to tell the truth, and only the truth for 5 times, according to Mike, Draco replied. I think he has 2 more to go. A game of truth or dare, Aurora exclaimed with a devilish smile, causing Harry to whimper with his curse's usual reaction. Now Mr. Potter, do like our Miss Welly. Aurora, Ginny shouted, completely unnerved by the question. On one hand, Ginny's mind screamed that she wanted to know, but the other portion didn't want to hear rejection. The horrified look on Harry's face didn't contribute to Ginny's curious side. How was she supposed to compare to some of the other women Harry sees every day? Well, the rest of the group asked with equally evil tones. I like Ginny, Harry began, but the pink smoke was erupting again. This made the young Weasley's heart sink. Wait, not yet, the smoke rescinded. I like Ginny a lot. There was a small spew of the pink gas. It wasn't enough to make Harry sick, but it was enough for the gas to exasperatedly say, fine, we'll let that one pass. The next question, Aurora announced. Who will ask this one? In a normal situation, Ginny would have detected the scheming plan behind Aurora's body language, but when Harry had said, as she quotes, I like Ginny a lot, her mind was quite giddy. So what were you going to ask Ginny? Mike shrieked happily. That, Harry gulped. He took 3 deep breaths and began in a more confident voice. Ginny, would you like to go out with me? The condescending cloud of the curse was gone. That had definitely brought Ginny out of her revelry. What? I understand if you mean no, Harry answered in the equally confident voice. The only sign giving away his dismay was the absence of the sparkling, happy light usually in his playful green eyes. Either fortunately or unfortunately, a camera shot interrupted Ginny. Oh damn, Aurora cursed, immediately drawing her wand to summon the reporter as well as the camera. This caused Mike's restraining curse be weakened, and he was able to run free. This wasn't a good sign for Ginny, was Mike wasn't too happy when his supposed happily ever after didn't come. The hyperactive youth, sort of, he was 17 and going on his last year at some wizarding school in Switzerland, jumped at Ginny. Ah hell, both Draco and Harry declared. It was right, hell was definitely being wrecked, and the hidden photographers decided Aurora wouldn't be able to take care of all of them at the same time, so they all decided to become visible. Mother is going to kill me, and irritate, Draco thought. The group besides Hermione, Lavender, and Parvati had ended up in the office of the Minister of Magic. The pregnant Hermione was sent to the hospital wing, accompanied by her Hogwarts housemates, roommates, to get checkups on her unborn child to make sure the mess hadn't hurt the babe. Witnesses deemed Lavender and Parvati innocent, so they were able to walk free. The novice Aurors who were sent to treat minor magical scruffles had arrested their senior for causing a ruckus in front of the leaky cauldron. Mrs. Malfoy, Sirius, Remus, and Mrs. Weasley had been summoned to listen to the Minister of Magic lecture their not-so-juvenile delinquents and to lecture the guilty party themselves. Most of the novices had been snickering, but the old Malfoy sneer, patented 500 years ago by Nicholas Flamel, had forced all the young uns to keep their mouths sealed in a line. What they didn't know was that Aurora would be training them as soon as she gets married. Malfoy protocol doesn't allow their women to do the dirty work unless there is some honor attached to it, so the poor girl was demoted, in Ginny's opinion, to train disobedient youths. From the way the novices were acting, Aurora would definitely be the complete opposite of what her name means. Ginny didn't like being in the mom's office. The last time she had been in there was when her journalism project got herself in trouble with the ministry's security. She didn't hurt anyone, but the information she had gotten was actually top secret. This caused the onset of Percy driving everyone in the building bananas by complaining about how his littlest sibling, and also sister, a remark scoffed at by Ginny, had penetrated the security system. "Miss Classen, Mr. Potter, and Mr. Malfoy," the minister began, "I am severely disappointed by the reported actions you have taken. All three of you are renowned Aurors with topmost training in spell and curses. It was an unfair battle for those unarmed reporters and you three. But of course, you had your friends' help in addition to your strengths." "Unarmed," Aurora declared. "What do you call those cameras they were holding? If they are pressing charges, I will too. For stalking and harassment. I understand, Miss Classen, that you haven't had a friendly relationship with the media, but that is no reason to put a highly powerful stunning spell on the poor man. The other reporter had 3 ribs broken due to your summoning spell. How are you to answer that?" By now, the defiant look on Aurora's face had made the minister's face quite red. Ginny had wondered if the poor man had high blood pressure. He might suffer from a heart attack sometime soon. "Opsy," Aurora replied casually, as though those injuries were normal. Broken ribs might have been common for her, but that wasn't ordinary for reporters. The minister had turned his attention to Mrs. Malfoy, silently wishing for the girl's temporary guardian to do something about her unruly future daughter-in-law. The older Malfoy only looked out the window with a disdainful and superior smirk. It had seemed no Malfoy was going to look up to the minister unless he or she was a Malfoy. "I would like to speak with my Aurors privately, please," the minister began uneasily. Ginny was sure he wanted to yell at them without a prominent and aristocratic lady standing in an intimidating fashion in the room. Perhaps then, the minister would have the audacity to truly lecture his top Aurors. As soon as everyone was ushered out of their room, the lectures had begun, only for Ginny. Mrs. Malfoy merely walked to a seat and sat down, considering her immediate charges were being lectured by the minister. Mike and Carrie had been left alone while Ginny received 3 lectures from her mother, Harry's godparent, and Harry's quasi-godparent. "I always thought you were the reasonable one," Sirius began. "Why didn't you stop them from being psychotic?" Ginny mentally rolled her eyes. She wasn't about to tell Sirius Harry had asked her to be his girlfriend, which caused her brain to freeze so she could analyze whether he had meant or he was being forced by Mike's insane twin. "I wouldn't really call it being psychotic," Ginny replied instead. "They have always been hounded by the press. Thank goodness they have a security spell for their presence during their missions. Otherwise the success rate would be a negative number." Sirius had nodded in agreement. The parental side of him wanted to lecture Ginny more, but his dominating juvenile side had agreed with Ginny. The memory of how Lily and James's engagement had traveled through Europe had irked him, as well as the memory of how the media had ruled out his innocence on the Pettigrew trial. "It doesn't really matter," Remus answered, stepping in. "I suppose it wasn't fair of us to ask you to control 3 full-grown and trained Aurors who are actually nominated for the unspeakable roles. Anyhow, I am just quite surprised at why you chose to join them. By means of self-defense only. Besides, Mrs. Malfoy had specifically instructed for me to say nothing about the matter of the wedding and the craziness of the event until the press conference. I had to keep the reporters at bay." Mrs. Malfoy, Ginny's mother, had grumbled. No matter how close the two families might be after the upcoming controversial wedding, Mrs. Weasley still had the grudge against the Malfoys. After all, they had sort of bought their way out of trouble again, only with the help of a third party that no one knows about. "There is nothing wrong about the advice, Mum," Ginny whined. She really didn't want to deal with family prejudices right now, especially when her best friend is about to marry into that supposed horrible family. If they had taken care of the problem better in the first place, none of this insanity would have happened. Mrs. Weasley shouted in clenched teeth. Thankfully Mrs. Malfoy was taken to a different room by Carrie and Mike so Ginny could some private time. Whether that was good for Ginny, well, the definition of good has a wide spectrum. Now half of the world thinks my poor girl is marrying a Malfoy for Merlin's sake. They do, both Sirius and Remus exclaimed. We were never informed of this magnitude of the situation. So what did they make of Harry? Ginny had turned bright red. How she always gets placed on the spot. Why did Hermione have to go to the hospital wing now? Few magazines had thought Harry was marrying Aurora. I believe one had deemed Harry a homos **ual with Aurora getting jealous of the attention her coworkers lather on each other. What about that key? Sirius asked. Mrs. Weasley had chalked on her water, and all Ginny wanted to do was to dig herself a hole in the center of the earth and hibernate there until the end of the world. What key? The elderly woman demanded, making Ginny groan softly. She desperately wished the worst on the three oars that dragged her into the mess. The minister better be giving them hell. You didn't key that. Mrs. Weasley was shaking in trepidation. She really didn't want her little girl to be keying some random person. As far the Mrs. Weasley knew, Ginny was not romantically involved with anyone. Harry and I keyed, Ginny answered bluntly. That had to have been the best solution. The news should stump her mother for 5 hours. That only leaves Sirius and Remus to worry about. Perhaps after 5 hours, she won't be the only youth in the presence of the overbearing, parental figures. The news had indeed shocked Mrs. Weasley. However, the added effect was Sirius and Remus getting stumped as well. Bluntness might just work to get people off my back. Ginny thought shrewdly. To Ginny's relief, Hermione had come back from the hospital wing. That had gotten all the attention off the poor younger Weasley. Oh Hermione, Mrs. Weasley exclaimed. How is the babe? Nothing is wrong. No, Hermione replied with an apologetic smile to Ginny. I don't see why they made a fuss about it all. I was on the sidelines when everything went berserk. Carrie had enough sense to put a protective shield around me just in case a camera flew my way. Bless that dear girl, Mrs. Weasley gushed, making Ginny wonder at how her mother could change personalities so fast every day. Oh my, the soon-to-be a grandmother again cried out. I suppose the minister is done speaking with them. Ginny, Hermione, come home with me. We'll leave Sirius and Remus alone to speak with Harry. The shorter, older woman had both on each side of her and walked towards the exit. We should take Carrie and Mike as well. From what I have heard, poor Mike had an allergic reaction. I'll see what I can do to make him feel better. And that way, Mrs. Malfoy can be left alone with her son and his fiancée. Mrs. Weasley finished curtly, causing Ginny and Hermione to discreetly shake their heads at their mother's continual dislike for Malfoys, even though one of the persons she directed the dislike at was a girl she had once approved of. Ginny was about to leave the room when Harry tugged on her arm. The bashful youth that was at Hogwarts returned, replacing the world-renowned Auror. Ginny noticed her was nervously twiddling his fingers while trying to casually brush his hair back. I wonder why he does that. The finger combs just make his hair stick up more. The overly rational part of Ginny's brain decided to retort, of course. That's what's so likable about Harry, the casual messy look. What is it, Harry? Ginny asked with her voice somewhat shaky. 5 years of idolizing the boy who lived, 4 years of being close friends, numerous friendly chat sessions, and now Ginny Weasley chose to be nervous. And it all returned this morning. I wanted to speak with you alone, Harry replied. He had shot a look at high surrogate parents. Can you meet with me in 1 hour at the coffee shop? That should be enough time for Sirius to chew my head thoroughly while Remus cleans up the mess. Ginny couldn't help but laugh at Harry's expense. He definitely deserved to be mentally beaten by the elders. The lecture from the Minister of Magic would never accomplish its purpose, since the man feared his Aurors like how a mouse is afraid of a cat. Sure, 1 hour. Have fun. Ginny waited patiently in the Ministry Cafe. Aurora wasn't too happy about Ginny not accompanying her for the rest of the afternoon, so she made a cheeky comment about the meeting with Harry. Don't take too long, Aurora began. I know there are years of pent-up emotions to let out, so don't forget the press conference. The best man and the maid of honor should be present. Emotion? Ginny asked with a suspicious glare, but the soon-to-be married woman had apparated out of the cafe. There was still another 45 minutes of waiting until Harry would show up. Thankfully no reporters had decided to hobnob in the cafe, so Ginny didn't have to put up with any black-eyed, swollen-cheeked paparazzi. In the meantime, Ginny was flipping through some fashion magazines in hopes of deciding a maid of honor dress. The coffee had long run out. Ginny, exasperated with her coffee, walked back to the counter to buy another cup. "I like this dress," Harry declared, causing Ginny to nearly spill her hot drink. "The green one. Why does everyone choose a green dress for me?" Ginny whined. "I would look like a walking Christmas ornament. I don't know about anyone else, but green is my favorite color. Also, the theme of the wedding seems to be green." "Of course it is the color of your eyes," Ginny retorted. "So many of your admirers had complimented on your lovely, emerald green eyes that mirror your emotions like the clear waters of an untainted mountain spring." Ginny finished the dramatic romanticism with an exaggerated sigh. "Exactly, so don't you want a dress just like that?" Harry replied, "though I am not sure if you want the mirroring part." The redhead put down her coffee and rolled her eyes. "I don't know, it might be as green as fresh pickled toad. Wouldn't want that to happen." The joke on the scandalous Valentine poem shocked Harry. Ginny didn't talk about her first year at Hogwarts often due to the bad memories that will forever be etched in her memory. Being brainwashed by Tom Riddle and nearly killing 3 students was not something that should be brought up in daily conversation. "Should I be hurt by that?" Harry teased back. The return to the flirtatious streak would not be good for Harry, not when he had unofficially asked Ginny out just a few hours ago. The little warning bells in Harry's head were setting off the wrong warnings. "So what did you want to speak with me about?" Ginny asked, dragging the conversation away from choosing a dress for her. She had enough of the fusses about wedding clothing. "About this morning," Harry began. Ginny's mood had gone from happy-perky to near depression in the span of 0.5 milliseconds. "I want to apologize for putting you on the spot this morning." "Oh, here comes the, sorry Ginny, I only like you like a sister speech, or that one about, I like you, but you are not my type." Wonderful, this is going to come out of Harry Potter's mouth. Let's see, do I have enough money to pay for therapy fees after this ordeal? It shouldn't matter. The consultation fees and various other payments Aurora and Draco are going to pay should cover most of the psychoanalyst fees. Besides, if the amount does exceed what I have already, Aurora is going to pay for all of it until I am deemed normal. She did say she would pay for psychotherapy fees due to the Harry Potter syndrome. "It's all right, Harry. The spell Mike put on you did that. Don't worry about it. Fred and George have done worse. I cannot believe they picked on Seamus in my 6th year so much that I had to break up with him just to keep my twin brothers from sending prank mails to him." Ginny comforted Harry and herself by bringing up the past. "So I'll see you at the press conference. Aurora warned me to tell you that tardiness from the maid of honor and the best man will not be tolerated." "Wait," Harry called out. "But I did mean what I said." Ginny blinked rapidly, trying to comprehend what the emerald-eyed man was implying. "You know, I have liked you since a long time ago. While at Hogwarts, all your brothers were so protective of you that I was afraid asking you to go out with me would mean suicide. Besides that, I was also afraid how you would handle my proposition. Ron had said you were my #1 fan, so I wasn't sure whether or not you like me for me, or like the million other women on the streets that want my social status as well as money from the job and family inheritance. Seriously, people knew more about me, even now, than I would ever find out myself." Ginny was stunned at the revelations. "Ginny, are you all right?" Harry questioned with worry mirroring in his eyes as many admirers had described. Ginny nodded. "I was babbling, wasn't I?" Another nod. "Are you sure you are all right?" Nod. "You know, if you keep on doing that, Aurora is going to murder me." That gave Harry a loud slap on the shoulder. "You are not mad at me, are you? Violence is not a great solution, just remember that." "Shush, Harry, you are such a oaf. There is nothing wrong with me. I am just a bit shocked," Ginny explained. Seeing the more distressed look on Harry's face, Ginny prayed to all holy beings that make sure she doesn't faint. The pounding sound of her heart echoed in her head and she was quite sure her pulse could be seen at her neck. "So you knew of my Harry Potter obsession before I even got to talk to you?" Ginny asked in a small voice. The presence next to her suddenly felt quite overwhelming, maybe she would faint. If you did like me, why didn't you just ask or something? Harry's face had a pink tinge to it. When I did gather up the courage, I had heard from people you liked Seamus. So I thought your earlier reaction to my name was just a phase, and since you got used to my presence, the new and exciting situation was gone, then you went on with your usual life and crushes. Even as Harry said things aloud, he knew the excuse was stupid. Ginny had thought the same and light smacked Harry in the back of his head. You were an oaf, the young Weasley replied with a wide smile. That was sweet and very considerate, but you are such an oaf. Does that mean you like me back? Harry asked lamely. He was prepared for a smack in the face for refusal, or a gleefully happy girl hugging him back. The over-rational reaction was not one Harry Potter was prepared for. It actually felt like he was standing in front of the firing squad rather than the person the question is proposed to. Of course I like you back. If I did, the sorry speech would have been given. Ginny was no longer apprehensive. The reality of everything suddenly sank in and the girlish giggles were released. Oh my goodness, I can't believe it, Ginny shouted while giving Harry a tight hug. So the gleefully happy response was there, but no what? Should Harry key her, buy her a drink, or hug and swing the poor girl around until she was dizzy? So, Ginny began, was I supposed to say, yes Harry, I'll date you? Even though the phrase was said in question form, the meaning was there. That was when Harry actually responded. Without a moment's notice, Ginny found her in Harry's arms for the second time that week. This time, however, they were keying in public, but that didn't really matter to the newly formed couple. After a few minutes, the lovebird finally stopped. Aurora really had a bad influence on you, Harry remarked, making Ginny more confused in a dazed state. So what? Harry is a good keyer. You drink coffee. The American had corrupted you. You coffee drinker. Okay, so the boy who lived was not as perfect as all the romantics believe. Being weird is actually a good aura quality, just take Mad-Eye Moody for an example. Everyone, please quiet down, the moderator of the press conference had announced. The Malfoy Manor's main drawing room had been filled with chairs for reporters, and those chairs were all seated with people as well. We shall begin from this side of the room. The moderator pointed to the northeastern corner. Excuse Mr. Thorne, Mrs. Malfoy cut in. I believe my son and his fiancée should make their statements before the questioning begins. The man cowered and blushed. With a shaking nod, voice amplifiers appeared in front of the group. Good evening ladies and gentlemen, Draco began. I am sure everyone is quite anxious to find out who my fiancée is. Nods from multiple reporters had encouraged him to continue. The truth is, the lucky, or unlucky lady is not much of a mystery. Had you not made so many false and illogical assumptions, the identity of my fiancé is quite obvious. Just get on with it. An irate reporter urged. The Malfoy heir merely sneered at the man. As I was saying, I will tell you the identity of my fiancé. I assure you will find the answer at the end of the night. Complaints were heard and the Malfoy's body language had answered any doubts as to why they were aristocratic and deserved respect. Draco, it isn't nice to tease them, Mrs. Malfoy interrupted. As much as she enjoyed teasing the media back, groups of irritated former Gryffindors near the back of the room were tapping their foot impatiently. Mrs. Weasley didn't put in a lot of effort to conceal her dislike of the situation. For one, people believed her little girl was going to marry a Malfoy. And two, the little girl arrived at the burrow hand in hand with Harry. If that scene got out, people are going to believe little Virginia Weasley is a woman. Very well, Draco replied in his spoiled brat's bored voice. There is no grand unveiling, but my beautiful fiancé stands to my right. Camera flashes were mainly aimed to his right, however, there were two women on either side of him. On the right was obviously Aurora and on the left was Ginny. A less intelligent photographer had taken a picture with Ginny as the center of attention. Is there a reason why my picture is being taken? Ginny pointed out with Harry hugging her closer to give a hint. People, Ginny Weasley is with H. Potter, not D. Malfoy. What do you think you are doing? The other right. This proclamation led the entire room to burst in laughter, and the photographer put his down in shame. Just as the hull quieted, his complaints were heard. He said, "Right, how was I supposed to know whether it was his or mine right?" One last glare from Draco Malfoy had brought silence back. Questions. Draco asked to redirect the topic to his upcoming wedding. "When will the wedding be?" one of the reporter asked, and so the questions had began. All the important people of the wedding were introduced. The groomsmen, the bridesmaids, and of course, the couple that aid the marrying couple. The standing order had been choreographed so that the best man and the maid of honor could have their pictures taken together. The conference must have been the shortest one in the history of press conferences. Considering the actual marrying couple was not as controversial as it was believed to be, just revealing the identity of the fiancé was enough to make the situation untabloid-worthy. In conclusion, a small reception was held for less formal questions, the ones that were not related to the wedding itself. Is it true that Miss Weasley refused Mr. Potter's proposal to get to know her better? A reporter had the nerve to direct that attention to Harry and Ginny. He had been one of the poor paparazzi that were attacked by 3 skilled oars. Ginny and Harry had been standing with the marrying couple, and 3 glares were directed towards the imbecile. It seemed the oars were shocked how a person could still be as annoying as they were before getting a couple of ribs broken and an eye socket bruised. "Are you two dating?" another reporter had asked. Ginny was the only person that was passive enough to answer the questions to send the reporters away. "I never refused Harry, and yes, we are dating." "Miss Weasley," the reporter from Teen Witch began, "what do you feel about Mr. Potter being named as the most eligible bachelor for the 5th year in a row?" "He is eligible," Ginny exclaimed, smile. The reporter had then looked at Aurora. "I will utter no comment on this on the account of self-preservation," the female oar declared with a bite. However, Aurora's tone had softened. "I will say Draco is the most eligible." That had earned laughs from the entire group as the Malfoy heir kidded his fiancée with a threat. The question was then repeated to Draco. "Oh yes, Potter definitely needs that title. He has been getting too desolate. The number of females surrounding him has been decreasing as well as his ego." "You know you love me, Malfoy," Harry said, turning to his coworker when the reporters decided to interrogate the older generation, the Malfoys, Mrs. Weasley, and the surviving half of the Marauders. "Oh, I am absolutely entranced by you, Harry," Draco replied sarcastically. "I just want to keep you by my side for the rest of my life, but too bad Mother and Father dislikes you. Else I would be marrying you rather than this potpourri of ideas here." "Sorry, Draco," Ginny cut in, "Harry is on my leash while you are on Aurora's." The comment made the men indignant while Aurora and Ginny high-fived the wittiness of the remark. "Miss Weasley," a voice asked, interrupting the fun time for the two couples, "are the rumors true about your pregnancy? Also, is the child's father Mr. Potter?" "What?" Ginny and Harry questioned with shock. "How did that rumor even begin?" Harry asked. One reporter was about to respond. "No, don't answer that. Ginny and I have not gone that far with our relationship. I would like you to tell your sources to not invent rumors, at least not without reasonable basis." The tone Harry used made the reporter skitter away. The declaration of love, rather like, between Harry and Ginny had made headlines. No one really knew how to respond besides go on with his or her normal lives. Considering the major plans of the wedding were completed, Ginny could focus all of her attention on finishing her apprenticeship in journalism. Sidetracks from Aurora's premarital problems had deterred Ginny from her goal of completing her education briefly, but an owl from the class and family had asked for Aurora to return home. Needless to say, Ginny was quite glad Aurora was off her hands. As much as she loved the other woman like a sister, one could only stand so much nagging, whether on one's own life or the nagger's own experiences, for a short period of time. In 2 months, Ginny had completed her dissertation for her journalism degree. It was now March, the lovely spring scenery was everywhere. Flowers were in full bloom with Ginny's owl suffering from allergies. When Mimi had her minor bouts of sneezing, it was impossible to send letters to people. Harry had been busy with his desk work at the Ministry's Defense Department, so the little pile named Harry's Notes was gradually multiplying in size. No romantic excursions happened between the couple. Ginny was left wondering whether or not she and Harry were actually a couple. Certainly the notes were signed, "With love," but to what degree was the comment true? Don't people in love usually do things together? Taking a deep breath, Ginny decided to write a letter to Harry informing him of her surprise visit. Ginny would have preferred for the surprise to actually be unexpected, but with ministry security, she didn't want a replay of what happened the last time she had visited. Right after finishing the note, a rather destructible sneeze from Mimi reminded Ginny of her predicament. No matter how much she endeared the owl, allergy season meant no mailing season. Unfortunately, no potion master wanted to invent a potion for curing owlish allergies, and no many animal postmen had the syndrome. I suppose a more direct approach is needed. Ginny went to her fireplace and used her wand to light up the hearth. Putting in a pinch of the communication powder, Ginny called Harry's name. Hopefully the ministry didn't have security checks for communicating via fires. To Ginny's rotten luck, the message had to be passed from the central office, to the Defense Department secretary, to the Orr sector's secretaries, which finally transferred Harry Potter's personal secretary. Getting though all the people was an annoyance. After the various news articles on Harry and Ginny's new relationship, random people Ginny had never met before wished her good luck for unknown reasons, or complimented her on her nice catch. The response from Harry's secretary was delayed as she announced Harry was in a meeting with some person. Ginny waited patiently once again, so she would be able to get whatever identification, permission needed to enter the ministry building. "Hello Ginny," Harry's head finally popped up in the fireplace. "How are you?" "I am fine, other than the fact that I haven't spoken to my supposed boyfriend since the press conference. Letters are a form of transferring ideas, but handwritten words are not great substitutes for oral communication, at least in the form of people relationships." "I am doing great," Ginny lied. "I was wondering if we could have dinner together or something. I just finished my thesis for journalism and I wanted to celebrate. 4 years of learning how to write is finally paying off. I am almost done. All I need is a full-time journalism job, and I could be called truly independent." Harry's face lit up at the wonderful news. Fixing his sliding glasses, the Orr nodded fervently. "That's great. Why don't you come here in an hour? That would be near lunchtime. We can grab a quick snack. Then spend the rest of the day doing whatever you want, and followed by finishing the outing with dinner. I'll wait for you at the entrance so you won't have to go through any of those hassles." Harry had made a face at the new security system. Ginny nodded at the proposition. The plan would allow Ginny and Harry to at least act like a couple. At state of how their relationship was at now, priorities and values should be evaluated to see if a relationship is plausible at the time. An outsider would think Ginny and Harry are dodging each other since no one really took the initiative to plan a couple's outing. Ginny arrived at the ministry 15 minutes early. Somehow news had gotten around that Harry was meeting Ginny, so she was allowed entrance to the ministry building. So much for tight security. Walking the winding hallways to the Orr's office, Ginny had gotten many more comments on her relationship with Harry. Reaching the circular office of the Orrs was a tremendous break. Those secretaries were too stuck up really take notice of Ginny. Looking around the room, the extraordinarily arrogant beyond and leggy secretary that was always around the famous triplet was nowhere in the room. The girl that Ginny had recognized as Harry's personal assistant waved to catch Ginny's attention. "Just go through that door, Miss Weasley," the girl explained excitedly. "She must be new. No wonder she treats with such enthusiasm." The redhead smiled in return and walked into the special room that separates the famous triplet from the rest of the Orrs. Ginny looked around the familiar room. The flickering of light and the moving shadows seemed like Harry was in a meeting. Ginny walked to the window and waited until the meeting would be over. Through the glass, one could see across the ministry property. The greenhouses for research on plants were right below the view. The people busy working in the cultivation area looked like busy bees around a beehive or ants hurrying home. A loud jingling laughter interrupted Ginny's observations. She started at the creaking sound of an opening door. Jumping as though a guilty child was caught red-handed, Ginny whirled around to find a rather familiar beyond standing too close to her boyfriend. The redhead laughed embarrassedly, and excused herself. "Sorry about interrupting your meeting," Ginny apologized. Her reply was forced and gradually got harsh. She turned to exit the office before anything could be said by Harry or implied by the offending Miss Beyond and Leggy. Ginny Weasley's thoughts were jumbled. Technically, she was supposed to feel betrayed by the scene, but somehow, the betrayal is non-existent. The overly rational part of her conscience was trouncing the skeptical side in the rate of making excuses and reasons for Harry's actions. The lead of the pro-Harry sides, however, was quickly dropping. As time passed by, skepticism quickly took over Ginny's judgment. Skeptical. The secretary is quite beautiful. She is smart, sophisticated, and of course, so many men that work in the sector turn their heads whenever the woman walks by. Compared to her, Ginny is a mere girl next door. While Ginny is a simple homely redhead wearing simple pants and blouse, the secretary was tall, skinny, voluptuous, and the business suit's short skirt was showing off her legs. Rational. Well, now that you describe the situation that way, I can hardly rebut the assumption. Either way, I don't care how incriminating that had looked, Harry is a moral person. He wouldn't dare do anything wrong, such as cheating on Ginny or asking Ginny out when he already had a girlfriend. Skeptical. Now you are sounding skeptical. I believe that is my job description. Considering you are sounding like me, I rest my case. Our Ginny Weasley is no competition to that Aphrodite. Ginny groaned at the mini-conversation between her mental angel and devil. It had to be unhealthy for a person to have so many voices in their heads. For one, the conversations going on would distract the host from actual events happening at the very second. In the case with Ginny, the poor disturbed and confused young woman ran straight into a person as she meandered through the streets. "Geez, watch where you are going," the annoyed voice shouted in return. "Ginny." Ginny looked up from her near reacquaintance with the concrete. The peaked speaker was Draco Malfoy. "Hello Draco," Ginny answered with a smile. "How has life been treating you?" The Auror must have noticed Ginny's self-depreciating tone, and the uncharacteristic concerned expression replaced the "oh I met someone" no face. Ginny looked at the taller man with a small grin. "Well. Oh. Life is fine," Draco replied. Ginny quirked an eyebrow, the idiosyncrasy of her and Aurora. A flash of pain flittered across the pale feature of the Malfoy heir. "How about you?" "Oh. I am just perky." "Why shouldn't I be?" Ginny asked, noting the doubt from her conversation partner. "I finished my term paper for school. Now I am officially a grown-up with a skill to get money. I believe the Daily Prophet decided to give me my own column, which is extraordinary for a novice if what my professors tell me are true." Ginny continued to babble on about the latter moments of her educations. "So basically, if the school had a valedictorian, I would be it. You know the other splendiferous thing? Because of my achievements, I got a 500 galleon reimbursement from the school. It's given to help school get on their feet after school, but since I already got an early acceptance to the newspaper, I now have extra 500 galleons on my hands." The happy news and sense of completion pushed all the dreary thought of a certain black-haired Auror out of Ginny's mind. "Congratulations," Draco Malfoy replied. He was a bit dazed at Ginny's 10-minute rant about her journalism training. "I suppose you are here to celebrate with Potter." That was definitely the wrong thing to say. Ginny's newly gained joyful mood plummeted to the day's lowest point. Disappointment marred the smile on the lightly freckled cheeks. "No, he was busy," Ginny replied softly, looking at the ground. Determined to make the best of her day, Ginny jerked her head up with a smile. "Do you have anything to do right now?" The former Slytherin shook his head, uncertain of what to expect. "Good. Will you go celebrate with me? I feel like treating myself to a massive dessert." "Are you certain you want to?" Draco asked smoothly. Ginny could tell he was a bit apprehensive. What did Aurora and him argue about anyway that is making a Malfoy unsuave? "I mean, it is going to be a lot of sweets." "How are you going to burn the calories with your new desk job?" Spend the 500 galleons and the first months of pay for a house with a swimming pool and swim every day. Or possibly join one of those Muggle fitness clubs that Hermione was talking about joining after having the baby. I think the membership is quite cheap. That should last me a couple months." Ginny laughed aloud at the exaggerated wince from Draco when she mentioned Muggles. "So will you come?" Ginny's former enemy shrugged. "To the fitness club or you little celebration?" Ginny glared at Draco. "Oh, why not? You only live once. Besides, we can join each other in misery. So which restaurant do you want to go to?" The tea cottage, was Ginny's dazed reply. How did Malfoy read me so well? Oh right, stupid Aurors and their reading people training. No wonder there is an underground movement to get rid of Aurors' psychology training. According to the radicals, the power of breaking minds is against human rights. Ginny and Draco walked silently to the little pastry house, enjoying each other's presence. Neither wanted to share their troubles yet. The quaint little restaurant had a large area of land as its premise. However, a majority of the land was made into a garden. The aroma of herbs and flowers served as the air freshener if a pastry was burnt. The sun was bright in the sky, so not many people wanted to be in the seats outside. The two misery companions went to a group of chairs deep amongst the greenery. So why aren't you celebrating with your family? Draco asked after they ordered their dessert series and got their drinks. Ginny lazily stirred her tea. My parents don't care much for the journalism. After what the papers did to Harry, my mother definitely hated the whole crew, Ginny explained. I like writing about the news and such. The gossip columns are not what I got my degree for. Besides, since I am not Auror material, I might as well help the public be aware of their security level to help. Draco nodded and sipped his drink. Hermione and Ron are busy preparing for the new addition to their family. I have never seen Ron so uptight or Hermione so moody. Ginny's companion laughed heartily. And my other brothers are quite busy with their own family life. I think Fred and George might have found two girls who might be able to save them from my mother's wrath. So the Weasleys do want a large family. The bee-owned man exclaimed, teasing Ginny. It wasn't like the taunts during the Hogwarts years. This was more like two best friends bantering each other without animosity. Ginny reached across the table and gave Malfoy a deserving smack. Draco shouted in pain and continually moaned and on about Ginny's strong hand. No wonder Aurora calls you a baby. Ginny retorted. You call that a hard hit? Draco never got to answer the question or defend himself since their first course of desserts was served. The appetizing strawberry shortcake was just sweet enough for the customers to want more desserts, but not so sweet that eating too much of it would cause a headache. The conversation ranged from details of the wedding to Draco Malfoy helping Ginny plan out her life with a journalism job at the Daily Prophet. The little bout of silliness didn't last long when a rich chocolate mousse was served. Considering Draco Malfoy's weakness for chocolate has been famous to all present at Hogwarts during the 6th-year Easter break, Ginny had great entertainment seeing her partner in crime wolfing down a second serving of the dish. I don't know how they stay in business, Draco complained after Ginny pointed out he should save some room for the other desserts. Why would people come here to eat sweets and get fat? Of course, then they go and exercise compulsively to burn the calories. It doesn't make sense. Draco, Ginny began while condescendingly patting his hand, just eat. You are now part of the population that believes desserts are the ultimate comfort food. Just eat and don't complain. Enjoy yourself while the limits aren't set. The bee-owned Auror glared at Ginny and snatched back his hand as though he might be scorched. Ginny was a bit shocked at the sudden movement, but the childish smile on Draco Malfoy proved otherwise. Limits aren't set, he asked. There are actually limits. Before he could begin another armchair philosophical speech on the logistics of the tea cottage, Ginny broke off into her own little rant. You know, Aurora and I would do this every week during the summer. Then she would plan for a long hike around the mountains the following day. When we get back from the outing, we would then go swimming. She actually calculated the amount of exercise needed to burn those calories. Malfoy quirked his eyebrow when Ginny mentioned his fiancée's name. Oh really? Draco responded slowly. His frown was more evidence, as though he was glaring at something behind Ginny. The redhead turned her head to look in the direction the Auror was glowering at. Walking to the entrance of the tea cottage was a certain dark-haired Auror with a certain female bee-owned companion. Ginny looked at Harry and his female companion. It didn't seem as though Harry wanted to be here. The woman practically dragged him to the restaurant. But he didn't straight out refuse, did he? The skeptical part of Ginny's conscience was chattering off again. It was true that Harry's build is much stronger than the ladies'. He could easily stand on his 2 feet and not move anywhere. Besides, it didn't seem like the woman wanted to break her nail pushing the Auror. Hello, Potter. Draco called out loudly. And good afternoon to you, Miss Cardigan. Ginny noticed the bee-owned had a predatory smile on her sickeningly flawless face. It might have only been Ginny's overheating imagination due to jealousy. Her more rational mind finally had some input. Even so, the fact that the woman actually had an expression that seemed like that was not good news. "Hello, Malfoy," Harry replied in the same fashion. Ginny smiled and waved. "Oh, hi Ginny. What a surprise to see you two here." Harry trailed off with uncertainty. Ginny realized the situation was becoming quite awkward. Here she was, eating desserts with Draco in a more or less romantic environment. But to make things more controversial, Harry was in the same setting with a woman Ginny had a bad vibe about. "Would you like to join us?" Draco asked, ending the brief moment of everyone glancing from one person to another. Draco led the group to the secluded table. "Excuse me," taking out his wand, he conjured 2 more chairs to the table. Ginny took her old seat. Draco maneuvered Harry rather forcibly to the seat next to Ginny. He then placed himself between his coworker and the modern Aphrodite, making Ginny sit next to the instigator of her jealousy. "An introduction please," Miss Cardigan said as soon as she sat down. The demand from the woman made Ginny like her even less. She seemed like the type of woman in the Middle Ages where they were always being taken care of. Servants would wait on her every second of the day. Simple tasks such as brushing her hair would be done by a servant girl. The man she would marry would be a rich duke or earl, or just a plain businessman, who would make sure she lived a life of luxury. "This is Ginny Weasley, a new graduate of studies in journalism," Harry introduced with a smile directed at Ginny. "She is also a new member of the writers at the Daily Prophet," Draco added. Perhaps doing so only to spite Harry. After all, what's more embarrassing than having someone else know more about one's girlfriend than he knows himself? "Congratulations Ginny," Harry said with an uneasy smile. So maybe he wasn't as clueless about relationships as he acted. "But there is more," Draco interrupted with another one of his Malfoy smirks. "She graduated at the top of her class, which earned her extra 500 galleons. I believe she is paying for this sugary treat." "Great job." The other 2 cheered, one sounding uneasy while the other in disdain. "Okay, enough about me," Ginny complained. The way Draco was taunting Harry would mean trouble afterwards. "Who is this lovely lady with you today, Harry?" Ginny hoped her own dislike of the woman couldn't be heard in the question. "Right, this here would be Annabelle Cardigan, a member of the Aurors department." "I am not actually an Auror," Annabelle amended with a flirtatious slap on the table and a grin directed only at Harry. "I just help them with the details of their missions and such." "They have another project?" Ginny asked with worry. She didn't want anyone leaving the safety of England, not when all 3 Aurors will be in a wedding in July. "Unfortunately yes," Harry replied wryly. "Malfoy, it seems as though the person we went after had no clue, at least that is how he acted. Either he is good at lying, or he just doesn't know." "Should we discuss this in front of her?" Annabelle Cardigan interrupted while motioning discreetly at Ginny. Ginny had to refrain from sighing noticeably. Miss Cardigan was another one of those freaks at the ministry that believes all writers of newspapers are bad. "What's wrong?" Harry said, quite miffed that he was interrupted. Ginny was agreeing with his tone wholeheartedly. What was wrong with talking about ministry business in front of her? She had so many friends and relatives working in the ministry that she probably knows more inside information than that bee-owned woman. "She does work for the public media," Annabelle replied as though it was the most obvious thing. "Very well, I suppose for the sake of secrecy, I'll leave." Ginny got up, not wanting to see another second of the woman who was quite visibly clinging on to Harry in a manner that was to intimate. She gathered her coat and bag, but paused before leaving. "Though just for your information, this is a public place. It wouldn't do much for confidentiality if you chose to discuss the mission over a dish of tiramisu." Ginny's exit visibly displayed her displeasure at being talked to in a way most people would speak to an ex-criminal. Just because she would write articles that give people information, Annabelle automatically assumed she will tell everything. Who said Ginny was going to write about Auror missions anyway? Harry had followed her out a few moments later. Just as Ginny was about to disapparate, he called her name aloud. "Ginny, wait." Ginny turned. "Do you have anything planned for the rest of today?" Her eyes narrowed. "No, Why, would you like to have dinner with me? I know we had planned for our own celebration, but the meeting dragged on and then you left. Ginny would have enjoyed putting Harry in the awkward situation had his eyes been more defensive about his feelings. However, the reason Harry caught Ginny's affection in the first place was the same reason she could stay mad at him. But, if an infatuation with a physical characteristic were love and trust, Harry would have easily had a dinner date. No thank you. I wouldn't want to pull you away from your meeting with Miss Cardigan, Ginny answered, spitting out the B***'s name as though it was poison. You were already delayed. Besides, your work is important. The safety of England, if not the entire British Isle, depends on you doing it correctly. I will not be the reason security is breached. Ginny, you are exaggerating, Harry said evenly. Why are you mad? Why what? I am not mad. I was leaving for the sake of your little secret remaining secret, Ginny nearly yelled back. I didn't stomp out or anything. My actions were calm, not close to how I act when I am mad. Harry grabbed her hand in fear of Ginny disappearing with magic. Meanwhile, the annoying and formerly skeptical voice in Ginny's head was taunting at millions words per minute. Right, Ginny, continue to lie to yourself. Tell him that you aren't mad at him. But will he believe you? No, because you are still yelling. Something is bothering you. That's why you yell. That or because of the green monster named Jealousy and the golden demon named Annabelle are making you mad. You are jealous, Ginny. Harry was being cozy with Annabelle while he said he would be with you. You ought to tell him the exact reason why you are making hiatus in your relationship. For this to actually work, no secrets must be shared. That's how trust builds. Calm down. Harry's voice ended the jumbled lecture from skeptical. I know what Annabelle said offended you. I am sorry. What is there for you to be sorry for? Ginny replied, wrenching her hand from Harry's grasp. There is nothing for you to be sorry for. She is the one that made the comment. If someone should apologize, it should be her. Ginny, fine, she should apologize. But I am also apologize, not just for that. Ginny crossed her arms and waited. I know we planned for a celebration. Now that Draco is getting the news, I can go with you. I had my little celebration, Ginny replied stubbornly, even if it was with a Malfoy. There is no need for another celebration. Yes there is, Harry dictated, losing his temper finally. I am your boyfriend. We had planned to celebrate together and we will. Ginny laughed humorlessly at his little dignified or undignified outcry. No, Harry, I planned the little outing. You had work, I completely understand. I planned without asking you if you were busy. I planned without caring about your obligations. If someone needed to apologize, it would be me. I am sorry, Harry. Sorry for not caring whether or not you were able to celebrate with me. Sorry for choosing to be a gossip that might ruin the balance of the world. Ginny stomped off for the third time that day. Ginny, come back here. Harry got a hold of her hand again. You are mad at me. No, Harry, not problem in the world revolves around you. Not every bump in my life is about you, Ginny said softly. I didn't mean it like that, Harry corrected hurriedly. But you are unhappy about something. He pulled Ginny into a hug. If it wasn't because I had Annabelle taking my time, it must be something else. That was the only thing I knew of that could bother you. Geez, Harry, it has nothing to do with you. This time, Ginny pulled herself away and apparated without a second glance. She went home, to her living room, and cried. Ginny wasn't sure why she was being so emotional. There was nothing to be mad about it. Harry had apologized for not going with her. She was there 15 minutes early, usually people were supposed to be late. Also, what does what the Cardigan woman said mean to her? They weren't friends, not even acquaintances. Ginny shouldn't care what the woman said. She shouldn't care at all. Besides, Harry didn't care she was going to be a journalist. Yet somehow what Cardigan said does matter. Ginny never cared what others have said about her. So many people made fun of her infatuation with Harry. Her brothers, classmates, even Harry himself had teased her, or commented on the hero worshipping as everyone called it. Others also made fun of her family's poverty. There were so many other parts of her life that people disapproved of her poke fun at. She didn't care what the others said. Not until now, when the last of her wish was fulfilled. That was what's wrong. Her finally being Harry's girlfriend has caused the change. Their relationship was the one that turned her into an emotional wreck. Ginny, are you in? Harry's voice permeated through her walls. Ginny, please, talk to me. Please don't be mad. He was pleading in the last sentence. The knocking grew harder. Ginny wiped her tears and went downstairs to open the door. She didn't care whether or not Harry saw her frizzy hair, tear-stained cheeks, and red eyes. All she knew was Harry Potter caused her mental episode. He must help her fix it. Come in. Oh Ginny. In a rustle of his cloak, Ginny was brought into his warm embrace. What did I do to you? Ginny fought the urge to pound him hard and explain to him that he didn't cause all the problems in the world. You did nothing. Harry didn't believe her. At least nothing direct. Come in and sit down. We need to talk. He obediently followed. Now we talk. Ginny smiled at the memory of finding Harry at her door right before they had their first meeting to plan the mysterious wedding. She had said the exact same thing. Only it was, now we plan. First, we need to define our relationship, Ginny began expertly. You know, that is hard to define, Harry answered nervously after a moment's thought. Are we really dating, or is this something forced upon us by our friends and family? Good, you get my drift. Ginny said happily. At least he didn't think she was weird doing so. If it was any other man, they might have dashed out the door as soon as possible or just leave with an owl the next day to apologize. I think we are boyfriend and girlfriend. At least I do hope so. I hope so too, Ginny answered quietly. Harry, you know I had this crush on you when I was younger. I don't know if you remember Valentine's Day my first year at Hogwarts, but that whole poem dropped my self-esteem to negative degrees. I had never been so embarrassed. That didn't help me act normal in front of you. It was until I was able to push aside the klutziness from the infatuation that I was able to talk to you. Then, I had dated other boys, believing the infatuation was indeed hero-worshipping and the usual star-struck reaction girls have when they see their idol. Harry only nodded and motioned for Ginny to continue. Anyway, to make this spiel short, it took me so long to get you to like me that I am quite insecure about myself. You weren't so at the parties. You were quite normal, Harry countered. He looked confused and Ginny wondered whether or not Harry was clueless about women. It's a female thing. Anyhow, the point is I am insecure. We haven't done anything as a couple. You never courted me or took me to dates. The only thing that makes us seem like a couple is the announcement at the press conference. I suppose. I did mean to take you out to celebrate, but you disapparated ignoring my pleas, Harry pointed out. Ginny dropped her head down in frustration. See, that's the problem. We already met a slight bump in our relationship and the tunnel end doesn't look so bright. Are you jealous of Annabelle Cardigan? Harry exclaimed suddenly. His eyes were wide as though a supernatural force just enlightened him. Yes. Ginny thumped her head on the nearby hard object, which was the coffee table in front of the couch. That was what I meant when I said I was insecure. Oh, Ginny looked up rubbing her forehead. That's it. Well, Harry began shifting under Ginny's gaze. I don't see why you should be jealous of Annabelle. How was I supposed to respond? He is clueless. The skeptical part of Ginny squeaked, increasing the pain of her developing migraine. Never mind. Ginny mumbled, wishing for an ice bag for her throbbing temple. After crying for 15 minutes, the area between her eyes was already in pain. With Harry being frustrating, blood rushed to her head even quicker, intensifying the hammering headache. So what should we do? Harry asked. Ginny couldn't refrain from giving him an accusing glare. She was quite sure he was being ignorant now on purpose. How do we make this relationship work? We can't, Ginny answered in a monotone. How can we when I suffer an insecurity complex? Harry looked lost. Let me put it in your word, would you to have a constantly jealous girlfriend? But you aren't constantly jealous. Good point, but I am insecure. Ginny bit her lips in thought. Insecurities will eventually turn into jealousy. See, this relationship isn't going to work. I am the girl next door who doesn't like the spotlight. Dating you would mean plenty of other women vying for your attention, and quite frankly, I am not the modern woman that just walks up to a man and takes them to dinner. I don't like that type of life. Ginny, Harry began running his fingers through her hair again. It was something that always comforted Ginny, and it still does. You don't have to feel insecure. I'll give you my word that I wouldn't do anything that will hurt you. He had trailed off, staring into the air. Oh, I really should have paid attention to Hermione's lessons on how to talk to a girl, Harry continued with a laugh. He turned to look at Ginny in her eyes. I have liked you, and now I like you a lot. I suppose the reason I needed more courage to face you than Voldemort was because, let's just say, I am a coward when it comes to rejection. Ah, Cho incident, Ginny answered, imitating the misty tone of the divination professor. Harry laughed at the memory. Yes, definitely that incident. The laughing atmosphere died as Emerald Eyes lost its happy gleam. Anyway, Ginny, I don't want you to feel insecure. I am not sure if I truly, absolutely love you, but it is darn close. You can't do anything about the insecurity. Ginny rolled her eyes. Not unless you want to wear a sign that tells all eligible females to back off. Harry looked thoughtful once again. That might be good. Don't even think it. It is my problem that I am insecure. Just give me a bit of time. Just then, a gray ministry owl flew in, barely missing Harry's head. He dropped the letter he was carrying before heading out the window in the same breakneck speed. Harry quickly opened the letter. I am so sorry, Ginny, Harry said after he finished reading the letter. My presence is requested at the ministry now. The situation Annabelle was debriefing a parent got worse. Ginny merely nodded her head continuously. Shoo, get out. You have a job to do. Don't worry, I'll handle my insecurity. You did mention Hermione helping you out, right? Harry agreed hurriedly. Ginny's waving hands and rapidly moving mouth was making it quite hard for him to give her a goodbye key asterisk, or even a hug. Good, I'll talk to her. Maybe she could help me deal with my insecurities. Good, I am sorry we couldn't celebrate. When that gets fixed, I probably will get enough confidence to ask you out, Ginny continued, ignoring Harry's apology. After all, putting a sign that tells women to leave Harry Potter alone is impractical. Wait, did you just end our relationship? Harry exclaimed. Yes, Ginny looked up at him with her head tilted. I thought we went over that a while ago. Anyhow, why are you still here? You ought to be at the ministry by now. First of all, I don't want Percy yelling at me. Second of all, I am sure your coworkers would want you there. The door was closed in Harry's face, leaving the hero stunned. Ginny went to bed with her head filled with anxiety over the mission and Harry. She knew it did seem mean to suddenly end the relationship, but her emotions were settled. It was hard to expect that actually dating a hero would be more mind-boggling than having a crush on him. Hopefully, the break wouldn't distract Harry. That's the last thing Ginny wanted to happen. The next morning came with Mimi's squawks requesting for a morning flight, while the Daily Prophet's delivery owl was hooting for his payment as well. Ginny got up and finished her usual routine in the bedroom and bathroom. On her way to breakfast, she let Mimi out and gave owl pellets to the delivery owl. In the kitchen, Ginny got her orange juice and toast, and began sorting through her morning mail. The Wizarding World's newspaper laid on the coffee table with its headline page in plain view. Is our safety in danger again? Jordan Gillius, Daily Prophet. The famous trio of Aurors had an emergency meeting with representative of the International Confederation of Wizards, Minister of Magic and Junior Defense Planner, Annabelle Cardigan, concerning the case of the Latin American-based radical group who publicly supports the annihilation of the Muggle world. It was said the group uses magic to terrorize the Muggle world as a deal with men of power in the non-magical world. The Auror group, consisting of the famous boy who lived, the heir of the Malfoy fortune, and the only female of the group, a witch with an outstanding mix of heritage, have been trailing the group's actions since Muggle terrorism has been more prominent since the horrific era of He Must Not Be Named. The meeting discussed future antics the Auror department will use to end the progress of the want-to-be Death Eaters. The trio has planned another mission to be in contact with the headquarters of the Radicals to get to the root of the problem, quoted from Miss Cardigan's debriefing. We hope this mission will benefit the stability so carefully built after the end of terror marked by you-know-who, a representative from the ICW explained. The Muggle government is already strained trying to solve the problems caused by that era. We do not need more pain inflicted on our non-magical neighbors. Rumor says two members of the trio will make a trip to Latin America to visit the Muggle governments to collect clues on the whereabouts of the radicals as well as warn the governments. Auras of representing different countries of the ICW have already informed nations in the Euro-Asia continent, Oceania, and North America. The Muggle governments of Latin America have been the most difficult in trying to negotiate, for instability is widespread in the region. The number of coups d'états is making diplomacy nearly impossible. The ICW believes this breach of the security of magic will prevent another disaster merely a few years ago with the Death Eaters. The article continued to explain the legitimacy of telling Muggle governments that magic exists and they cohabitate with those who are wizards and witches. Ginny didn't care why it was important. She worried over the trio that the M.O.M. has been so dependent on since the downfall of the Death Eaters and their leader. The issue was as significant as Cardigan's tone while warning them of security. Ginny suddenly felt guilty, feeling jealous of the Beyond, and felt foolish for allowing her emotions to make irrational actions. Although the newspaper had said only 2 of 3 would be on the mission, Ginny was quite positive all 3 Aurors would participate. The only reason Harry had backed out of the last mission was because of the wedding business. From what she has heard from the newspaper and chats between her ministry-related family and friends, Ginny knew her fears of people getting hurt was reasonable and expected. After all, the International Confederation of Wizards don't get involved in just anything. With the international coverage, Ginny was certain she would be afraid for her friends. Harry's magnetism for trouble doesn't comfort the redhead one bit. Thankfully, Ginny wouldn't start her job until the following Monday. She had 3 days to get used to her newly found freedom. The first act with this liberty was to arrange a bit of time with Harry, but obviously that was butchered. Butchered. Ginny flinched at her own description of the event. She has seen the desperate look on Harry's face and she knew, no matter how cliched, she needed to talk to Harry before he sets out for the ministry work across the Atlantic. The situation was becoming uncannily like a romance novel. The couple gets in an argument due to one's insecurities, and then the other must go on a perilous journey. The unsecured one would try to find his or her love, but doesn't succeed. During the search, the insecure partner's doubts on life would be fulfilled, for they got kidnapped and the uncertainty of whether or not survival was probable. In the end, the other find him or her. They keep passionately and live happily ever after with a boy, a girl, a beautiful house with a yard, and a white picket fence. Ginny seriously hoped she would be able to find Harry and not get abducted in the process. She didn't need another episode of her first year where Tom Riddle mesmerized her and took her to the Chamber of Secrets only to have Harry rescue her. The train of thought was broken by a shrill shout from the fireplace. "Ginny Weasley!" Hermione's fiery head yelled, strengthening the flames. "What were you thinking?" Ginny walked by the fireplace knowing Harry probably talked to Hermione about the night before. "I don't know what I was thinking, Hermione," Ginny mumbled, disgruntled. "Exactly," the pregnant woman shouted. She was barely in her second trimester and Ginny hoped Hermione would have gotten used to the hormonal imbalances and was able to control her temper. Unfortunately, the wish was not possible in Hermione's case. Although the bushy-haired Gryffindor had a triple-digit IQ, she could not fight the biological wars inside a woman's body. "I thought you wanted the relationship with Harry. Why did you end it? Did you know he would be leaving for another mission with Malfoy and Aurora soon? You know as well as I do that Harry doesn't perform well with a psychological burden. And what you did to him was a psychological burden." Ginny allowed Hermione to continue her ramblings on the pettiness of Ginny's actions. So perhaps the role of overprotective best friend outweighed the responsibility of being the role model of the younger sister-in-law. "Yes, Hermione, I knew about the mission. Harry was with me while he got his letter," Ginny answered during the break in which Hermione used to catch her breath. "When will he leave? I probably should talk to him before he goes away." "Of course you should," Hermione cut in. "You two must fix your problems. Harry mentioned how you felt insecure. Why would you feel that way? It's Harry. He won't do anything outrageous. He isn't Malfoy, for goodness sake." "I know, Hermione," Ginny said, mentally telling herself to be patient with the pregnant woman. "So when does he leave?" "He leaves early tomorrow morning. I believe he is currently in another debrief and will be home in approximately 15 minutes. Ginny nodded. "Go talk to him, Gin," Hermione said once again in a more motherly tone. If the situation between you and Harry is as bad as what Harry exclaimed it to be, go talk to him to fix it. I didn't wait for you two to finally get together only to split up after a few weeks. A smile was on her face. It is rotten luck the issue with the radicals became out of hand now, Hermione added softly when Ginny merely looked downwards. Don't worry, Harry would love to speak with you right now. I know he is a bit slow when it comes to female matters, but he will eventually get it, unlike your brother. He just nods and complain about feminine enigmas another day. Right, that was all Ginny could force out of her mouth coherently. Now go talk to Harry. The order was enough to send Ginny in a hurry to get dressed and get out of the house to catch Harry in his house. Bye Hermione, I'll talk to you later, Ginny called as she exited the house. The crackling in the fireplace ended as soon as Ginny stepped out of the door. Hopefully her sister-in-law wouldn't be too offended by Ginny's momentary loss of wits. Apparating to the front door Harry's house was the easiest task. Definitely easiest with the multitude of security spells and hexes that surrounded his humble abode. Ginny had to pass various obstacles in hopes of seeing his front door. Now that she was there and the adrenaline rush dissipating, the fear and the doubts quickly replaced the effect of the epinephrine hormone. Ginny, Harry exclaimed visibly surprised, or shaken when he opened the door. Ginny's hand was frozen the doorbell. She hadn't even touched it, how could he know she was there already? Harry noticed the confused expression on Ginny's face. My security system told me someone was outside my door. The doorbell, Ginny questioned not moving a muscle. His hand was still hovering near the little button. It's for any Muggle visitors. Ginny nodded although she was still baffled. Come on in. Harry moved out of the doorway to allow Ginny's entrance. He combed his hair with his fingers the way he acted when he was nervous or unsettled. The young Weasley pleaded for the Gryffindor courage she supposedly had to return from their vacation since she arrived at the front door of Harry Potter's house. Would you like some tea? Ginny snapped out of her witlessness and straightened her frame. Slouching has been her habit of comfort when all of her courage fails her. Harry, Ginny began, but she continued with a series of goldfish exercises. It was probably a good thing all Harry answered was an and continued his search for tea, hot water, teapot, and teacups. Aha! Harry shouted looking up from a bottom cabinet. I found them. A set of rather feminine porcelain tea set levitated out. You don't mind tea, do you? No, Ginny muttered shaking her head. Tea is fine. Anything is fine. Sounds of magically boiling water and his searching for his tea leaves took up the silence that would otherwise be there for Ginny hasn't succeeded in gathering her courage, her brain, and anything else she needed to confront Harry. What she wanted to tell Harry in the first place was misplaced in her jumble of doubts and fears. The clanging of an oar exploring his kitchen was a compatible noise to Ginny's mind suddenly remembering she had forgotten her purpose of coming, or rather she was subconsciously backing out from her original resolve. Okay Ginny, what were you thinking? Did you really want to walk over to Harry's and tell him you want him back? For one, your pride probably doesn't stand a chance. Even if Harry takes you back, my evil half, Miss Skepticism would tell you how he took you back merely out of pity. You do seem pitiable right now, I mean, who would have their hands shake so hard while the host is trying to make tea? Besides, the other option would be rejection. There are plenty of other women who would love be in your position before you broke off the relationship with Harry. Yes, you only wanted a break, but do you really expect Harry, or any other men for that matter, to understand a break was a break, not breaking off the relationship completely? This is almost like a divorce and living separately for married couples. I'll be nice to your nerves and help you decide what to talk to Harry about. How you will speak to him. That is for the verbal part of your brain to decide. First of all, you should tell him about the mission. Not really asking him whether or not he could tell you what it was about, but more of wondering about his safety as well as the safety of Aurora and unfortunately Draco. He is getting much better though. It is reasonable for you to worry about your friends. Besides, remember the wedding. The bride and groom, as well as the second special couple, the best man and the maid of honor are needed for the wedding go on. Who will be there for the rehearsals and the actual event if the mission drags on too long? Lastly, ask him how to keep in touch. Maybe then, you won't seem so callous about yesterday's behavior. Ginny frowned at the last comment from her inner musings. She was not callous, just a little but confused about the overwhelming collage of feelings she felt in such a short time. "Ginny," Harry asked with the sugar box in his left hand. "1 cube of sugar and a cup of cream, right?" Ginny nodded. The black-haired Orr mixed the tea and placed it on a platter to carry the set to where Ginny was. His kitchen actually shared with a larger dining room, small drawing room. Only a counter divided the two areas. "Here, let me help." Harry's ability to balance large plate-like objects apparently did not improve with the lithe and agility training requested for the Orrs. Although his footsteps could be as light as a feather when needed, the teapot and teacups were spewing out a liquid of coppery green. "I think you might have put too much tea in there," Ginny noted with a smile. The clumsy Harry was once she could handle. It was the famous Harry Potter that she couldn't deal with. The fame and the memories of the deeds he performed throughout his life made his presence quite intimidating to the youngest and only daughter of a family of 7 children. "Right," Harry mumbled with a light blush. Ginny noticed the pink tinge on his cheeks with a small boost of self-confidence. At least she was not the only one in the room that was uncomfortable, albeit the boost of self-confidence did make Ginny feel guilty. "Harry," Ginny began again once they were seated and sipped their drinks. "I read from the Daily Prophet that you and another third of the trio will be leaving on a diplomatic mission soon. Hermione told me you will leave tomorrow morning." "Right," he said again. "The mission Aurora and Draco went got us more information. We realized the crisis was much bigger than anticipated. It seems as though the radicals wanted to unite all wizards and witches skeptical of cohabitation with the Muggles. If the group actually succeeds in gathering support, the International Confederation of Wizards would have a tougher time settling issues." "Why do we need to tell the Muggle government anything?" Ginny questioned, unable to restrain her skepticism. "We were able to defeat Voldemort and his Death Eaters without notifying the Muggles." "But Sirius's escape was publicized in both worlds," Harry rebutted darkly. "I suppose. I know you didn't come here to talk about the bad decisions made by the ICW or the Ministry," Harry commented after a brief period of silence. Ginny nearly jumped out of her seat. "I just worry about you," Ginny said, playing with her teacup. "The article made everything sound so much more dangerous than the rest of your missions with that ominous title. Is our safety in danger? Makes me wonder how much trouble the Orrs involved will be in." Harry expelled a long breath. "It actually might be as ominous as the title seems," Harry explained after another silence. "You know I can't give you the details, but all 3 of us are going. A representative from the ICW asked us whether or not we each have what the Muggles call a life insurance policy. Basically those who are close to us get monetary assistance when we die." Ginny's face dropped. Images of dismembered parts belonging to her friends and blood all over their bodies filled her vision. Unknowingly, Ginny's eyes began to water. "Please don't cry," Harry mumbled, caressing her head much like what he did the night before. "It won't be too bad." At the sound of Harry's words, Ginny actually cried harder. She noticed Harry taking her into his arms. "No one can stand Malfoy's smirks and glares. I am sure the looks could help us persuade people forcibly. Aurora is good at being the cute angel. She probably can charm her way into people's hearts. And me, well, I suppose I could smile and puppy-eye my way around the Latin Americans." Ginny attempted to smile. "I suppose your puppy eyes might work. What if dueling is involved? I know you 3 are among the best, but you even told me dealing with criminals usually mean the opponent's playing dirty." "We are trained for that," Harry comforted with a bright smile. "And remember, I was the best in my year for defense against dark arts." "What will you be doing exactly? There are only so many disguises you 3 can hide behind." Ginny wanted to know everything, or at least as much as possible, so she could be reasonable when her mind wanders to all the possible bad endings. "Well, we haven't decided yet." Ginny looked up at the same time Harry looked down. Her head made a loud contact with his jaw, which was snapped shut. Harry rubbed his chin while a grin. "We have to be in some sort of tied relationship with 2 men and a woman. I suppose we could have a brother-sister-boyfriend combination. Or a father-daughter-brother or boyfriend relationship. None of us wants to endure a gender-changing potion. I could be Aurora's boyfriend. That will set Malfoy on fire. That or have Aurora be the mother of Malfoy and I. At least that way, They won't be sickeningly sweet to each other. If I hadn't known them, I would have never thought Slytherins could be so touchy-feely. Oh, I can empathize with that. Remember Aurora's birthday party, the elaborate one where Malfoy was trying to get in her good graces. Harry laughed. They reminisced about Hogwarts and memories shortly after their graduation for the next hour. Anyway, I can't comfort you by telling you exactly what we will be doing, Harry sobered after a long laugh. I can't divulge any more information. Or you will have to kill me, Ginny kidded with a smile, hoping to bring the laughing air back. Their eyes met and Ginny felt like she was in a romance fiction. Usually, the moment would result in the couple keying. A jingling sound from the door interrupted the staring spell. That must be Sirius and Remus. Harry made a face at the prospect of meeting his guardians when he was young, or the fact that his chance at keying Ginny was interrupted. I think I may be receiving another paternal lecture on how to remain safe and out of trouble. You know how effective that was. Please try to be safe though, Ginny implored softly. I don't think I could ever deal with you getting hurt or killed doing your work. It's just so dangerous. Ginny was on the verge of tears again. Her private time with Harry was almost over and she still couldn't gather up her courage to say she really cares about him, much more than a friend, perhaps even close to love. Love was too emotionally deep. If she admitted to herself that she was falling in love with Harry, dealing with departures of missions would be so much more difficult. But Ginny knew deep in her heart that she was quite close to being in love with Harry. Any more time spent with him would guarantee the location of her heart. Ginny's laughed wryly in her head. It was quite depressing how her time of self-discovery that should bring her joy might cause her endless pain. The uncertainty during the discovery portion made her lose her wits and request for time alone. Now that she knew she needed Harry by her side, he was sent across the Atlantic saving the world once again. It was ironic, really. Well, I suppose I should go. Ginny wiped the collected tears in her eyes and looked down with a blush. Harry quickly got up just as Ginny rose from her seat. He walked her silently to the door. Both were immersed in their own thoughts. Wait, Harry said so softly Ginny could barely hear him. The redhead stopped and looked at him inquiringly. In 2 rapid steps, he gathered Ginny in his arms and gave a surprisingly quick, but passionate key. I am not sorry, he murmured in Ginny's hair. I know you wanted time to think, but I just couldn't resist. Ginny looked up to see a childish smile on his face. Good, but that isn't something Harry Potter would do. Harry now had an embarrassed grin. Well, Draco Malfoy decided to interfere with my private life. Ginny quirked a delicate eyebrow. How close was Harry and Draco, exactly? And Hermione too. She actually agreed with him, otherwise I wouldn't follow the advice of a Slytherin. Ginny shook her head. It seems prejudice between the 2 houses would not be an easy thing to ease away. The doorbell rang, signaling the 2 impatient adults waiting outside his door. Ah, reasons number 2 I have a doorbell. For when a certain Virginia Weasley distracts me. The cheeky comment earned him a smack on the shoulder and a beet red Ginny. Harry opened the door with a laugh. Hello Sirius, Remus. Hello Harry, Ginny, the 2 adults replied. Well, I'll be off then, Ginny declared with a happy-go-lucky skip down the doorstep. Be safe Harry, else you might find me chasing you with a mob of crying fans at St. Mungo's. Ginny left the Harry's house with a Sirius from comment ringing in her head. Just like your father, a smile from a redhead and you are problem-free. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.